and I'll hang on one word or I'll hang on two words and say the specificity is very important because things like implement, enact, um, initiative, program, like there's certain words when you read these things where you'll have some people saying, well, yeah, the program is up and running already. And as you read the shit, you'll see like, no, they allocating funds for it. They're getting a photo op to talk about it, but it ain't in practice yet. And even if it's in practice, that's where you got to add a word into it called protections. What is the reserve? Usually cities or states need a reserve or a surplus in order to enact protections on these programs. If God forbid COVID, God forbid a major weather event, anything. So where like for example, when matter of fact, I can't believe I didn't even give you this example, Chef Logic. When Eric Adams justified a lot of the crazy financial shit he did because he said by them dropping off so many asylum seekers and illegals into New York City, he had already forecast X amount of dollars to one program. He overinflated how much that shit costs when it really didn't cost that much. 2Ps let you know that. It really didn't cost as much as he said. And then they started cutting all these fucking programs that already had money earmarked for them, but they couldn't really complain about it because if they was to complain about their program, then they'd have to somehow say they was for illegal immigration. That's the political game. Because when he just
somewhere in that conversation where y'all went back and where you kind of flip flop between talking about national programs and local programs, because I could have sworn to start off with the national economy, right? And that's where they were talking about the socialistic programs. And because up until now, I was under the impression that once Congress sets the budget for stuff and they start receiving the money for it, that's where it went. I didn't know that somewhere down the line that they could reallocate some funds on a local level or something like that. I mean, that kind of confused me for a little bit.
Well, the Congress, they would, like, let's say it's for a program in New York City, they would have to give the money to the state, right? And then the state and the city then from there decides, all right, how much of this money
inside of the state.
Right, what's important and what's not.
You know what I'm saying?
If the city gets allocated $10 billion for cotton candy machines, but then COVID happens and the city shuts down, let's just say the cotton candy machines probably ain't gonna happen. That $10 billion is gonna go to, something else. That's why when y'all was talking about the universal child care, I was saying, Mamdani, that's not even a decision he could make. That's something that he would have to work with. He'd have to work with the governor on that, because the governor is the one who works with the rest of the members.
But this conversation we're having right now is precisely why, when it comes to Marxism, the theory is the belief that the allocators of the money and the handlers of the money need to be the people themselves, that you can't have a governing body that is the one allocating and distributing the funds, because governing bodies are going to be inherently malevolent, so that's why true communism, you're not going to have a federal or even a state government that's handling the money and allocating. It's the people that are going to be handling the money and allocating it to each other.
Yeah, I don't think
people don't get greedy too.
I don't say but I ain't with that shit though.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's what true Marxist communism looks like.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm not saying
that's what it looks like. That's the ideas of it. But I mean, I think it never worked. That's like operating. Yeah, that's on the assumption that the people aren't just as greedy as the politicians.
Yeah, and that's that is the folly of Marxism. Like you're just You're saying, okay, we can't trust the government under the guise that you can trust all people.
But
The
we're
government is
talking.
made up
What,
of
how
people.
come when we that's the thing though, like when we having like these conversations about the economy, we have them in a way where like they can only be had in like one way, right? So like you can only enter one box at a time. You can't like have a it's hard to have the conversation because it's almost like you can only be talking about it from it's either if you're talking about social programs, you got to be talking about pure socialism and that's it, like in the dictionary form of socialism. When you talk about communism, you have to be talking about pure communism in the dictionary form and no other way. Like when you talk about capitalism, it has to be pure capitalism. So that's the wrong way to have a conversation because the conversation never progresses because ideas are fluid.
Yeah, and you argue an ideology.
Right.
Yeah, but that's precisely why me and Psycho said that towards the beginning. We were talking about how it's a mixed economy because you're right. But this isn't pure communism. It is not pure capitalism. We live in a mixed economy. You're exactly right. What we see today is fluid. It's not pure on either side of the spectrum.
Can I add something to the
I
conversation?
think
One second, Stu. So like even in the Marxists, go ahead.
No, I think it's capitalist socialist society that we have. It's capitalism with social programming,
Right.
programs in it. It's not, completely just one. Go ahead. Elijah.
No, but yeah. What I was saying is even if you were to take Marxism, right, and try to find some way to check her, right? If you put the power of penalizing the people for getting greedy, just like you want to penalize the corporations or the politicians for getting greedy, you'd be going right back and operating like a republic. So it wouldn't really be true Marxism at that point.
Yeah, because then the penalizer would end up being a pseudo government body because whoever you would still need some regulatory body to double check it. Yeah, I'm done. I was
and also we operate
Marxism.
We also operate from a guise that people are pieces of shit. Like capitalism, the way we practice capitalism and the way we've been raised in our society, we've been raised to think in an evangelical Christian manner, where as if if God don't exist, right, then everybody gonna go start stabbing their neighbors. But human beings ain't innately evil like that. So like that's what I'm hearing. Like human beings are innately greedy. We innately want to get over and fuck over each other, but that's not the truth at all.
I agree, but I
don't think we would have made it this far if that was the case. But go ahead.
Okay. When I hear people talking about capitalism in America, I laugh. Because there's no such thing as capitalism. There's such thing as elitism. If we go back in time, after the fall of Rome, the setup of the economy in England, which was the biggest banking economy at one time in the world, is that these governments were set up in England and France, and then it came over to America, was set up to accommodate the elite class, the business class. Once you get into the business class and you reach a certain level, the government will protect you. They put systems in place. They manipulate the interest rates to the best interests, not of the populace, but of the business. They call it growth. That's why Trump now having a falling out with the central bank, because he needs the interest rates to be low to facilitate people. When you talk about capitalism, the fundamental argument that everybody brings to capitalism is that capitalism is about a free market, that the market determines the outcomes. But the market has never determined the outcomes in America since 1930, when the Great Crash occurred. The government has always determined the outcome. I try to maintain the outcome that the business class will survive and thrive. So when people talk about America as a capitalistic society, at first you have to understand, is it a free market society? Are you saying that the market determines the outcome in America and the market does not? So what you're playing at? You're playing at schematics. You're using words, like you use implement and use the word allocate. Allocate and implement is two different things. I have a deal, like Trump New Talk. I have a deals. But where's the implementation of these deals? Where's the signature? Where's it signed off on? Where people meet together? None. There's no such thing as capitalism. There's elitism. But if you don't believe that, look around for the last, since the fall, that the interest of the government has always been to facilitate business. Why do you think we're going after China now? If it was a capitalistic society, we'd have a free market society. But barriers have always been put up to protect your interests, not the interest of the individual, not the interest of the people. Do you disagree with me, Brass?
Yes, but I don't want to make it
Why?
about me and you. I agree. I think it's just the overall abandonment of capitalism. I think we have capitalism with very strong elite influence. I think that's the only way I could word it. I know it's not a free market, because if we had a free market, then we wouldn't be under so much control of the corporations where we'd have had to bail them out. You can't even call that a free market. If we had a real free market, there'd be no bailouts, there'd be no subsidies for all this bullshit. There'd be none of that. It would just be get your ass out there and compete. And if you fail, you fail. And we'll get somebody else.
Yeah, when you're saying elitism, you're describing like a feudalistic form of capitalism.
No. I'm saying within capitalism, there's a small group that has.
No, he's talking about CD's argument.
I'm talking about Stupees, not you, Brass.
Okay, go ahead.
Stupees, like even when you say the market doesn't determine the outcome, and then right after that you say the government is maintaining these corporations, don't you know that's literally the market controlling what the government's doing? Like the fact that government is making the fact they're making their decisions based off of what corporations are doing. The corporations are doing what's profitable. So the government.
I'm gonna go in the garage in a minute.
Decisions based on corporations is market controlling the government.
All right. Why are we going to push back on that? Because in a society, you have people. You have people that have all different kind of exist at all different stratas, right? The majority of the people are not the elites. The majority of the people them don't own the majority of the factors of production. Right? That's one of the things about capitalism. It tells you about the factors of production: land, labor, capital.
Yeah, it's privately owned. It's privately owned.
I had a box on.
Can I finish? No, in a capitalistic society, entrepreneurial management is given the crown. It sits on top of all of the factors of production. Would you agree or disagree with me on that?
In our style of capitalism, yes.
They were the crown, right?
Yeah.
They were the crown. So now they have more power because they were the crown. It's not the labor that have the power. The labor that did have the power coming after 1930, after World War II, when we were highly unionized, that was taken away and the crown is passed to.
Yeah, but how is that not capitalism? Capitalism is about private. Capitalism is about free
market. It's
not about the people you're quoting. Wait, brother. If the people you're saying have the crown, own the company or shareholders, right? How is that going against the theology of private ownership? The laborers own the company. They're not shareholders of the company. Yeah, they're the ones that's producing whatever's profitable for the company. I agree with you. They're the manpower of the company. But in terms of the ownership and the shareholders privately owning the company or a piece of it, how is that going against the concept of capitalism?
It's going to take me 2 days to explain, so I'll mute and listen. I'll mute and listen because if you
No,
don't
I think
understand,
we could have another. I think we could have that,
yeah, we
but
need
it's
to have
just
another. It's a
it's a
different
very long
conversation.
conversation. It's a very
Yeah, it's a
long
very
conversation.
not
Yeah,
a slow walk
and
the
intricate.
conversation.
Yeah, no, and
And
it's an
bro,
intricate
yeah,
conversation. But listen,
and
I
bro,
didn't see. I didn't
yeah,
see to. Um, I think you're right. I'm never going to agree, Stupies, and you know this, when somebody
yeah,
says we don't have something at all. I
yeah, but
think and this is what I mean by the capitalism with the elitism. We definitely have. You can look at Apple and Amazon. These are privately owned companies. Government don't own them, and they're some of the largest companies in the United States and the world. So we have
yeah, but they would
capitalism. Hold on,
no,
hold
but
on, hold on.
those companies wouldn't function without government assistance.
No, no, and
Apple,
that's what. No,
Apple
listen to where
have
I'm
10
going.
times.
That's why I say that.
Yeah,
Hold on, listen to where I'm
yeah.
going. But you can have capitalism. I know this doesn't make 100% sense, but you would definitely be some person that I say. Capitalism is not the same thing as a free market. They may over.
Please don't break up.
But hold on, bro.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
gotta
Go
get a
ahead. I
phone
can
call.
hear you.
Okay,
Yeah.
so they are similar and they may overlap, but they're a little different. So a free market is essentially no government intervention. So that's why I agree with you. But remember, we literally just watched, well, not just watched, this is a long time ago, where the government, in order for the economy not to crash completely, where we in bread lines, the government had to fucking intervene. But capitalism can exist without a free market. It can. I know that. I know that sounds difficult, but we do have the Federal Reserve controlling interest rates. Now, even if the government is over top of them, pressuring them, that's not how it's supposed to be. They may be intervening in our capitalism, but it's still capitalism. Now, hold on, stay right here. Where I fully agree with you, though, is the elitism, though. That's what I was trying to get to from before. The elitism, we have a very small group in this country, the elites, that got a level of influence over politics that is criminal. It's it's not supposed to, there's no financial system where, other than feudalism, where your wealth is supposed to translate to politics. So I agree with you on that. I'm just never going to agree, even if we have 1% capitalism, we have it. There's examples.
Right. Right. That's what I'm saying. You would have to say this is a feudalistic feudal capitalistic society.
Listen, we can't use schematics. We don't like that word either. We can't use schematics, and I understand what brass, because brass don't like to say everything or all, because it's never all. It's never like not all, right? It's always still say not all. But if you look at the situation, and you be realistic with it, and you go back and you look in time, and you look at France before Napoleon, and you look at Europe before Napoleon, and you look at America after 1930, and you look at America after 1990, when it started to condense, you realize the similarities, that what it started out as in the beginning was slowly corrupted over time. It's when JP Morgan and Rockefeller decided they're going to control the American dollar. Originally, when they're going to set up the central bank, they started to corrupt capitalism from them into cronyism.
That's what I'm saying.
Because
That's what I was saying earlier. Is what y'all saying is feudal capitalism. I'll just say it's crony capitalism. That's all it is.
It's crony capitalism, right?
Okay.
Because it's cronyism. And when you look at it, you realize
feudal lords are crony. Like you say that they're crony.
Yeah, but we don't like the use of that.
That's the nature. That's the behavior of a feudal person. They're crony by nature.
But that's the behavior of the billionaire class. No.
Hey, but why y'all don't like that language though? Because that's what I consider America. It's a neo-feudalist state.
Right.
Yeah,
what is the fear of just calling
because
it?
I don't have a problem with the word. I just think I think crony capitalism kind of sums it up a little bit more. Like it encompasses a little more in that. You know what I mean?
What it does but for people that would believe crony capitalism, it takes away the responsibility and the light off what it actually is. So when you say feudal, you start thinking about feudal times. When you say crony, you're thinking about what's actually going on. These are people and elites in a capitalistic society having way too much influence just because they're rich. Just because you're rich, just the richest people on the planet should definitely, most certainly be the people that you keep far away from politics. Because they don't have an understand. They don't have, part of the reason why you see the people at the bottom getting ignored is because what do they do in their life, in their application? They don't have an understand. Even if they came from poverty, they don't have any understanding of poverty. And one of the things that they have as cronies, hold on, I'm gonna let my point right here. One of the things they have as cronies is even the ones that came from poverty, once they picked themselves up and did whatever crime they did to get to $1 billion, they have no understanding as to why you can't do it yourself. So those are not the people that's going to advocate for social programs at a level that we need that kind of help.
You know, I like that you brought that up. I like that you brought that up because the reason being is because it mirrors feudal society. You know, the only difference is back then, the people who showed fealty to their feudal lords, they showed it because, in some sense, they had like a almost kind of deific type of respect for those people. They almost looked at them as deities, right? That's where the whole concept of like monarchy comes from and divine rule and et cetera, et cetera. Fast forward to today, the idiot class, you know, that looks at people like Donald Trump on both. I'm not just going to go right wing, but even the left wing. And they get caught up in this duality of left versus right. They basically put those people on the same pinnacle as how you would put a monarch. You know, so it's like it ends up trending in that direction anyway. Like Stu Pease was saying, once the Federal Reserve Act, you know, went into play, and then you had these barons basically subvert the entire system, it just ended up trending right back to what it was in the Middle Ages. I just feel like these people, their innate nature, it just trends toward that. I know you don't like hearing that, bro.
No, it's not that I don't like hearing it. It's just we have a wage labor system now. Feudal systems are mainly based on what's the fucking word? Where your son gets whatever you got because your last, like Game of Thrones, hereditary. It was hereditary. So now we got a political authority was inherited.
That's why we call it neo-feudalism. So it's not a one-to-one.
No. Let me tell you something. That's why we call it old money. Because the majority of wealth in America, people who are wealthy, is inherited. If you look at percentage-wise, we might have the tech billionaires now, but if you look at the real wealthy people in America, the New Yorkers, the ones who have the houses in the Hampton, is from generation. So wealth has always been hereditary.
I wasn't talking about wealth, it's two P's. I wasn't saying wealth. I was saying power. Obama's the president. We know that his daughter's about to be the president when he leaves, type shit. So I wasn't talking about money. I know it's
I think you mean like political power.
Yeah, like, I'm talking about political power.
Nowadays, a person can like Obama, who neither of his parents, to my understanding, were American, right? He's born here, first generation, and he could become president. That kind of thing would never have happened.
Never happened. When you were born dirt poor in feudalism, there was no opportunity for you to own Amazon later.
But at the same time,
not in feudalism. As if you were in a peasant, because that's also the class system, which we still have. But in feudalism, if you were born a peasant, you stayed there.
You stayed a peasant, and you know what? That's also again, I know someone's going to say it's an illusion, but the idea of capitalism is upward and downward mobility, right? So what you just described kind of displays that to a degree. I know someone's going to say it's an illusion of mobility, but That's what you kind of just
Sorry.
described.
Because most
Let
wealth
me
and power
about you.
has crystallized in this country, Troy. You know that.
No, let me tell you
Pretty.
something. Let me say something. No, let me say something. Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos is no different than the rich Shylock in The Merchant of Venice. If you read the book, The Merchant of Venice with Shylock, Shylock was a rich Jew, right? He was very rich, and he used to lend to royalties who were poor. Read The Merchant of Venice. No, Elon Musk is still a Shylock and Jeff Bezos because they facilitate them. When Elon Musk have children, he's going to try to get his children to be incorporated with the existing society. Power that you see, the person sitting on the throne, oftentimes is not the power. The power that has existed to the formation of America still exists today. So somebody becoming a mayor or a congressman, sometimes it's not the true power. The true power is invisible behind the throne, and we know that about America. Deny that. The opportunity to express that power or to show that you hold that power is different.
But the idea Brass was kind of describing is in a feudalistic society, there is no chance whatsoever for
there
that
were
mobility to
merchants
move
then.
you
There
up
was a
or
merchant
down.
class then.
But
There was a merchant class then.
But even if the chance is small, right, there is the possibility for an Obama type of like mobility, like today.
No, but
that's where
Obama
he
wasn't. Y'all acting like Obama was like this. You know, he's related. Is this a conspiracy theory, by the way? The whole thing about all the presidents being related?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a fringe theory.
It's not even fringe. It's just wrong. It's not. It's incorrect. It's not correct. I mean, you can enter it, but just know it's unequivocally. It's like Reggie being smarter. I mean, more materially knowledgeable than Egypt's
Don't do that. Don't do that.
That's how insane
You
it is.
always you don't be wanting these conversations.
Who the fuck
No, but
washing dishes or what y'all doing?
You don't be wanting these conversations to go out of control, though. So you feel me?
Hey! I don't mind it every now and then. You just got here. I might want to spark. Remember,
you got your body budget.
I got my body budget back from yesterday, so I got a little bit of some frustration.
I used all my shit up yesterday.
So what is this chief? What is this chief thing that the title of this is about? Like, what is that? I didn't see the video. Chef.
Okay, no, we need Chef for that. We need
to ignore that. Yeah, we need to ignore that. We stay on this. We stay on this topic.
Conversations in the Discord, we are way better than whatever makes the shows. So if you want to hear the whole thing, get into the Discord. But so Chef saw a video that Chief X did the other day. I wish Chief X, if you watching or you listening, hit the link and come talk about it for a second. But Chef, now they telling us we gotta chill. Chief X is his name. They done fucked his name all the way up. As soon as we start talking about Chief X, they said, "Nah, y'all gotta chill. Talk about that nigga." The first comment was, "Hey, hold on." The first comment asking, the first comment was, "If you agree with Chief X, you're a slave." If you concur with Chief X's slavery-induced assertions about Egypt, you're a house custody just like him. He needs better PR. He needs a political relations and media market manager to get his name.
Nah, it's over.
Get his name up.
No, what kind of insult is a custody? Is that from
I think they
1700s?
didn't want to get banned on YouTube, so they just said
custody. Custody is some New York shit for.
That's how I know the person got to be from New York. But so Chef saw Chief X show the other day. So he posed the question, bro, who is motherfucking remodeling their crib?
No,
you got going mute.
I thought I got hit.
It's my garage.
That's cool. Just go on. Okay, when you get a chance, go on mute. When you get a chance. So so he said he saw a video that Chief X did. And his question is, after that video, he had to ask the question, did Chief X pull ahead in the Black Egypt conversation? So
Oh my God.
explain a little bit of your point so you can get the
You
conversation
sure you
started.
want to do it? You sure you want to do this, bruh?
I'm actually interested because we've been talking about politics and having great conversations all day. This would be something for this particular audience that I think that they would
Oh,
enjoy.
okay.
I
Okay.
think this would be something we can present to them. But save your body budget at all costs, Oscar. But I hope you participate because we need the Black Egyptian consulate
I was
to
looking forward
actually
to
weigh
this.
in.
I should have came earlier then, because I'm all Egypt out right now.
Bro, we had they ain't gonna lie, that conversation was good. I'll start at least recording those so we can put them out later. But go ahead, Chef. Explain your point. Explain your question why you asked it.
It really wasn't about Black Egypt, so to say. So Haskell, just follow me. It's about him and Unc in the conversation. Did his last video make him pull ahead of Unc in the conversation? Not whether Chief X has, won the whole conversation. I'm talking about the conversation between him and Unc. Now, his last video that he posted, he showed some damaging video of Unc claiming to be an Egyptian on several different occasions. You feel me? On multiple different occasions. He then went back into the archives, right?
Okay, I get what you're saying now.
Yeah, so I'm saying, according to Chief X's last video, I kind of start to feel like between him and Unc, he done pulled ahead. You feel
So
me?
you mean credibility then?
Yeah, like it's crazy.
I need you to say this
video.
sentence. I need you to say this sentence for me.
Go ahead.
Chief X is actually more credible than him.
Yeah.
I need you to say the sentence.
No, according to the video. Right now, Unc can dispute the video and say, I don't even mean what he's saying. You dig what I'm saying? And then we'll have to look at it from his perspective. But according to the narrative that Chief X just came up with and put forth, Unc's credibility looks insane right now. You dig what I'm saying? So,
but why are you saying that though?
Let me see if I could help. To give you some backdrop, Brass, right?
Yeah.
So the way how Chief X looks at it is they were both what we used to call at a point in time Egyptomaniacs, right? Chief X developed a moniker for himself where he called himself the God Best. The God Best, of course, being a Nile Valley deity, whatever. And he actually had a tattoo of that deity. So he looks at Ankh like, me and you basically come from the same origins. But I eventually came out of my delusions, right? While you're masquerading as if you also came out of your delusions, but you're really just using euphemisms to camouflage you still have the same delusions. So the indigenous Africans and all of that type of stuff, Chief X basically saying, nigga, you cap, you front. And if you don't come out and resoundingly disavow Egypt as having anything to do with blackness, you're essentially still in that delusion.
He was officially wearing the largest up-shaped medallion that I've seen him ever wear on my ops channel. I think that was yesterday or the day before. So
really,
yes, really.
I gotta go check that out.
This nigga TC said, what I want to see is them two old niggas chew a steak. Because I don't believe neither one of them got any molars left.
That's crazy.
That's messed up, bro.
Yo, man, these niggas.
Unc said he ain't tooted in 30 years, so he should have his teeth.
Oh. So moving.
How you gonna follow that?
I don't even know how to follow some shit.
Nah, but that's what dude getting at when he say that
I
because
tried my hardest. I
when
was trying to move the shit to something else. I was trying to like get back to chef, but I just had to pause for a second. All right, I get it. I
hey,
get
but
it.
y'all
Alex.
know that's what Buddy mean, right? When
Right,
he say he don't think neither one of them got their molars.
Oh,
That's what he getting
okay.
at.
No. Yeah, he just
Uh,
said, the teeth the first to go. Yeah, he just said that too.
yeah, that's what he getting at.
Hey, wait, that's tough.
That's
Mhm.
crazy.
Shouts to you, Tuck. So,
That
but
was a
chef,
good one.
so where do you stand in it? And I want to ask the people that participate in the Black Egyptian conversation. Based on showing those past comments and probably other past comments, where do you stand in that? Like you personally, like you asked us the question, the panel will answer, but where do you stand first?
I'm waiting for a response. It looks crazy right now. I'm ready, bro. It looks crazy, right? You dig what I'm saying? But like y'all always hear me say, he's a scrapper. He finds his way out of sticky situations. You feel me? I ain't seen nothing stick yet. So, he might can get up out of that. You know what I mean? I didn't see him get out of it. I don't know if he can get out of this one. I'm just waiting to see if he's even going to address it. You dig what I'm saying? But right now, for me, it looks like Chief X then created some separation there. You feel me? Like if it's the fourth quarter and a motherfucker is 3 minutes left and the nigga go up 10 points, it's like you can start to say, okay, it's tending towards,
Right.
you know what I mean? The momentum have changed. You dig what
Hey,
I'm saying?
Elijah, put Vyasa channel in the chat for me, please.
Who?
Vyasa. You said he was on
Oh,
Vyasa
yeah.
a couple. Yeah.
So
that was Mahat. He was on Dr. Mahat's channel a couple of days ago with that.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna ask you, Haskell, but my question is it just the Egyptian thing that's bothering you, or is it the what else is it? Is it the fact that what was said besides that? Was it anything else, or was it just that?
No, yeah, that's the credibility right there. Like if you saying that the Egyptians ain't black and ain't got nothing to do, you know what I mean, with black people, and you never claimed, you know what I mean, that the Egyptians had anything to do with us, and you dig what I'm saying? Like that's clear proof that
Yeah, you know what? That's where he fucked up at. If he was like, you know what, I had a certain conception back then, but I've kind of outgrown that. But he's not saying that. He's saying, "Oh, I never said that."
Yeah. You know what I mean? So it's like we know the Almond Raw Squad and everybody thought that, or that's what they was pushing. Like that's why we used to watch them niggas. So it's like you telling us now we didn't even know what we were watching. We didn't even know why we was tuning into y'all. Like that, I think that's just insulting to everybody. But I be the only one insulted by that. And I just get frustrated. Never believe it. I be like, oh my God, it's just disgusting, yo. Like, I don't know.
But that's like the most insidious thing about like narcissism, because like a narcissist just gonna keep gaslighting, and you're looking for like some honesty, and it's just never gonna happen. So you're just gonna drive yourself crazy.
But I be wanting honesty from the community. You feel me? I be wanting honesty from the community more than anything. I can take somebody being delusional, right? But if people are agreeing to a person's delusion, now I'm looking at y'all. You think what I'm saying? If we all sitting in the room and a nigga come in this motherfucker butt naked talking about he got on a 3-piece suit, we can all say that yo is fucking crazy. You know what I mean? But if any of us start playing into that, like, yeah, that's a nice 3PC. Now y'all are agreeing to the delusion. And you trying to make me look like I'm fucking crazy. You feel me? Like, why can't everybody admit what the fuck it is? You know what I mean? I don't understand that part. That's the part that fucks with me more than the person fucking lying. Is people agreeing when they know a motherfucker lying. Like, how do you do that? Like, what the fuck is in your insides that make you? Y'all see what I'm saying?
Nah, I know exactly what you're saying. Hey, Brad, what's the name saying?
You might be giving the audience too much credibility, Chef. Hey, Chief X said he was kicked out the Discord, y'all. Just to let y'all know.
He can come back for a conversation, but he earned every piece of that shit because I remember what he said. So he had a moment where he had to be removed. There was he might not even remember what he said, but there was some shit he said that he had to go for a second. But he could definitely come back because I don't want to talk about his points and this, that, and the other. So somebody put the link or send him the send him the link.
Send him an invite or something. I don't know how to do that, but put the link in there and unkick him.
Well, while you off mute, Corey, what's your thought on it? What's your thought on the comment?
Hey, Brad, take Super.
Yes, sir.
Mute.
Okay, he's still in the garage, man.
See, he asked him to come off mute, so he must be good. Shit.
No, he's off mute now.
All right, go ahead. He's off mute. Go ahead, Corey. What's your thought while you could talk? I know you can't talk the whole time.
Yeah, I think he did a good job of highlighting some things that I don't know. I'm of the opinion of Chevron. I liked it. I think he did a good job. Do I think his sycophants is going to see it in the way that I see it? No. Do I think it's going to change the opinions of people in this Black Egypt conversation? No. I don't think it's gonna. I just think it was a good video, but I don't think it's gonna have the repercussions that Chief X think it's gonna have.
And what do you think? What do you think Chief X thinks is going to happen? That's going to change the narrative of the community or change the worldview of the community?
Well, he thinks it's going to open the eyes to the audience that Unc says he's never been pushing this Black Egypt, right? He talks about this, they just African and all of that and other, but that's only because he's moved his position. He's changed his position, right? Chief X thinks the audience is going to see his position change, but they're not going to see that, bro. I mean, even if they do, they won't acknowledge it. So I just think I think it was good for like people like me, and I think it was good for people like Chevron, you know what I'm saying, to watch it and laugh and understand where he's going with it. But I just think for the most part, right, the audience is they only go off of personalities, they don't go off of information. They don't stand on principle. You know what I'm saying? And that's what Chief X think. Chief X think that, we can show that his principles, he's not standing on principle. You know what I'm saying? But they don't give a fuck about that. This community ain't principled. This ain't a principled community. This is an ideological community. You know what I'm saying? So that's it. That's my thoughts on it.
Who else saw the video? I gotta go watch this video, but who else saw the video that can weigh in? Stupi said, "Come off mute." Did you see it, or Logic? Did you see it?
I didn't see it. I just happened across the whole Dr. Mahal video, but I didn't click on it. I don't got the other channels.
Can't really hear your microphone low.
Yeah, I don't got the other channels subscribed to, but I happened to see the Dr. Mahal, like it just came up on my thing, and I just seen the chain he got on. That's all I see. I ain't click on it.
Okay.
No,
No,
so I'm just of the opinion, like, for the people that did see it, you know what I mean, and understand who's been saying what, like, did that damage the his position? You dig what I'm saying? Especially his position that he never was teaching that, and you dig what I'm saying? That's like, come on, bro, like, you know what I mean? Like, I just like validation that I ain't crazy. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Chef, the nigga name is Uncle Keck. Come on. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Yeah, but he be sounding so convincing when he be saying that he never taught that. That wasn't his thing, and this, that, and the third. And it's just like, you know, and then the fact that everybody ain't screaming, nigga, you lying. I just be like, what in the hell? You feel me?
Hey, I
Like,
would have thought that the whole I got magi in my blood would have done. I mean, like, if that ain't the wildest thing to me, I don't know why people don't see that the same way I see it. That's about the wildest shit I've heard. I ain't never heard Infudishi say no shit like that, bro. I've never heard Infudishi say that, bro. Like, come on, man.
yo, Hoodiness never said it. You feel me? That is crazy. Nigga, so, I don't know. So, you know what I mean? That's crazy that ain't nobody else watching. But us, you know what I mean? And that be an issue too. I think people don't be watching stuff on purpose. You feel me? Like I
That
think
way
a
they can
lot of
say,
it,
I ain't see it.
exactly,
I definitely didn't watch it on purpose, so I'm guilty.
plausible deniability. You know what I mean? People be wanting plausible but deniability. So when you bring it up to them, you know what I mean, and they know it's a good point, they can say they ain't seen it. You know what I mean? So they can argue, they can keep arguing from their stance and never acknowledge some damaging information. You know what I
Hey,
mean?
but
Like,
if you ask them, did they see the Kemet on trial? They be like, hell yeah, I seen Kemet on trial.
so they don't even remember what the fuck he was saying on the Kimmin on trial thing. You know, so I don't know. It's some wild shit right there. It's some wild shit.
Man, y'all can't blame us for not seeing everything,
It's
though. You
starting to
niggas got
become so much. It's starting to become so much material, and half of it is just slander. And you know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of hard to keep up with. You know what I'm saying? It's hard enough to kind of try to keep up with the scientific articles and information, and then to keep up with the latest slander. You asking me to be, into something I may not even have. I learned the side of it from you. You know what I'm saying? To be honest with you, I had no
No,
idea that Uncle was claiming to be an Egyptian on multiple different platforms. Like I had no idea. So that's funny to hear.
no, but see, I'm not even talking about you. You feel me? I'm talking about his audience. You feel me? The people over there
No,
who,
I got a good reason to. Where I understand where they absolutely should be. Somebody keeping tabs of it. Somebody know when Chief X going on for sure. I absolutely agree.
Well, somebody invited him in. The chat has said the conscious community are some of the most duplicitous, disingenuous, and willfully obtuse people you'll ever meet in your life. The conscious community got people walking around Harlem thinking that they are Egyptian high priests. Absolutely crazy. It says Chief X is closer to the truth than most. I like this comment here about that. The fact that we would actually say that probably the most sane person in the Black Egypt conversation and conscious community conversation is walking around the city of Harlem, New York, believing that he is a high priest, and that is actually the sane bar. The part that we trying to say, y'all not as sane as him, the guy walking around Harlem as a high priest.
And he goes to Egypt and cusses out the tour guides because he got more rights than them because that's his ancestors' plateau.
Hilarious. I don't think it gets worse than that. I want to believe it gets worse than that, but if he's the most sensible, he's the bar that you guys should be more like him, and he is a Harlem comedian high priest.
But even he didn't say he had magi in his blood, though.
Why does that bother you so much? Out of all the things that's been said, why the fuck does that bother you so much? Why do you keep saying that? Why does that one particularly bother you? Particularly, you on mute if you're talking, Corey.
Oh yeah, because if I'm on tape telling motherfuckers that I got magi in my blood, right? My DNA this is after the Kemet on trial. This is the day after the video that Chief X showed, right? Where he was telling everybody in the audience, see, because he is Kemet on trial. He's standing up and saying, look, I'm even akin to the Egyptians, right? This is proof that this is proof of, that the black folks as Egyptians, that we have we ain't the crazy ones. The Hebrew Israelites is the crazy ones. That's basically what the Kemet on trial was about. They was saying that, Egyptians was doing a lot of gay shit and that you niggas ain't Egyptians, right? So, that's what he's up there proving that he's Egyptian and they going to get all these papyruses and shit. And, I got my DNA done and I got magi in my blood. But then you come to the community and say, well, I never taught that black people was Egyptians and this and that. I was never saying the Egyptians was black and all of this old wild shit. But you sitting on the couch saying that I got magi in my blood, bro. To me, that's some wild ass shit, bro. And even Jabari ain't even done no shit like that, bro. I don't know. Maybe y'all look at it different than me. I don't know. I just think that's wild. You know what I'm saying? Like to sit up and tell that kind of lie.
Some smoke there.
Because you don't got. Because the thing is, if I'm telling you that I got magi in my blood, I know I don't. I know I don't have. He know he don't. Everybody sitting on the couch with him knew he don't got no fucking magi. Like, shut up. Like, what is you saying, bro?
I don't even think that'll come up on a DNA test.
It wouldn't even come up, bro.
Like, so how do you say that? Like, with a straight face. Like,
I mean, that's a caliber lie that, like, I don't think nobody in the conscious community, like I said, Jabari wouldn't be comfortable saying that.
That's James Small type shit. That's James Small type shit.
I don't know that James Smalls would even wince at that. Like James Smalls was over a little bit.
Nah, that's James Smalls level. That nigga said he was at the airport with Huey Newton and had a shootout with the cops. He ain't go to jail.
That's pretty
that's damn near worse.
I think that's a little worse.
That's damn near. The feds is looking for him. But he on Sarnetta once every 2 weeks, but they can't find him. Get the fuck out of here. No.
Not only that, he was laying down with a shotgun shoot with one hand.
Right.
And a pistol in the other.
A shotgun and
he had a pistol in one hand. The fact that you can one hand a shotgun says a lot, but one hand a shotgun down is diabolical.
Yeah.
Diabolical.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Those are the caliper lies that they comfortable with. That's exactly what I'm saying. What Like, yo, that shit ain't
Yeah,
gonna like
you can
showing.
only get that off over here. You can't
Yeah,
get that off
showing them
nowhere else.
Chief X doing that video and showing that shit ain't gonna affect that. They gonna still sit there and clap it up. Yeah, Chief X. All you gotta do is say, "Well, was Chief X drinking?" Yeah, and everybody clap and move on. They just start talking about how drunk Chief X is. That's it.
Or
They
he
not gonna
stole
even.
some shoes. Or he stole some shoes. You feel me? Did he steal girl shoes? You know what I mean? That so crazy.
However, whether we like it or not, Chief X fucked up his credibility with that shoes thing. And it's going to be used on him.
How?
Yeah, because
I mean, I'm
I
not
would
even sure
argue.
whose word to take on that shoes thing. Like, that shit still ain't clear if you ask me.
He sent the shoes back. If you don't realize a smear tactic, then just say you don't like them. But that they clearly
I didn't.
joking and smearing, man.
I didn't know that he sent the shoes back.
Yes,
I didn't know.
that's
No,
crazy. He
Right.
told them he found somebody's shoes, right? The lady, he actually put it out there. I found a pair of shoes. Somebody left their shoes, right? Unc and them said, okay, well, send the shoes back. He said, I ain't got the money to ship nobody's shoes right now. I ain't financially in that place. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? But a week later, he found the money and he shipped the lady her fucking shoes. So
realized that the shoes were worn.
Yeah, but
At least Chief X is honest to his fault. He at least honest enough to say he tried them on.
Yeah,
Like,
he was honest enough to say he tried them on.
That ain't, you don't get.
Hold on,
you don't get credit for being, I guess, a good Samaritan. When you put your funky, callous, horned up feet in the women in that.
So you gotta add all them adjectives on it.
Now you gotta describe his feet as being athletic.
But that's crackhead behavior, Chef.
Well, it could listen. So mote it be. Like I ain't.
No, and here's the thing too, Chef. He only admitted it because they realized that it was worn, and they pointed it out to him. He didn't volunteer that information. They was like, "Hold up, you wore these?" And he was like, "Yeah, I did." Yeah, he's wearing those shoes.
I mean, I know all this is a joke, but like, how does that correlate to what he talks about with Egypt?
Exactly.
You don't have no credibility because he's a thief.
If I play a video of you saying something that you said you never said, and you say, yeah, yo, but you stole out the cash register at a CVS. So now the video I play of you saying what you said you ain't say ain't credible because I played it?
Yeah, it'd be different if Chief X was making up the claim himself. He played the video of the person saying it themselves.
Yeah, like it's a bunch of attacking the narrator. Like let's just slander the speaker so nobody trusts anything he says, even if it's unrelated.
Well, yeah, I think what runs into it too, though, True. And by the way, True, I do this all the time, but you're not special. That's one. But I'm about to say something. I actually appreciate that we get a new voice in these conversations, and I've heard you talk on other things, so I'm glad you're in here speaking with us. But I gotta say the you're not special thing for my own pride and ego. Moving forward, the character assassination. When you try to assassinate somebody's character rather than defeat their argument, that's like that is something that happens. I mean, I guess I'm coming from a political point of view. That happens all the time. So that's not nothing necessarily new. It's just usually you don't call somebody
in debating that you really can't deal with the argument the speaker is presenting. Like you you have to somehow discredit the speaker to the audience and the listening viewers
instead of his
as
idea.
opposed to dealing
Right.
of dealing with what they're presented.
Or you do both. But in this case, the only weird thing I always thought, I mean, we did the show. Maybe we'll play the audio and go over the conversation and see. I don't know where y'all all stood, but if y'all forget, if y'all remember, whatever word we want to use, Chief X and him had the conversation in here about the whole thing. And the only thing that I left from it, I kind of appreciated both their honesty in the moment, but I don't know how you call one a thief when the other said, I took that shit. Now, you could say it on some gangster shit, you could say it on some armed robbery shit, or you bullying another motherfucker, but it's thievery on both sides, if that's the case. Because if one took a shoe, one took Moringa. It ain't no fucking difference unless we playing the media market game, or the one guy got better public relations, or one guy got better marketing, right? But he admitted, I mean, that was an honest shit. I appreciated that shit. Because I was the one saying, like, you know, it's not like you stole from him. I agreed with him. But then when he said he stole the Moringa from him, yeah, it's the same shit. It's like a thief. You call one thief calling another person a thief. It ain't. But if you don't, the only way you can't see it that way is if you got the marketing, or you trying to protect one. You know what I mean? Or you trying.
But why would I judge a debate off of any one of them stealing something from each other? Why would I judge a scholastic debate or about a whole nother issue? Why would I judge that off of either one of them, whether you feel like taking the Moringa was wrong? I discredit for taking the Moringa and not listening to his argument. I wouldn't do that to you feel me? I would listen to his argument. So I wouldn't do that to Chief X either. Like, that's just crazy.
If you're attacking the speaker on something that's related to the topic, then it's warranted. Like what Chief X is doing about showing calling himself an Egyptian, that is low key attacking too. But it's related to the Egypt conversation. What the hell does Chief X stealing some shoes got to do with Black Egypt?
It has to do with credibility.
On Black Egypt? On Black Egypt?
I don't see them being anywhere close to a
Can I speak, please?
Go ahead.
Why I can't speak?
Oh, wait. Go ahead, Logic. I thought you were just making a comment. Go ahead, Logic.
No, let him
first. I was speaking first. He cut me. I forget to your channel. My apologies. Go ahead.
Give it 2 seconds. Go ahead, Logic. Give it 2 seconds.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Stu.
I'll defer.
Go ahead, Stu.
I was saying that it is about credibility. The credibility of an individual when it comes to politics, when it comes to debate, it is very important. Because how should I trust your information when I can't trust you?
And can you verify his information? Can you verify his information? Do you have the ability to verify his information?
We don't have time for that. It don't work like that in the real world. And you know that. You know that.
We actually do have time for that. Go ahead and talk.
Yeah. All right. In the real world, when it comes to debate, your credibility is determined whether or not people going to even waste time to research, even going to utilize them time to research what you're saying, to follow up on what you're saying. That is why people always try to, what the word is, besmirch or what the word. My brain, you know that. Always try to do that to people. Because what it tells you is that a man who lose over some merengue, who steals something simple like merengue, or a pair of shoes, will do any fucking thing. Right? But that's my 2 cents.
No, what I was saying was
Sorry,
So how we get to the Moringa? How we get there? How we get to the
Moringa? Don't run no type of parallel. Because they was both talking about, okay, one of them, they both done did some crazy shit, right? Like, but with that stuff aside, how do you, like Chef was saying, how do you then go on to judge the scholastical part of their conversation was some messed up stuff they did to each other in the past. Like that's not even what we talking about. And what Chief X is saying, right? Chief X is saying, so how did you never teach Black Egypt, but you walk around talking about what your bloodline is? You know what I'm saying? Like that's clearly that's a contradiction to everything else that you've been saying. It actually is. You know what I'm saying? How can you proudly say that your bloodline is Egypt, but you was never saying that Egypt for Black people and you consider yourself Black? Like how does that even happen? How could you think that your bloodline is Egypt and then not consider them Black and you consider yourself Black? How does that happen?
Because
The
Chief
worst
X have
part
enough
about that
credibility
is he never
and all.
even thought his bloodline was Egyptian though. Like he never thought that. He just said that. Like he just lied about
I'm
that.
kind of
Go ahead.
afraid at this point. Uncle say he never thought he was Black. He don't use the word Black. I'm afraid that's
yeah, damn.
I think he just. I wouldn't put it past him. He might have said it a couple times before.
There go that shoe stealing, moringa selling motherfucker right there.
See,
They miss him with that bright
Chief
ass
X,
thumbnail.
they say you got one up right now on them. They say you
Yeah.
up. You up one.
Been having one up since day one.
This is what I'm looking for.
Shit, leave it to him, bro. One up since day one. But go ahead.
And let me clarify something because
if you got a snapback,
Go ahead,
Chief,
Chief X.
just go ahead and loosen
I haven't been
loosen up a
listening to the
notch or
whole.
two.
I haven't been listening to the whole show, but I definitely tuned in when Haskell was lying on me about these shoes. I don't know why he continues to lie on me about these shoes. Haskell, can I ask you a question? Why do you want me
not
to
here.
what? Oh, okay. Son of a gun.
Wait till he come back. Wait till he come back.
Yeah, I'm like, why is he so dead? Why is he
Don't
so?
go right to beefing, Chief.
Come
Like,
on, we
I
trying
don't
to
want to go
hear
back to beefing.
Yeah, we want
but
to
I
hear
do.
your
I do.
thought. That's gonna fuck up the what's the name. We're saying. Well, Chef is saying we're discussing that based on the videos that you played about. I don't really understand it. Somebody else had to explain that shit. I can't even lie and said I watched it.
I know what you're talking about.
Okay, go ahead.
I was playing, but these are old videos that I've been played and did presentations about, right? What's my boy? Logic. Let me ask you a question. Whose videos do you watch?
Nowadays,
do you watch videos?
No.
Who do you watch? Anybody?
Honestly, some of the most conscious community stuff I've been watching lately have been on Q Butter's channel. Like I'll put some of that stuff on and go to sleep. But you know, a lot of what I've been watching lately is chess videos, man. I've been watching people play chess and learn some tactics on that kind of stuff as I, wind myself down for the day. I've been watching a lot more of that than I have conscious community stuff lately. So
okay.
No offense to nobody in particular. It just, so at times you kind of got to put this stuff down to be interested in it again. You know what I'm saying? I don't follow it like a soap opera. Like I'm actually a little bit more concerned about the information. So when it starts to get like all beef and personal, that's not really my jam.
Okay, so just to let you know, if you want the information, you should follow my channel because I don't always be beefing. I be kicking some great information.
The last one I saw was probably one of yours when you did that African slavery joint. I watched that. I did see that actually. You did a good job on that video.
Okay, cool.
You got some props, bro. You can't, and I did it live. You can't say I don't do it no more.
Okay, cool. So that video I played with Ankh and Reggie was an old video. I put it together like 3 years ago. But see, I know Ankh a little better than most people. Me and Ankh was down in the Blog Talk days when they had Blog Talk Radio. I used to have guests and my teacher, who I consider Mathu Attar, who was Mathu Attar. Mathu Attar is Ashwakwazi's direct peer. They kind of grew up together under Dr. Ben. But I was closer to Mathua Tar. We used to go to movies together. He's the person who actually called my teacher. Okay. So I used to have Mathua Tar come on Ank's Blog Talk show and all this old stuff, right? And so I know exactly where
Has
Ankh is coming
got
from.
over his stroke, Chief X? How's he doing after his stroke?
You know
All
what?
right.
He recovered real quick. I went to see him in a hospital when he had the stroke, but he's recovered. But Mathu's, we don't really talk no more because I've been on this debunk Black Egypt thing.
Yeah, I had a conversation with him about that a couple years ago. Someone had him call me, and yeah, I was on that. Yeah, he's still on that Black Egypt stuff.
Who's this?
Yeah. We don't give a shit. Go ahead, Chief X.
Okay, who was that was talking though?
That's Howard, stand-up guy from the West. I mean, not from the West.
Yeah.
You from the West, right?
Yeah, I'm from Los Angeles.
Okay, yeah. Because last time I thought you said you was. I think I put you somewhere else. But yeah, shouts to Matula Baraka. But go ahead, Chief X.
Crazy. So I know exactly where Ankh is coming from and what he's claimed and what his group members has claimed. I remember me and Asar Imhotep, we're sitting here arguing on Facebook and about this when the argument first jumped off. And Asar commented, yes, African Americans are descendants of the ancient Egyptians, and I stand on that. This is what Asar Imhotep said. While the Amun Ra squad, the group is still together, Ankh never pushed back on that at all. He just let it slide like, yep, this is what it is. So we always known Ankh has represented African Americans and just Black folk in general as being descendants of ancient Egyptians or have something to do with it. So he's backpedaling now for some strange reason, but it's okay to admit that. You know what I mean? It's okay for me to admit my old beliefs and things I used to believe and don't believe no more. I don't have a problem with it. I don't have no foolish pride, no ego. I was on some dumb shit a bunch of times, and it's okay. You know what I mean? But I don't see why a lot of other people can't admit this, and people just want to hold on to these old things because people say they don't want to act. They don't want to be the person to everything you didn't taught for the last 15 years been wrong. They don't want to be that person. So it's a lot of ego involved with this non-Black Egypt thing. You know what I mean?
And Chief, X, can I ask you one question, brother?
Sure.
All right. So are you of the opinion that the people migrated into Egypt from the north, or are they indigenous to that area?
Well, I believe that all the North Africans there today and in ancient times are indigenous and have been there forever and ever and ever and ever. But
I don't mean no offense, but that ain't no question you would just think of by yourself, Thunder. Who you been talking to, man?
Nigga, all right. Let me explain.
Wait a minute, that was Thunder?
Hold on, that's me. So I was under the opinion. So
no. Let me finish the answer though, because I didn't finish it. Because I do, but two things can be right, is what I'm saying. So yes, their distant, their distant ancestors did come from other lands outside of Egypt, and their DNA shows that. It's not just me saying this; their DNA says this. You know what I mean? So they came in and populated the land, and it was populated for thousands of years. You know what I mean? And then they started a nation state. So I do believe that them people has been migrating in and out and back migrating in and out for 70,000 years. So they've been going up and down the Nile for thousands of years also.
So let me explain to you why I said that. It was me. I was a person that believed that none of those people were African. They were all Middle Easterners that just came in there and blah blah blah, right? So but of course Ngozi and he was the first one to bring it up, and then actually I read the article.
You changed your stance now?
Oh yeah, you gotta change your stance on that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you got to. I mean, you don't have no choice. I mean, when you read it, that's why I asked. So when you read these things and you still keep the same, and I was really piggybacking off of what you pause. I was piggybacking off what you said earlier about being willing to change your mind. Everybody's wrong about something. We ain't gonna be right about everything. And also admitting that you was wrong. I admit that I was wrong because I really didn't look at them as Africans. I looked at them as Asians that crossed the what is that
The Sinai.
the Sinai Canal and it's two of them. What's
No.
The Sinai Peninsula.
The Sinai
Sinai Peninsula and what's the other? It's on the other side.
That's what you're talking about.
Saying what I'm doing?
The Mediterranean.
Yeah.
The Sahel Desert. That would be the other side you're talking about.
But my point is, I thought I didn't look at I never looked at these Egyptians as Africans ever. And then, of course, it goes ahead to beat the brakes off me. And then I had to actually look at the article that he shared, and it was clear day. So I was just piggybacking off of him saying sometimes you gotta admit when you're wrong and then make your adjustment. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, in one video I said
hold on. Let me right real quick, Chief X. You guys. So do you understand that people are more closely genetically related to Western Asians, even though that you calling them African? You understand that?
I'm talking about being indigenous. I'm not really talking about DNA or anything along those lines. Me personally, I agree, but I'm also not finna make that overshadow the fact that those people are indigenous Africans, right? I want that to be the overarching
I tried to see if I could trip you up right there, and you didn't go for it. So shout out. Tried to trip you up. Good job.
I don't know why y'all do me as a dummy. I have 2 degrees and I'm working in well, never mind. Listen, I'm not a dummy, bro.
No, I'm not. I'm not taking you for a dummy. I wanted to see how well you understood what you were saying.
No, you asked me how did I come up with that question. Somebody had to tell me or something like I'm dumb or something. That's what I mean.
That don't mean that you dumb. I don't take you to be. I don't take you to. You ain't showed that level of interest to understand the nuance of that question. I didn't expect you to understand the nuance of the last question I gave you. It takes a certain level of interest to even. You can hear it. I tell you, the first 10 times I heard him say that shit, it sounded like 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish, and then maybe somewhere on the 11th time I understood what he was actually talking about.
The other day I made a mistake. Why did I make a mistake? And some people clown me on the Ox show. I said 1/4 of Egypt is in West Asia. The only reason I said that is because I couldn't think of the name, and you just brought it back to me. The Sinai Peninsula is Egypt, and the Sinai Peninsula actually is in West Asia. That's what I meant.
I'm about to look it up right now. Hold on. There's 2 different ways into to Egypt, and I know one of them is Sinai. Let me look. Y'all go ahead. I'm sorry.
Hey, Logic, if you thought Thunder was stupid, would you tell him?
I like what Thunder been saying the last few days.
I don't. Go ahead, Chief X. Keep saying what you were saying.
What's going on, man? You
I'm just checking the temperature. I'm just checking your temperature today. Seeing where we at today.
Yeah, Thunder is dumb as a bag of bricks, but I'm just playing. Just kidding. Just kidding.
But the question, though, Thunder, and you can get in on this part, and I promise we're not trying to have a slanderous conversation, but it leads to. It's not really the facts of the conversation, so I can't follow the facts. Yeah. But one of the things in the community that I've always been interested in is, I've always said, Chief and Thunder, there should be a tracker. Somebody y'all pay to do this, right? To where if you said something in 2000 or not 2000. Yeah, 2000. As long as you've been on video or something like that. If you said something in 2000, when you do change your stance or you do say something else, there should be some kind of thing where it's like a known thing. And if it's cool, like if you change based on new information, ball game. I've no you can't have a problem with that, because if you stay the same with new information, you're an idiot. But if these videos, and I ain't gonna lie to you, Chief X, I haven't seen it, but if the video is saying that essentially Egyptians was black during that time, or that he was Egyptian or something like that, when the narrative changes, this is my question to Thunder and Chief X. When the narrative,
hold on, the Suez Canal. That's what I was talking about.
Okay.
The Suez Canal. But
No, that's new. That's new.
Yeah, that's new and that's man-made.
Man-made.
Yeah, like 1800s.
That
some
ain't
shit like
existing
that.
ancient time.
So
It's
is
like
that
the Panama Canal.
Go ahead, Brad. My bad.
So when this question is to you and Chief. So when a person changes, right? But they said some wild shit. And I've heard even wilder shit than this, but we'll just keep it on Egypt. Why doesn't the community en masse tend to say, well, that person's just not credible? Like, yeah, I like him, might be entertaining, but at one point, you know, he said he was Magi, or he said he was Egyptian, or some shit like that.
Because the majority of the people moved along with him.
Change on that?
They moved along with them. All of them was half that shit before too. Most of the community claimed they was Egyptian at one point.
And Magi?
Yeah, they still doing it now. All on Smash Channel.
They don't say that they're blood. Wait, hold on. They say that the people on Smash Channel say that the people that support that or down with that say that they have the blood of, hold on, say. They say that they have the blood of Magi archers running through their veins.
No.
Right. I'm saying that to that level. If you say that once and then you say you Egyptian
DNA
later,
test, got it.
Yeah, how do you then be able to even participate in the argument later? I'm gonna have Thunder answer first, and then you, Chief.
I hear your question, but when you first asked the question, when you first brought up the fact of a tracker of some sort, right. I think that begs the question: why would a tracker even be necessary if we are acquiring this new data, factoring that in, and of course, making the amendments to our hypothesis?
Because if the amendments is change, if you're making changes based on new data, that makes sense. But if you're saying that you had the blood of a Magi archer before, and then now you have Egyptian DNA, and then in 2025-26, from what I'm hearing from Chef, the person is now saying, I never said none of that. And Egyptians have always not been black, right? And I don't know enough about the conversation to argue the point, but I'm just saying, if I say 2 + 2 is 6 in 2000, 2 + 2 is now 8 in 2015, and then in 2026, I say, I've always been saying 2 + 2 is 4. You didn't change based on new information. I gotta feel like you kind of knew 2 + 2 was 4 the whole time. You was just saying shit just to kind of.
Well, I think it's more. I think it's the only thing that's important is that he actually does know that 2 + 2 is 4. Not the fact that he changed up 2 or 3 times before.
Well.
Okay.
I gotta ask Chief X a quick question.
Let Chief answer this one first, and then you can have it. Answer that, because that's a.
So then credibility doesn't matter.
Well, you can put okay, good.
Now. So you're saying it only matters what you say now, at the present moment, right? If
right.
You go ahead.
I think what I'm ultimately saying is,
Because if credibility don't matter for him, then it don't matter for nobody.
It's not about credibility. I don't think you lose credibility because you were wrong and you right.
No, I'm not. No, for not admitting that you were wrong and then saying you never taught that or that's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, so what are we saying? Why am I agitated?
Let me ask you a question. Do you say that a person, just because, let's just say they lied, right? They lied about certain stances that they had, but ultimately they ended up with the consensus. Which one is more important, the fact that they lied or the fact that they with the consensus? Now,
well, you don't do nothing.
Importance is not the lack of acknowledgement. Thunder, right? Because what's really important is accountability. So when you change, right, that's a part of being accountable. And what you saying is absolutely right. It's important. The most important thing is that you get on the right track, right? But a part of that getting on the right track is the accountability part.
But then again, so you also have issues between people and different biases that people will lean on, and they may well know good and well Unc may be wrong on something, but since they're down with him and a part of his clique, they won't say it. It's kind of like what Chef is saying. People are just not going to be accountable for certain things. You know, it's part of the go along, get along gang. But one reason that Unc and then was talking about Magi blood and all this old crazy stuff is because, like I always tell people, the conscious community has always taught that the Egyptians and the Cushites are the same people, basically. So that's why Ankh can have Magi blood and Egyptian blood. You know, it's all the same shit to these people. You know what I mean? And always has been. But everything is about foolish pride to me. And people just not in integrity, lack of integrity people don't have.
In 2026, what is it that you and Ankh disagree on, Chief X? Outside of disagreeing on what he said in the past, what do you two disagree on?
That's the biggest disagreement. That's the biggest disagreement.
Yeah, but outside of that,
that's the biggest disagreement.
What do you disagree on?
Neither one of them don't admit when they said something wrong and when they move their stances. So it's a personal thing. You dig what I'm saying? Between them two.
So you guys don't really have a difference on Black Egypt in 2026. It's more so
we do.
Okay, so
what
is it?
It's small nuances, but you have to understand. Ankh is kind of a gatekeeper in a sense, not really, but with Egypt, he's a gatekeeper, not on anything else. You know what I mean? Ankh is kind of, in a sense, he's riding the fence, is the way I would put it. So sometimes he'll be in a conversation with a certain group and they think, okay, Ankh thinks Egyptians are black. So he everybody don't know his he doesn't take a hard stance on it. But me and Ankh don't disagree on a lot of stuff in history, but Ankh will make it personal. He'll create a disagree it.
They have a personal vendetta, and they've been going back and forth for about the last 6-7 years. And this is just their outlet to do it. They have no disagreements. Both agree they're indigenous. Both agree they ain't got nothing to do with the Middle East and all that. They may have started there, but they're indigenous to the area. They know both of them agree that they're Africans. They have no disagreement.
Here's what we really disagree on, though Thunder. Still pushes that they came from the South, alluding to some black folk. Yeah, he is.
Y'all say he changed, but I think he's still pushing black. Because the whole, I looked at this video with him pulling up this map and it's talking about Northeast Africa, and the map is showing like fucking Zimbabwe. Like damn, like you know what I'm saying? Like it's got way down past past Lake Victoria, where this green area. He got this map showing Northeast Africa, this green area. It's
When you
like,
say
what the
Northeast
fuck
Africa,
are
that
you
includes black
saying
folk.
here? Like, what? Like, it's obvious to me what he's saying. I mean, he just hiding his hands, right? So, to me, Chief, I think all of this is a futile effort. I would just let him have the shit, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because, like, I mean, I don't understand. Like, if you would like the Egyptians to be black, like you could just say that. You know what I'm saying? And to me, you would be more principled. Like it's about principle to me. Like, you know what I'm saying? It ain't about like what you think. Cause I could have a conversation with Smash all day long. Like, but I could call Smash. Like, I
I'm gonna
don't
tell
have
you.
any fucking problem with Smash. I don't have a problem with you because you think the Egyptians was black. That's not a problem. It's about the dishonesty. It's about the accountability. It's about the principle. It's about the integrity. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm saying what I ain't saying, but I am saying what I ain't saying, and I ain't. It's, all that flim flam bullshit. To me, that's bullshit, bro. You know what I mean? I ain't never been saying this, and I ain't never been saying that, but you've been moving around the whole time, and don't nobody on either side know what you're saying. That's why he got into it with Smash now. You know what I'm saying? Because they thought he was saying what he was saying. But then he was like, oh, no, I ain't saying what he said because he done moved now. You know what I'm saying? He done moved, and without acknowledging it, that's where the controversy comes with Smash now. All they had to do is say, well, Smash, you know what? I was on your side, bro. I was right there with you. But now I don't feel like that no more. Now the evidence is pointing more towards this, and this is where I'm moving. Him and Unc would still be cool, still to this day, if he would have said that.
You
I
make
promise,
everybody around you. You basically make everybody around you a fucking liar. You feel me? Like how it's like how like bro. So ain't nobody never understood what you were saying. So it's either we have comprehension problems or we just liars. You know what I mean? We gotta accept. You know what I mean? Too like we understand everybody else, but for some reason. You the only motherfucker that we never understood. How was that possible?
Okay, look, I think it's like with your girl, right? Your girl may say something. Oh, I ain't say that. You know she said it. You was standing right there when she said it. We even got it recorded. We got the text message. They gonna still deny, right? At that point, you let it ride, bro.
Now you punch her in the mouth.
No, you let it
At that point, you got to leave her alone.
I wish we had a chat GPT.
Get out of her. Like, why would you sit there and keep listen? That's crazy.
You leave it alone, bro. Just say, okay, you're right, and move on. That's it.
No, but this different. This different with than your girl. That's a different example, right? So now we talking about an audience here, though, right? We talking about people's being accountable to an audience, to the listening audience, right? That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah,
showing integrity, right? This is why I talk about the snake oil salesmen in the 3-card. That's 3-card money.
Yeah,
That's 3-card money all day
these
long,
conversations are recorded. They are recorded. We can play back the words. And the problem is he'll hear exactly what you're saying he said and say, oh, but it's not the way you think I'm saying it. It means this.
But you know what? You know what? How I can get away with all of it, though, Chef Ring and Corey. When Unc is actually kind of glad that his old Amin Ra Squad YouTube channel was shut down. It's so many. It would be so many daggers in that collection of videos. Chef, did you ever used to watch them?
What I was saying yesterday.
Hell
Chef.
yeah, that's the only reason we started following them and watching them is because they were saying the Egyptians was black. What the fuck?
That old Amin Rod Squad channel, that young Pharaoh had got their channel shut down, but that channel had all the info on it.
What's up, Reggie?
Nah, this is something that happens. I've
Reggie
never
even
seen until I got on the internet.
Reggie will tell
And I
you
know,
that
I know
Uncle
for a
Smash
fact.
would still be cool. If Uncle Smash would still be cool, all Unc would have had to say is, "Yo, I used to think that way. I was 100% on your side, Smash, but the information has led me to believe otherwise." They
So
would
what
still
happened?
be cool. Smash wouldn't have cussed Unc out for that or nothing. They would have had their disagreements. They probably would have had some back and forth, discussions, friendly but pointed, right? But they wouldn't have never fell out. You know what I'm saying? I believe that. You know what I'm
Why did
saying?
they fall out? What happened?
Because Unc was on, but Unc don't stand up. Smash is a principal guy. He knew that Unc changed, right?
But
And Unc sitting
I
up
did,
acting like
but
he
I
don't
did,
know that Smash is
but I
lying,
did
that
put it.
Smash don't know where he was standing at. Unc trying to act like that. That's what pissed people off. That pissed grown men off. That make a grown man wanna do exactly what Chef said and slap the fuck out you. Bro, you playing with me. Quit playing with me.
I did kind of put a battery in Onk's back one day, and that's the day. The next day, him and Smash got into it.
Y'all are mess, bro.
I was messy as hell that day.
Am I breaking up or can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, this is for Chef and Corey, man. So I've never seen this before I got on the internet, but there's something about you can have a conversation with them, and an hour or two later, some kind of way y'all agreeing, and you left thinking to yourself, well, damn, what was we arguing about if that's what you agree with? Like, 'cause I never would have pushed back on that. And I don't know how that happens, but I've never seen it happen before I got on the internet.
It's a York tactic. It's a fucking York tactic, bro.
In York.
I'll be frustrated. I just start cussing him the fuck out. See, y'all be thinking, I'm just a wild ass nigga, but like I already be seeing the gaslighting, the game plan and shit. So I just be like, man, fuck it. I mean, because you know what you're doing, and I know what I'm doing. I know what you're doing, and I know that you know what. That you know that I know what you're doing. So fuck it. Now you can play games, but I'm not. I'm just gonna start cussing you the fuck out. Why play games? Why am I gonna play a game that I know we ain't playing? You know what I'm saying? Why am I fucking around arguing with a nigga whether he said the Egyptians was black when he stood up in front of a crowd of motherfuckers talking about his DNA had magi in his goddamn blood? Like, what kind of shit are we doing here? What are we? What the hell is going on here?
The Egyptians right? It's as if saying the Egyptians is black is bolder than that, right? If you could put both of them into which one is worse, like which one would be worse? Saying the Egyptians is black or saying that you're mad, you got mad.
Like I said, I haven't even heard Jabari say nothing wilder than that. The ancestors I'm a Christian. I grew up in a Christian fucking I went to Sunday school every Sunday as a young man. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit, talking to the ancestors don't move me. You know what I'm saying?
Jabari called me 2 days ago.
Yeah, that's regular shit to me. But Jabari would never say he got magi in it. He would never say no shit like that, bro.
What was
up,
the black African power slogan about, and why he stopped saying it?
He ain't never said he don't use black.
He used to scream it all the time, and all of a sudden he stopped. The minute he stopped using the word black, he stopped saying black African power.
Hey, hold on 1 second. We got a new person in the Discord. Clarence, if you want to introduce yourself, you can come off mute. Who else just came in here?
Reggie.
Okay, yeah, and Reggie. And shouts to you, Aston. Did you want to say something, Aston?
Brother Reggie.
I'll say something briefly. I think a lot of the disagreement, at least a lot of the disagreement I have, is the bad language people are using to describe identity, migrations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And, you know, I'm going back and forth with someone in the chat, and people talk about, Africans invented hip hop. When people say that, some of them will understand what that means. Oh, black people invented hip hop, Africans are black. But no, that's bad language, because people didn't get on slave ships from Africa with hip hop. The identity of the people that created hip hop is new, and that started in the Americans under specific circumstances. So you can't project that backwards and project an identity backwards into Africa as if African Americans came from Africa. No, our ancestors came from Africa. So when you're talking about where they come from, if you're saying they as a portion of Egyptians' ancestors, yeah, you can talk about these people came from here, these people came from the Levant, these people came from the north, these people came from the south. If you're saying they as in Egyptians, they didn't come from anywhere. And so the language that we use is very important, because saying their ancestors came from one place and saying they came from one place, those are two totally separate things. And I say this with the idea, if you say they came from the north, that doesn't make any sense in Egyptology, because all the ancient sites, all the precursor stuff for Egyptian civilization and the stone tools, the pottery, the lithics, all that stuff comes from the southern part of the country. So that's what they came from the south.
Whoa,
You
so
don't need to
you
go
can't say
Afrocentric and flip it and say, oh, we talk about Uganda or Kenya or no, that's not what the South means. The South means the southern part of the country. That El Badari, that's a location. Nakata, that's a location. Those locations are in Upper Egypt. That's what that means.
so you can't say they came from the north, but you can say they came from the south.
Well, who is they?
The same they you were just referencing.
Well, who is they?
No,
Are you talking about their ancestors?
They come from the
We're
south.
talking about the Egyptians.
T-Tex, you got a video
what this
saying
means is this.
they came from the north. Do you
Right.
change your stance, T-Tex?
No.
What this means is
With the
this.
new
When you
information,
say
you're
they,
not going to change your stance?
No, but my argument is different.
Yeah, brother. What you just said was you can't say they came from the north, but you can say they came from the south because they came from the southern part of the country. So why can't someone say they came from the northern part of the country?
because when you say they and you're talking about Egyptians as a people, the group that crystallized and became Egyptians didn't come from the northern part of the country. They didn't.
All right,
they were already in southern Egypt.
But let me clarify this. Let me clarify this, because this question is actually a shot at me. So let me just deal with this.
It's not a shot. It's not a shot. I
I
mean,
got-
your
I got
target
you.
is not in my
No,
radar.
it's not a shot. You're right. You're right, bro.
Hey,
T-Tex
Aston,
understood the
real
mission.
quick.
That
Hey,
was
Aston,
definitely
don't run from the fact that it's a shot. It's okay if it is a shot. It's just,
That was a
if
shot.
it's a shot, it's just a shot. We do worse. And then I want to
Yeah,
get to Reggie.
Ashton couldn't wait to get on here to address me. I get it. It's okay. We've been having this discussion for a while now. So
T-Tex know he know where he at. If he wouldn't have came in here
real
without that bulletproof vest, he know where he at.
Hold on real quick. So here's the thing that people in this conscious community get caught up on. You had Upper and Lower Egypt, two at the same time. People in the north of Egypt, people in the south of Egypt. But since those kings in the south of Egypt whooped northern Egypt's butt and unified, they want to give all credit to those southern people in southern Egypt. To me, logically, that doesn't make any sense. Okay? Because you have people in the north and in the south. And these people are of the same genetic stock. They're no difference. They're brothers and sisters. Okay?
It's different.
So this is why I say two things can be true. I'm not going to just be biased and say just the South because I want to lean towards where black folk are closer to. You know what I mean? This is the thing. This is the thing that we do, right? So because those in the south of Egypt won the war and then unified. They unified both. All of Egypt was one. So I don't know what the issue is and why people stripping so hard on coming from the South. But those people,
read the source together?
huh?
Can we read a source together?
Yeah. So early formation is what we're going to read about basically.
Yeah. So
Okay. Yeah. So early formation, there were southern kings, but on the flip side, when you talk about the three oldest structures in Egypt, they're all in the north.
Okay. If I can respond.
Corey, your TV loud, Corey.
And the north became the administrators and the head.
We're having two different discussions, right? So when you're talking about where they come from, you're talking about pyramids and you're talking about unification and 3300 BC. When I'm talking about the crystallization of the Egyptian identity, I'm talking about the Neolithic, pre-dynastic, going back to the Stone Age. So there's so much of an education gap between the people talking. It's a lot of miscommunication. And so, like, to even talk about the populations in the north this is an archaeology question. This is not, I believe, or common sense or no, this is a question that's argued in the field using stones and bones and pottery and, fossil evidence of human remains. It's like real data. So there's no need to like guess when there's real data. You can go online and pull up real archaeological sites from Egypt and see where the pre-dynastic ones are located. By and large, the culture is a Southern Egyptian culture. That's what that means. They came from the South. Prior to unification, going back thousands and thousands of years, that's what that means. And so if we're talking about what people think of the Natufian or Levantine ancestors, those people were not Egyptians. It wasn't people 6,000 or 7,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago that said, we are Egyptians, let's walk from the Levant into Egypt. That's not how it happened. You had a whole bunch of groups all around, which, came in and sort of coalesced, and boom, those are Egyptians. And like pre-dynastic culture and Badarian culture and the Akkadian culture, those specific cultures that went on to found the Egyptian state don't exist anywhere outside of Egypt. This is the Egyptology part to it.
So here's the thing: when you said those aren't Egyptians because the Egyptian state hasn't formed, then why are you talking about Neolithic people then for?
We're talking about Neolithic populations in Egypt. We could name them by Badari or Tasian or Akkadian.
And name them Neolithic cultures in the north. Why you don't mention them? The Mahdi.
Budo, Mahdi.
Budo. The people. No. Yeah. Why'd you leave the north out just now?
Because those specific cultures, from the cultural aspect, as far as talking about Egyptian iconography and the things like that, and the tools that went on to
let's do this.
build what we know as the Egyptian state and like the religion and stuff. All that.
Do you agree with this? Do you agree with this? That Egypt, what we call the country Egypt now, that geographical area, had Neolithic cultures in the north and the south? Why can't both of those be right?
I don't get what you're asking. What are you asking?
Tonight.
You don't know enough to do a presentation on it.
Pre-dynastic times.
You don't know enough to do a presentation on it.
In pre-dynastic times, they had Neolithic culture. They had Neolithic cultures. Hold on. They had Neolithic cultures. They had Neolithic cultures in the north and in the south.
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so why leave one out?
Some of the Neolithic cultures of the north come from people in the south. Again, this is people were saying
no, they don't. They come from
it doesn't
people
matter.
in the Middle East.
You know that this is a archaeological.
You know the people in the Middle East brought that agriculture and all that kind of stuff up in there. Why are you gonna leave them out?
No one is leaving them out.
If the Sinai Peninsula is in Asia, and that's Egypt. I mean, like, why are you leaving these people out?
No one is leaving them out. Egypt adopted an entire agricultural package from the Near East. They got sheep and goats from the Near East. They got a lot of stuff from the Near East. That's not leaving those people out. We already know those technologies came over. Technologies coming over is totally different from local culture. You know, there's a reason ancient Egyptian is not Semitic, right? There's a reason the language is different. There's a reason when you look at the Y chromosomes of the people in the Middle East and the people in Egypt, Egypt's Y chromosomes are majority African. There's a reason for that. Right? When you look at the stone tools and stuff, the people that the toolkits that track migration, the ones in Egypt are local. Yeah, there's a little bit of influence and you see that, but the major ones, those people they're right there. You don't need like an outside group to bring them anything. You don't need an outside group to teach Egyptians how to farm. You know, they knew how to grow food before the West Asians came with their package. I mean, these are the things that we kind of know from reading. And if people don't read or they don't have a real interest in like Egyptology, then they just don't know. You like talking from a knowledge gap.
Hold on, Ashton. Hold on, Ashton. No, he's the most knowledgeable guy. He's the most knowledgeable guy. I can't. I hate this community. Hey, what Gullah? Can Gullah explain it to me? Gullah here?
Nah, Gullah not here.
Can somebody explain to me how can somebody be 99.3% Egypt? Well, let's just say, between 99% Egyptian. How is that possible? And they had admixture, right? It's a guy right here.
You mean like a modern DNA sample?
All right, so you see these two, right? You see to say Egyptian, and then you see it say Coptic. So how can a person be 99% Egyptian, but yet
this is what that means.
But yet what?
This is what that means.
But yet what? What's the
but yet still, when we see they clear, that's a clear Egyptian guy. Well, but we still have people that says that black people. Go ahead. What you got to say?
So what that means from 23andMe, that DNA test, what they saying is all his ancestors within the past 500 years are from Egypt. And regardless of how many West Asians and Africans mixed, go ahead. If I
you're
take a
saying
DNA
this
test,
genetic test is only going back to 500 years of ancestry?
That one, 23andMe.
That's what I'm doing, but I'm working. That's what I'm saying. That I'm working.
Okay, no problem.
23andMe uses modern samples to collaborate like their DNA samples.
Is this an autosomal or is this autosomes or is this
that's autosomes? So think about it. In a couple hundred years, someone spitting in the tube and coming out as 100% African American.
So you're saying autosomes change in 500 years? That's what you're suggesting?
No, I'm saying the way 23andMe modeled the admixture.
I want to ask.
That's how they're showing it.
I want to ask.
I have to give a better example. Everyone has seen DNA from Ethiopia and it shows them like half and half or 60-40 West Asian African. We've all seen that, right? On 23andMe, that 60-40, it combines all that together and says, oh, you are 100% Ethiopian.
Yeah, but as you can see on the screen is showing, it's giving a breakdown. So that 99% is grouping in Arab, Egypt, and Levantine, but then it's breaking down each of the three. So
they do that
what I'm
the
saying
same for the Horn of Africa.
Yeah, so what I'm saying, are you saying like where it says Coptic Egyptian 4.7%? You're saying that Coptic Egyptian is only going back 500 years ago for this person?
I'm saying that customers of 23andMe who are cops have sent in enough samples for 23andMe to identify a Coptic component specifically.
Yeah, and you're saying that only goes back 500 years.
Yeah, give or take 500 years.
I don't
something like that.
I don't agree.
But that's understand that's 23andMe's proprietary product. When that
Yeah, I
person
know.
downloads their
We're kind of
DNA,
now we're kind of calling into question the validity of genetics and genetic studies.
Yeah, there you go.
but that's not what it is. That's not what it is. It's
That's
a
kind
model.
of like,
Hey, what
It's a model. Understand it's a model, right?
I want to ask Thunder a question. Is Thunder
He said
here?
he's at
a
work.
model.
He said he at work. He can't really talk, Thunder.
Oh, okay.
What's up?
So let me ask this question to Brass then. Brass.
No, I'm
your,
here. I'm here.
Who's here?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Golo. I mean, I can't follow. It's a lot of people on the panel today.
Okay, so I was asking Thunder a question. Thunder, you're here?
I'm here. I'm talking.
Okay. Okay, Thunder, real quick. Where's your distant ancestors come from?
My distance probably, west of central.
Okay, cool. So not America. It's the same. It's the same thing we can say about the Egyptians. If the Egyptians, some of their DNA said Levantine, that means their ancestors came from the north. Like, this is not rocket science.
Yeah, but 0.4?
Huh?
0.4%.
You're breaking up, Thunder. You got to fix your phone.
I'm sorry, 0.4% of this guy's blood is Levantine. The rest of it,
again, that's one model. That person, right? Whose DNA you looking at? 5 years ago, it said something different, and then 5 years before that, it said something different, and then 5 years before that, it said something different. I've been a 23andMe customer since like 2007, and
so
my profile updates. And my wife's profile. My wife is from Ethiopia. When she first got her results in 2007, it said 85% European and 15% Asian and 5% Africa or something weird. And then they got more samples and they updated it, right? And then it said
as more people get tested, it updates.
Exactly. Then it said it went from that to 60% East African and 40% Arabian. And then it updated. And it went from that to mostly Northeast African, a little bit of North African, and a little bit of Arabian. And then when they start using consumer samples, actual people, customers, it just said 99.9% Ethiopian.
Hey, Ashton, I went to Ashton. I checked out real quick. Let me just say this to Ashton real quick. Ashton, I checked out your Facebook page because we requested each other, and I was scrolling through your Facebook page, and you just mentioned your wife, right?
Yep.
And shout out to you for being a good daddy. I seen your kids and your wife.
I try.
Shout out to you for being a good father. I appreciate that. And I said, oh, look at him. He's a good dad. But I realized you're biased because of your wife's ethnicity. That's why you have this Northeast bias and this from the South bias thing.
That's not a.
It hit me when I reviewed your family.
You can say that's a bias, but I got my bias is having a whole bunch of books behind me where I've read and came to that conclusion. That's the bias.
Okay.
I mean, any Egyptology book will tell you, the people who created the culture and the civilization, it's a Southern culture. That's not like, why is that hard to understand? It's like, Somali come from the eastern part of the Horn of Africa. It is what it is. Yeah, they're all Horners, but Somalis, they live on the eastern part, and they created a specific culture that's known for that.
Why can't it be a Southern and Northern culture?
Because that's not what it is.
That's not what happened. It was a Southern group that had a dominant culture and a dominant language, and they traveled north and said, "Get down or lay down." That's what happened.
So since they won, then it's Southern.
Since they created the cultural precursors in the South, it's Southern.
Well, you know what they say a lot of this stuff in the. But here's the thing, though.
No, Badarian and the Cotton, which are known as like the ones that jumped it off, those are Southern cultures. This is not like you arguing just to argue.
No, there was Northern cultures also. Let me just say this real quick, Steph.
Hold on, G-Back. Do you think that I'm fair in the conversation?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I'm saying the conversation and I say the Egyptians ain't black, and I'm saying it from the same stance that you're saying, right? That they're not black. That stance, right? Not playing
Right.
no games with it. Right. So if I'm telling you that the data in 2026 and the consensus is that the Egyptians come from the South, the people and the culture the new wiki page is saying that. You dig what I'm saying? So I'm saying, why even fight it now? They even talk about the ancient people. They talk about the ancient people coming out of the South, right? And the Great Sahara.
You mean Southern Egypt, you mean?
No, below Egypt. It's a even below Egypt. From south of Egypt, from land south of Egypt. It says it.
Yeah, they talking about down. Yeah, they talking about down by the third cataract and stuff.
Yeah, so no matter.
They come out the bureaucracy. They come out the bureaucracy.
You gotta fix your voice. Your phone is muffled, brother.
My bad. Hold on.
You gotta
Hey,
move your finger.
let Reggie get in on the conversation. I don't know. I know you've been sitting there for a while.
Yeah,
And Chief X, and you can cuss out Haskell as soon as Reggie done, because he's right there. Go ahead.
I'll give a warning to my good brother Ashton. So once a person goes in and examines your family, that becomes part of the dialogue. So everything that you say, everything that you say is irrelevant. What's relevant is some crazy dude going in and looking at your profile, trying to give you a fake compliment about you're a good dad, right? Opening up your family. So some people are interested in families.
Oh
That's
shit.
problematic.
Yeah. Well, Facebook friends see each other's pictures. That's just automatically.
Yeah.
You're not on Facebook, Reggie.
I'm talking to the audience. So
Yeah.
so I just want to say that I have experience when people go in and examine people's families and bring it into a Black Egypt conversation, which is to me problematic, because I'm not spending my time looking at other people's families when I'm trying to answer a question.
That's on
I
you.
was remaining silent. I'm just remaining silent for now, just collecting information. I think that there is a need for a conference to look at all of the different elements and all of the different arguments. But I do think that we have enough sources to say, well, what culture was dominant? I would say I would expand that to the Western Desert, right? To Gift Kabir, right? And the Yellow Nile, right? Where the Yellow Nile leads to. I would expand it there. I don't have any problems with the data says that it was two lands. Uh, so there was two lands, and then the lands were unified. And so then the peoples and cultures, the people and culture were unified. And so the dominant iconography comes from, of course, those people moving into the region from the Green Sahara, and then dealing with climate migrations, right? Climate migrations is
Which lands were unified, Reggie, specifically?
it's called Shmai Tawi. So the unification, Shmai is the unification, Tawi is the two lands.
The two land, but I'm saying geographically now, if we were related to related geographically to modern times, where would it be? From the Mediterranean down to the first cataract? What are we talking in a geographic sense?
Well, if you want to use the Mediterranean, but prior to that, it was the Aegean. So you would say from the delta down to the somewhere really around the first cataract in the early period. In the early periods, and so that was the broader Egypt, and then there's Middle Egypt. There's a term called Middle Egypt. There's a Southern Egypt, and then there's the Northern Egypt, right? So depending on who's talking, they could break it up from three, 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 three sections, right? They don't talk too much about the Middle Egypt, I think, as much as they should. But you have early cultures that are, how can I say, or expansive, that the Chaldean and the Bedouin cultures, and then later the Nakata culture, Nakata 3, 2, and 1. And so I don't. So I'm just listening, just trying to. I see where the problems are. I think sometimes it is what Ashton said, bad language, and but what I find in this is that people are trying to racialize the region rather than, and that's the problem, racializing the region, trying to segment people and try to create some racial elements about who they are, which is problematic. Uh, which is
So
problematic.
Dr. Ben was problematic.
I'm
Yes.
I'm not. Uh, when I'm talking to the
Anthony
audience.
Browder is problematic.
When I'm talking
Yes.
to the
Oh
audience
shit.
in
Yeah, I ain't gonna
general,
lie. Chief X cooking right now. I can't lie.
when I'm talking to the audience, the time period in which Sheikh Anta Diop and then Dr. Ben and others, the
Anthony
problem
Browder
then,
is today though. Anthony Browder is still around.
yeah, but he's a student of a student of so-called student of Dr. Joseph Ben Buchanan, right?
That's why Quasi's still around.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
But those are not shots. Those are just shots. The fact of the matter is, none of that impeaches what I said. Generally, lots of people can characterize uh, uh, how, during different time periods. In the time periods that the early people like Furman and then later Sheikh Anta Diop, it was Oriental, it was the Near East, it was white brown people, and so they were responding to those talking points. Today we should be talking about different talking points and talking about people who have been gone for a long time, but they were around in a different period where Egypt was white, right? So you have to look at all of the terminology that they had to use during those time periods, Hamitic, the Hamitic, and all those type of false social constructs that we don't have to deal with today, right? We don't have to deal with that today. So if you want to pick people, you always pick black people, but what about Reisner and Petrie and Breasted and Budge? Well, Budge was a little bit better, but what those people, you always want to go. You hate your people. You hate anything except for white. That's the problem with you people.
Damn.
So what we're trying to do is get away from those old characterizations and put the blame on. The problem is with those people who always divide up Africa, right? Make the shit Afro and all this stuff, right? For their particular purposes, right? To keep white supremacy. And those people, they weren't those people that I was talking to. They're Europeans. They're European scholars. They're not even.
Hey Reggie, do you
I'm
want
not
to
talking to you.
Okay, do you want to
I don't
apologize
talk
to the group?
I don't talk to you, motherfucker. I don't.
Okay, do you want to apologize to the group? Because the other day you said the Nubians built the pyramids. So you want to take that back right now?
I never said that, you motherfucker.
Yeah, you did say it. I got you on video saying it 3 times.
Oh
You said the
shit.
Nubians built the pyramids.
Ooh,
Everyone's seen the video.
Yeah,
Everyone's seen the video, bro.
I don't recall myself saying that. Watch this, motherfucker. If I said it, I was incorrect.
Okay, thank you for apologizing.
That motherfucker got some shit
If
to
I
it.
said it,
Yeah,
that doesn't
that
deserve.
motherfucker got some sport on it.
apologies, but
Yeah, so good. I'm glad you took that lie back, Reggie. Now that you got called on it.
Listen, I
Motherfucker.
don't recall. We'll have to see the video and see the context in which I said it, motherfucker.
You put a whole presentation together saying it. You put a presentation together.
DQ, clip that. Hey,
If
DQ,
you don't
we need
say it,
that.
I'm gonna say that shit.
I got some. It's done.
We need that, DQ. Clip that.
Go ahead, Reggie.
got
Go ahead,
some.
because if you don't say motherfucker, we gonna say it. Go ahead.
Yeah, the red getting clip. I got it.
Yeah, you put a presentation together about the Nubians building the pyramids. You put a whole presentation together. It wasn't just you were saying something. You flipped up pictures and said these people built the pyramids.
No, I didn't, motherfucker.
Can I
What you got to say about that, Reggie?
I don't see it. I hear some motherfucker talking.
So here we
about
are. Now, this is what Sheffrin was talking about. Everyone's seen the video. Y'all gonna sit here and act like Reggie didn't say that right now.
I ain't see that shit. I don't know what y'all talking about. Motherfucker. I mean, shit, you letting him do it.
Play the video. Play the video. Chief.
Yeah, play the video. Hey, we can share the screen. You can share your screen in here.
Oh, really?
Wait, motherfucker. Shit. I mean, if you don't address him, you about to be a motherfucker to all of us in about 2 seconds.
Well, yeah, but sometimes I'm have a little attack because I know we're live, and I didn't want to go there.
You ain't
You done called me 15 motherfuckers.
You ain't got
I don't want to be on this thing going crazy behind information. I want Reggie to be the only one losing his damn mind, and we want to show Reggie. We want to show Reggie crashing out.
Black City playing, motherfucker.
Black City playing, motherfucker.
Black City playing, motherfucker.
Hey, what that say? Hey, how we get to 9 and
surprise, motherfucker.
Discord, bro. Hey, who is this? Who is Ernest? Who you got on the screen, bro? What you trying to show us about Ernest Thunder?
Mike Ibrahim.
Mike Ibrahim. What you 100%? I'm calling cap.
How can we get to that, bro? What is Gullah at? I need either
AI.
Gullah
I think you can get 100% with AI. That's how you get 100% AI, bro.
This is 5 years ago, bro. So
because Jay's been the only one eating thus far. Subpar motherfucker.
Somebody answer another question so you can get this white man off my screen.
Nah, he white. You see what I'm saying?
That man look like a call center.
That's a whole cracker.
97. Y'all telling me it was some mixture?
Gullah can't. Gullah not answering, bro.
That man got an 800 credit score.
He said he's busy at work.
I hear you. I ain't tripping. I ain't. It's all good.
If you don't mind, can you put a picture of that in the chat? I'll be
your screen is blurry. You can't hardly make out what it's saying.
My break in like 10 minutes, yo.
Okay. Hey, clean that grease off your phone, motherfucker.
Hey, Smash. I mean, not Smash. I'm calling Brad Smash. Hey, Brad. Brad.
Hey, Thunder, get that bread all off your phone, yo.
Nigga got what's that blue? You got that blue magic grease on his phone.
Got that's pork chop grease. Nah, that's pork chop grease. I know
y'all
pork chop.
trying to
That's pork chop grease.
No, that's Dax. What's up, Chief? You asked a question.
Yeah, he got that Murray's weight. We got that Murray's.
Hey, you said you was gonna break in 10 minutes. We don't want to hear from you
Murray's
for at least 10 minutes. Yeah, Murray's. That's what it was. That whole can of Murray's.
You gotta hold it over the stove. Look at
it. You break your finger trying to take your grease.
Break your finger getting in that shit. Finger
laceration. Come on, hey, Chief X, you gotta get your question in, or they ain't gonna let you go, bro. This is a double dutch.
I was just gonna play the audio of Reggie saying that the Nubians built
play the audio.
Hold on, you know how to share your screen. You know how to share your screen though.
I'm on my phone, so I have.
You can do it from your phone. I did it yesterday. If it's too much, just play the audio. Everybody, just be quiet.
No, how you do it from the phone?
You already have whatever you gonna have pulled up. and then
Yep.
you share your screen, and then you just move it up. You know how you like change tab. I don't know if you got Samsung and Apple, but on Apple,
I got a Samsung. Yeah, that's a
yeah,
problem.
I don't know what to tell you.
No, you can do it. I got you with Samsung. Just flip the tab. Just flip the tab.
Because you're not
click
a
share
stupid
screen.
because you're not a stupid motherfucker. All the stupid motherfucker had to do is put the link in, and somebody else.
Damn. Damn, Reggie.
So since you are not,
Damn, son.
You sound, hey Reggie, I ain't gonna lie to you. You sounded like the authority today.
No,
I know
I'm
what you was the other day.
I'm not
You
telling. I'm
definitely
just
sound
trying to
like
help
the authority.
out.
Harlem
Because
coming
y'all
out of
listening
Reggie.
to
Yeah,
a-
Harlem.
Yeah, I think that's that Bronx connection.
Bronx.
That
Y'all
Bronx. That's
listen
that
to a
Bronx.
stupid motherfucker. All you have to do is put the link in the video, and somebody
Why
who's
is this?
intelligent can play
Why
it.
is this so funny, bro?
Sex money murder, nigga.
Hey, but hey, listen. However you want. Are you gonna do it that way, Chief, or you want us to just put you up and play the audio loud?
On the damn screen. What we doing?
I can shoot the link in and drop it in the Discord.
Yeah,
Yeah,
drop
do
that.
that.
Yeah,
do that.
pause.
Let the stupid motherfucker do that.
Hey, bro, he's not gonna. Hey, Chief X. At this point, he's not gonna stop, bro. He's not gonna stop. Like, I know you trying to like be Martin Luther King, but
I'm about to
Detroit
say, Chief
Red
X
is on your
killing, man. He got
motherfucking neck.
alligator skin right now. He ain't tripping.
I got the sound
He got
bite.
bullets
I got
for
the
him.
sound bite.
Yeah, Detroit
Good.
Red on your
On your ass.
body right now. Yeah, pause.
Nigga, on your head top.
And
On your
before he
head top.
plays it, before someone plays it, I just would like to know, since it's a soundbite, I need to know what the date of the presentation is. Right? That would be helpful to me.
He can't really understand unless you say motherfucker.
So you saying you changed your stance, Reggie? That what you saying ahead of time?
No, I haven't heard it yet.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Chief X, what's the date of the presentation you clipped up, or the date of him saying it?
Hold on 1 second. 1 second.
Okay.
Motherfucker.
But I hope Haskell ain't leave, because Chief X said he want to get hold of Haskell too, Paul.
He gonna do the J Code, the punk bitch.
I don't know what Haskell did, but Chief X came to this motherfucker looking for Haskell. Hey, he said, "Is Haskell in here? That lying motherfucker."
Lying motherfucker. They all go to one part. They all go to one lane. They go to one path.
Hey, Reggie, did you hear the earlier conversation we had about credibility? While you pulling this video up, we was basically saying if your credibility has been challenged with previous statements, should we even listen to you in 2026, no matter what you say, whether you right or wrong?
It always depends.
Okay.
I put it in the Discord.
Reggie, let me ask you this. So if I were to have one stance in 2015 and in 2026 I have a different stance, is my credibility tarnished because I had a change of heart? Or is my credibility tarnished because I won't admit that I changed 11 years ago? Which one?
Why did you change?
It's the accountability.
Hold on, let Reggie answer that question, and we'll give what actually happened.
But the reason for the change is the most important thing.
Man, hold on, boy.
Let Reggie answer. Let Reggie answer. Then we'll ask the correct question. Go ahead, Reggie.
If I don't concede, like I was having a conversation with Gullah Geechee, Gullah, right, on Afro, and I said that to me it seemed like an adjective. So then it turned out to be a compound word. So then I conceded, right? But I then I conceded and said why I thought it was a compound word, even though I was not correct on that, right? So I do concede, right? So you see me concede in real time, but I just said that the problem with those people that made it Afro, whatever fucking Afro is, Afro-Asiatic, right? And it's not even an Asiatic. They're not really even fucking Asiatics, right? But it's all because of scientific racism trying to act like it's unbiased. But so if I do concede, I do concede. So now you're gonna hold it against me when I say if I didn't state something better or should have stated better, then that's fine, and I can see then the conversation is over, but not to a stupid motherfucker.
I think Reggie having a whole different conversation than what
Yeah,
y'all
no,
had.
yeah, right. No, we let Thunder get his question off. So now
But
we're
why
gonna
is
be
it
more. We're gonna hold on. We're
But
gonna
he,
be more specific, Reggie. We're
Corey?
gonna be more
Why is
he,
it
mis-
not
he
appropriate?
misunderstood the question
because
though,
that ain't
Brad.
what
He
we was talking
completely.
about. That question
If,
Thunder asked was
Yeah,
his
he
question.
didn't.
Wasn't what we was talking about.
He thought, yeah. So Reggie was ending was taking care of a beef, right? But it was not. It was a general statement, Reggie. It was a general question, Reggie. It wasn't about you per se changing your stance. He's saying in general, right? If you tell me something today, Reggie, and I've been seeing it another way the whole time, and then you show me something today, and then on tomorrow I change my stance, but I don't acknowledge that I've changed. I just act like I've been saying that the whole time. You know what I'm saying? Like
And that's
what.
right. Then that's a loss of credit. That's a loss of credibility.
Okay, good.
Okay,
All right.
yeah, thank you, yeah.
Okay.
But when
What
you said,
about what if you said you had Egyptian DNA in 2000,
yes,
and then you said you had Magi Archer DNA in 2010, and then you said that the Egyptians was black in 2026? Would you lose your credibility?
if the person,
If you knew all three, if you knew the first two times, you weren't even, because I gotta almost believe it was a joke. But if you kind of knew both two times, the first two things didn't make sense. Am I supposed to now in 2026 take your statement of Egyptians are black as credibility?
if you don't, if like what you did was you put me on the big screen to answer the question. If I don't, then I lose credibility once it's brought directly to me, right?
I don't
If I
understand.
can on, then okay. So now we're talking about what is credible, right? What is credible. So if I don't explain myself, if I don't explain myself, okay. So many of you on this panel were former drug dealers, right?
Stop. Stop.
Many.
Hey, hard stop. Who on this panel sold drugs before? Say just admit it.
Oh, the stupid motherfucker. He sold illegal drugs.
Right. So if one person out of 17 of us,
The nigga is
you
not-
can't
he's
say
not-
many of us sold drugs on this panel. There was one nigga that definitely sold and used drugs. That ain't all of us.
No, but listen, okay, so let me qualify that.
Yes.
Right, just to be a little bit more credible. A lot of us come out of urban situations, and coming out of this, we're exposed to that, and in some form or another, not all of us, but probably a large part, in some sense, participated in one way or another in the drug world.
Reggie, you're from Castle Hill. You have no idea how your projects, that probably makes a lot of sense. I can probably say, I don't know how many people in here sold drugs. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 21. It's 21 people in here. I would say Chief X said he sold drugs.
No, let me. I didn't say this.
I don't think. Hold on, Chief. Because even if you ain't sell drugs, you sold that fucking moringa. I don't think anybody else. DQ sells drugs for a living, but that's legal. I don't think anybody else sold drugs in here. At least I don't think so.
Okay,
y'all
well, I
can
try
admit
to
it.
qualify
Okay,
it.
so let me clarify something. Somebody's just gonna make something up on me.
Go ahead, brother.
Listen, I'm a former youth counselor. I was a counselor for kids for a decade.
No,
Then I
we
got
talking
into
about you and drugs.
I
That's what we
know.
talking
That's what
about.
I'm about to
Let him get to
clarify.
his point. Let him get to his point.
Trust me, I'm thorough. I'm just trying to tell you what I am. I don't want to. I'm just some drug dealer. No, I was a youth counselor for 10 years. Then I became a realtor, a real estate agent. The industry went upside down in California when I started selling marijuana, not drugs. It was legal. We're the first state. So when I started selling marijuana, it's legal to do here. It's a business. Just like people at a liquor store
You
sell
trying to
liquor.
sell it were you trying to sell it outside? Were
It
you trying
doesn't
to sell
matter.
it
I'm
outside the state?
clarifying what it was. Let me tell you.
Where you
That's
paying
a
taxes?
drug dealer. So he
Were you
knows that
paying
the people of
taxes?
California.
I have a license
Hey,
to
one
sell
mic,
this.
one mic. Somebody humble out.
Yeah, so let me tell you about me. Reggie can't talk about me. He don't know what I do
Have
anymore.
you? So you've never sold drugs illegally?
I've never sold anything illegally.
Okay. I can only accept what he say, Reggie. So now the one drug dealer I thought was in here ain't. So I don't know.
Well, let's get this. Let's play this audio though. I've dropped the link in the Discord.
We're gonna play it. All right, we gotta.
Reggie's trying to distract y'all from playing it.
I ain't gonna
It's a
let that
mind game
happen.
he's
I ain't
doing.
gonna let that happen, Chief. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, if California you were legally to sell marijuana, and I don't know the quantity. The question is, did anybody or try when you try to sell drugs or that's legal in your state outside into another state, that's illegal. So the question is, and the problem is, you could couch it by it being legal, and I'm gonna look it up in a second, right? But the question is, did someone ask the person? Someone asked him, did he ever had a client that he sold marijuana to outside of his state?
I'm not a snitch. He heard you, bro.
Wait. So him selling marijuana means what exactly?
He's a drug dealer.
Yeah, what exactly?
Chief X, don't answer any of these questions. That nigga trying to get case on you, bro.
But what is the implications of calling him that? Like,
I don't know, but it sounds like you niggas trying to open up a case. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, because it's like, for nothing, Reggie, all due respect, a lot of people in the conscious community have also sold drugs. So, like, what are you trying to say? Like, we should have listened to you.
I said that before I got interrupted. So
no, you said many of us here on the panel.
Well,
you didn't say conscious community. I'm just defending myself. These
Yeah,
other drug dealers.
y'all just derailed the whole conversation.
Nigga, you can let him call you a drug dealer and not say nothing if you want to. I'm gonna say something.
That was a diversion.
If I don't give a fuck, I'm on this panel. That nigga said many of us on this panel.
Let's play the audio. Play the audio. What audio?
All right, play the audio.
Okay. Can somebody do it, or I gotta do that shit too?
I can play it right now into the phone right now.
Go ahead while we set up the video.
Okay, here we go. Listen.
What these people are looking. What these people are looking. What these people are looking.
I don't even know what that means.
If I share my screen, hold on, stop, Chief. We can't even make that shit out. I cannot. Hold on. Listen. I cannot do it because I'm sharing my screen already. Somebody else in this Discord has to play the thing that he put in the Discord. So someone else. No, it's distorted. We can't even make it out.
Oh, okay.
But just somebody got to do it. But I can't do it because it'll knock the stream off.
How small is that when you need them?
But I guess everybody's dumb because we don't know how to do it.
No,
can you say no? We do know how. It's just a lot of these guys don't. A lot of these guys don't know what's the name. I can't do it because you won't even be able to hear it. I can't run two audios from one thing.
All right, hold on.
With my old lady, so
hey man, that's private business.
Shit.
Yeah, that's private
ain't
business.
that private. I ain't
That's private. Hey,
I'm just occupied.
A small state. This is private property, nigga.
It's private.
It's close to Valentine's.
I ain't going into details. I'm just saying.
Man, you said enough, nigga.
My advice is to concede. Whatever you're arguing about, just apologize and
Shit,
move on.
that's 365.
Brother Reggie, that's the
Fuck
funny part.
Valentine's Day.
I'm trying to.
Nigga, then leave the house. That means she want war, nigga. She gonna call the police. Hey, that means leave. Hey, when you conceding and they won't let you go, you gonna get a knock on the door, bro.
Yeah. No,
Whoever get the phone, hey, it's whoever get the phone first, like my man Mike Epps.
So are we not able to play the clip?
No, hey, Chief X, can you just tell us, because apparently nobody else wants to do it. I can't do it. Okay, here we go.
Okay, let me watch.
All right, I got your stream up, Chef.
This is him practicing his evil and wicked. It starts at the 1 minute and 45-second mark.
Okay.
In the community of this type. Listen. Who's about to play it?
He's playing right now, we can't hear it.
Why y'all can't hear it?
Nothing's playing. We can see it's moving, but there's no audio. All right, however it works, then let me just say this. With in 30 seconds or less than 30 seconds, Reggie, you in the Discord, go watch the video. Chief X, in less than 30 seconds, tell us exactly what that shit says.
What the video says?
Yes.
Reggie put together some pictures, and he put them together next to some Egyptian statues, pictures of about a bunch of Nubians, and it says skin color and phenotype gain. He put this together and shared this on Sonetta TV, and he said the Nubians are the pyramid builders.
Now, I don't know Black Egypt. What's wrong with that statement?
He's trying to tell you black people built the pyramids and they were Nubians. The Nubians had nothing to do with that. Egyptians built the pyramids.
Okay. Reggie, did you say that?
I think it's out of context.
So you saw the video that he posted. Explain the context.
He lied, said he didn't see the video.
I mean, if you
No, the video's in the chat. We just saw it.
The video's in the chat, so I'm not in the chat, so I'm gotta go from Discord to the chat, right?
No, I'll put it. I'll put it. Hey, can you do me a favor? Last thing. Hey,
Reggie is jiving, y'all. Reggie has watched this video.
No, real quick. Hey, Chief, I'm trying to remove all whatever. Put it in this chat so he don't got to leave this chat. Just link it in this general voice chat like you did in the Discord.
General voice chat. How you?
I'll put it in here.
Yeah, and all you got to do is click like the little messaging thing in here, and you can watch it on your own phone.
Top new mentions. You know what? Just put it in the general on the YouTube page, and that's easy because I don't know how to navigate. Should I go to the general page?
No problem. I could do that.
Yeah. Okay.
But now, here's the thing. I watched it already. So you did say it. So what is out of context? Because you did say it, unless that's like the greatest AI video ever. So what were you trying to say something different and he's misconstruing it or what?
Yeah, I gotta so let me go to it.
See, the conscious community been claiming that the Cushites and the Nubians are the same people, and they both done the same thing. And they all black folk. Reggie has never corrected this information ever. He's been the gatekeeper.
So I'm looking at the
To tell you the truth, I'm saying that too, though. That to do with it. That's why he always talk about Nubian and all that. He bring up that one guy, this one video all the time.
Yeah.
And the guy says that the Egyptian culture was but of a Nubian implant. You know what I'm saying? So, leading to people think that the majority of those Nubian people were black, right? Not understanding that there were multiple different cultures and people groups down there, right? They think they were black, and that's why they keep pushing the whole South thing, right? That's why they keep equating Nubians with Egyptians, and we can't really tell the difference, and they put Egyptian under the guy that was underneath the nine bowls relief or whatever the hell it is when they show the Libyan, the Egyptian, and the Asiatic guy,
The Hyksos, Hyksos.
yeah, and the Hyksos and all that. When they show them guys, right, they had one of the reliefs, right, where it had Egyptian under the Nubian looking guy, right? This Dinka guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they say, oh, so, this is a bunch of confusion. When they couldn't tell who was a Nubian and who was an Egyptian. This is the bullshit that they doing. And Reggie, I gave you credit the other day for coming on here, and you got the most integrity out of most of these conscious community niggas, right? I want you to keep the same trend, right? And telling the truth. Like, I'm not holding it against you. I'm not saying you ain't entitled to believe whatever you want to believe, Reggie. But the truth is what I judge you on, right? I don't judge you on what you believe. It's on the truth, though. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead.
That's fine. No problem, Corey. We go back and forth, but I generally, I generally have I have respect for you, not generally. But can someone put it in the chat? I'm still looking at in the chat, because if somebody want to go around and clip everything that I say, please put it in context.
While they do that, you got to speak to what I just said, though, Reggie.
So ask me the question directly again. I was trying to figure this out.
Because we're doing all of this rhetoric about
the question directly, Corey, without all
okay, of so are the Nubians and the Egyptians,
yes,
do the people in the conscious community try to equate them as the same people? Do they convolute those people?
Sometimes.
A lot of the time. I would say a lot of the time.
Okay, well, you asked me the question, I answered. I'll tell you why.
I'm fine, and that was a good answer. And that was an honest answer. I'm not mad at you.
Can I ask Reggie? Can I ask you a question, Reggie?
No, you can, okay. but let me deal with Corey. Some groups of people actually believe in the so-called conscious community that the Nubians were prisoners and slaves, right, to the Egyptians. So some groups of people know that say that they were just antique. They're not talking about peoples, they're talking about cultures. Some other people say there's no real word for Egyptian and no real word for Nubians, right? Those are constructs. There are lots of strands to the argument. Other people might say that they are related people, right? And they have geopolitical boundaries, right? And some people would say before archaeology carved them up, right? Yes, there were different groups of people, right? So when the people come from, for example, if they come from the South in the iconography where they come from, then who was Norma related to? Was Norma related to those people that you call Nubians, right? Or was Norma more related to the those in the Delta, right? So what
I would say he would be more related to one of those Nubian groups. So that's what I'll be saying. That's the confusion, Reggie, when you say the Nubians. Like it would be more clear to say like, yo, he would have been more closer to one of those Nubian groups. Now to say the Nubians would be misleading.
Right. So the Corey is in the context of it depends on well, if I did a presentation, that meant I meant to educate, right? So then if I said something that I can clarify, then that doesn't make me a liar, or it doesn't make me anything. It just means to say, okay, I could have clarified that better. That's why you do presentations for some type of review, right? So then I could clean that. I can not clean it up, but I could I could try to be more accurate. Like I was right now.
Well, I'll let you have that battle with Chief Ace. I wouldn't
No,
say
I'm not.
But real quick,
I
to answer your
don't
question though,
have no battles with a stupid motherfucker.
but to answer your question though, really, let me answer your question bluntly and not with all this stuff. Okay, Sarah Suluseti teaches that the Cushites and the Egyptians are the same. He got the teaching from Ashraquazi. Ashraquazi got the teaching. Hold on. Ashraquazi got the teaching from Dr. Ben. Okay? So everybody in the entire community taught that the Cushites and the Egyptians were the same people. Not some people, everybody.
Can I comment on that?
Go.
Can y'all hear me okay? I'm on Bluetooth.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead,
All
bro.
right. So the question, if we having this discussion, we have to ask what
Did you see the
data
video?
say?
Did you see the video?
Yeah, I saw the video. So the question is, what does the data say? If you asking and wanting to know, do the populations look the same or similar or related, you take the different population samples, the skeletons, you measure them up and you compare them with each other, right? And when you do that, what you notice compared to all other populations around the world, in the context, Egyptian groups and Nubian groups are very similar. They're very similar compared to everybody else around them. They're like, they're both Northeast African populations. It would be like comparing Ethiopians and Somali. You may be able to look at them and know, okay, that's a Somali, but they're two neighboring populations and they look similar, right? And so when people say they're the same population, that is incorrect from an ethnic standpoint. These people are ethnic Egyptians. Those people are ethnic Nubian groups, or whatever type of Nubian they are. But
And
from
they
a
spoke a different
population level,
language.
they're both, yes,
That's
but they're both
ethnicity.
Northeast African populations. And when you look at it, all the skeletal samples, there are some Nubian samples that are closer to Egyptian samples than other Egyptians are. So, for instance, you'll have Cushites and Meroitic populations or Kerman populations that are very close to pre-dynastic skeletons, even more so than like late kingdom or middle kingdom Egyptians, showing you just how fluid the population looks. They can all be in one pool. So, everybody is talking about this and that, but just look at the data and see what the data shows. This is one reason people say, okay, if the Nubians are black, I conclude, if people say if the Nubians are black, then the Egyptians have to be black because cranially, some Egyptians fit within the variation of Nubians and vice versa. Also, on the flip side, if the Egyptians are not black, then the Nubians can't be black. So there's attempts to whitewash both groups or blackwash both groups because they're so similar at the population level compared to other populations around the globe.
I ain't never heard that.
So
I like what he said.
Hold on. He said some. What he said was
I
decent.
like what he said, and I could go with what he said, but I think when we be having these conversations, like we get so nuancy, like it just adds. I'm sorry, I apologize, but I could follow it. This is the thing, and then when you keep it real, the only thing you get is, oh, well, you just didn't understand. The thing is, I could follow that, but like saying that much nuance in a conversation like this only adds confusion, bro. That's what I'm
because you know what
about.
it is. What it is. This is what's supposed to happen. It's
called-
supposed to be
it's
somebody
riding the fence a
saying
little bit.
this on YouTube and have the charts. No, somebody's supposed to be saying it, and they're supposed to have the charts and the data right in front of you, which are very unambiguous. So they can point to, look at these skulls. These are Egyptians. These are Nubians. You see how they kind of crossed over? And then these are West Asians way over here. These are Nigerians way over here. These are Europeans way over here. Somebody is supposed to be presenting this to the community so they can see it. But we got
Can I add an important caveat?
Do research.
Let me add an important caveat to what you're saying, because you done said skeletons about 3 different times. Not that you're wrong, but when you say people have been reviewing skeletons and stuff like this and skulls, you're basically talking about physical anthropology or forensic anthropology, correct? Now, in forensic Okay, cool. So let it be on the record. In forensic anthropology is the only science that uses the terms Caucasoid, Negroid, and Mongoloid still today.
Okay. Okay.
I was just putting something out there for food for thought. That's all.
Yeah, but here's the problem with that, because you can take somebody from the deepest, darkest
Now it's a
Somalia,
problem with it.
the pirate,
It wasn't a
and
problem with it
he's gonna
before, though.
measure
Now.
up. No, the problem is there's a problem because both characters on what was the movie with the pirates? You're gonna measure their skulls.
My
and
point.
you're
My
like,
point
okay,
is.
these two
My
guys.
point is.
Yeah,
My point is, you were saying skull. You were saying skulls and skeleton. You didn't say it's problematic.
Yeah.
But now that I mentioned that, now it's problematic.
No, I'm saying data is data, and if you want to know how a population looked, you measure them up and you compare them with populations around the globe. And what you're gonna find is some of the skeletons that we call Caucasoid, they fit with the variation of Somali. And anybody that sees a Somalian, they're not gonna think Caucasoid. They're gonna say, "Oh, that's a black dude." All these black Somalis were stealing money from the daycare. They're not grouping it with Caucasoids. They're not thinking about Caucasoids. So that's the disconnect. You got to look at the data, and then you got to look at those terms and what they really mean when we talk about human populations. It's one thing to say. It's one thing to say Caucasoid, right? It's one thing to say these were Caucasoids. It's another thing to put them in a global database and be like, okay, which Caucasoids were they closest to? And the answer is Somali. Then you have to, hide that shit. And that's what people
Somalians don't
do.
look like Egyptians at all. You ain't gonna ever confuse them.
They do. When you run the data,
So
when
now
you
we're
run the
saying
data,
the people who taking the data are hiding.
You're correct that data, when we're looking at like craneology and like the skulls and all this,
yes,
you do see like a continuity amongst East Africa and Northeast Africa. You're correct, but you're also leaving out the genetic portion of the conversation. This is where we see the divergent at. And if you're going to use cranium size and skulls to try to racialize groups together, you're also gonna have to do that with the genetics too. You can't say it's okay for you
because
you can't say it's okay for
DNA is not race,
and neither is skull size. That's pseudo.
But skull is
I don't
race.
think nobody said what.
The idea of physical races have always been human phenotype.
Well, first of all, let's be very clear. Let's be very clear. Let's be very clear.
I want to know what
First
you're
of
talking
all,
about when he was saying hiding. You used the word
I
hide,
ain't tripping on this shit. That's why I'm sure I don't know what you.
let's be clear. First of all, race nowadays is considered pseudo. So like, let's start from there. But if we're getting into the conversation of how race is determined, right? You're only sticking to skeletons and skull size when there's a whole nother aspect to it that's genetic. And that's where we see the divergence.
And you can't look at evidence in a vacuum. You have to look at the totality of the evidence. That's where a lot of people start having an argument, because the conclusions that the academia come up with, or the field come up with, is in light of all the evidence. They don't make a conclusion based on
you're choosing
this thing right here.
you're choosing one form of forensic evidence, which is the skull shapes, when a part of forensic evidence is the DNA.
Here's why. Let me explain. Because physical race is not genetic.
Yeah, but your genetics.
Let me conclude. Let me conclude. Physical race is not genetic, right?
That's a lie.
And so when somebody is asking, how did they look? You're talking about how they look. You're not talking about. It's not a whole lie. You're not talking about who they were related to. And it's not a lie, because you have people in Africa and people in West Asia and people in Southeast Asia that look somewhat similar, but are vastly different at the genetic level. You have ancient Egyptian skeletons, right? Who we have DNA from, that are, let's say, wholly North African, West Asian, and they look like populations that are half sub-Saharan African.
So does
That is why
DNA
race.
determine?
That
But
is
your
why
DNA and your genetics
race
play
is
a
not
role in
no.
your physical phenotype.
Right.
It
So
plays a role in your phenotype. That's why I'm saying
right.
that's a
So
bold lie.
your
No,
DNA,
not the role, not the role that you think it does.
No.
That
So
is why you
So
have
what are you saying? I think it does. So you tell me what I think. Since you're saying not
if
the
you
role
think
I think it does.
right now race is not genetic, and multiple scientists
I understand.
and groups of
Ashton, I
scientific
understand what you're
journals
saying.
and organizations have already come out to say that race is not genetic. You have people in Africa and people in
When you
Oceania
say
that
right now, when you say
I
right
mean,
now,
like that's a
race,
profound statement.
when you say
Good
right
God.
now, if you're talking about right now, race is not scientific. But if you want to have the race conversation, I'm saying, right? If you want to have that conversation, right? Historically, race was not simply only skull shape. Genetics and DNA played a factor into scientific racism. It absolutely did. And for you to sit here and act like it
Genetics didn't
didn't,
exist. No, genetics didn't exist when
No,
people were
the
talking about races and
idea.
classifying people and saying Negroid class, Mongoloid race. Genetics didn't even exist back then.
No, the idea of genetics.
wait. When do you think scientific racism stopped? When do you think scientific racism stopped?
A long time ago.
No, it
When
happens
did it
to
stop?
this
You
day.
said stopped or started?
It happens to this day. It never stopped.
Oh yeah, it does.
It never
does.
stopped.
But what
That's why when you say there was no genetics back then, I'm like, well, when did scientific racism stop? It never
Wait,
stopped.
people
Ashton,
no people didn't use. There were no genetic markers that people used when they made those physical classifications.
I just put in the Discord. Me, Corey, and Chef Barton. Wait, back.
Your phone breaking up, T-Mac. So I'm asking, Aston, and I get what you're saying. So are we saying that DNA doesn't determine how our skulls look? Like DNA does not determine, our physical characteristics?
The specific markers, that they use, the SNPs that they use to distinguish human populations from 23andMe and the SNP array that they use with Illumina and stuff.
I'm with you. I got
those
you. Right.
Those markers have nothing to do with human phenotype, unless you're talking about the specific genes for hair morphology or eye coral. We just finding out the genes for facial structure. They just finding this stuff out. But those genes for facial structure are shared with populations around the globe.
Yeah, I agree. Damn. I don't
So
know,
there's two conversations. The first conversation is what did they look like? The second conversation is who were they related to? And those two things may not link up. They could look like this group and totally not be related to that group. Anybody who has been to like Southeast Asia or the Pacific, they'd be like, oh man, these people look just like Africans. They are not. They're not
What I'm
related at
saying
all.
to you is this, brother. We understand. I'll put it to you this way. When we say black,
true. Hold on. Check this out. North Africans look similar to Western Asians, and their genetics is closely related to Western Asians also. Yep. So the correlation is there on both. You dig what I'm saying? So do they also cluster with East Africans in some sample sets? Hell yeah, they do. Depending on what sample set you use, they can cluster more with East Africans. Depending on what sample set you use.
I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen what?
But we've all seen pictures. We've all seen pictures of people from Socotra that look just like Ethiopians, and people from Yemen that look just like Ethiopians. But the people in Yemen are some of the purest Arabs out there.
I ain't talking about them. I'm talking about North Africans, which include Egyptians and Western Asians. They cluster together. You dig what I'm saying?
Well, what about the Polynesians?
Yeah, like he just threw me the scope. I ain't even tripping off of that, right? And then you have sample sets, and now this coming from Soy Kieda, right? He say depending on what database you run sample sets in, right, is where you're going to get the closest clusters to, depending on what's on in the sample set. So he said, yeah, so people can play with that, right, on both sides. But most up-to-date data says that North Africans cluster with Western Asians, right? And then they got other sample sets saying that they cluster with East Africans, right? Northeast Africans. You know what I mean?
Right.
So so however you want to play the game, they gotta be both.
Well, the thing is, when you include both, when you include Northwest Africans, Levantines, Horners, Nubians, and ancient Egyptians, the Egyptians going to be closer to Nubians and then Horners first, and then other populations, as expected, right?
You might be right.
When you say closer,
it's not about me. It's not about me. It's not if I'm right. It's what the data says.
When you say closer, right, and this is what I'm trying to clarify, you're talking about phenotypically closer.
I'm talking about how they look. Absolutely. I'm not talking about genetics.
But I do want
Yemenis do look like Ethiopians more so. Yeah, I would agree to that.
When you look at somebody's genetic breakdown, right? And then I'm saying this isn't something new. This has been the case for decades now. If you see sub-Saharan, right, because of racialization, you are going to think this is a black person.
Right?
Correct?
Well, sure. Let's say yes.
Okay, so that's what I was talking about. What I'm saying, genetics has been racialized. It's not simply just skull and cranium size that's only used in terms of racializing populations of people. Genetics has racialized populations of people as well. You can simply look at someone's genetic breakdown and see it says Anglo-Saxon, and you're gonna, oh yeah, this is a white person. Sub-Saharan, this is a black person. So it's not just simply just looking at one aspect of the person's forensic evidence. You have to look at the totality of
how people. No, if we're talking about how people looked, we're talking about what you see with your eye, not what's under the skin. We talk about how they looked, right?
Yeah,
and so
if you see sub-Saharan, when you see sub-Saharan, you're gonna think, oh, this person looked black. This person had type 4 hair. This person.
We have to change. We have to change the way we think, and we shouldn't say things like
I'm telling you that
black
comes from
DNA.
Scientific racism. That's what I'm
that's not my problem.
Like
That's not my problem.
It's some reality to that, though. Like, why do we do that? Why do we? Because ain't none of this is a problem.
Convenient.
This is a problem in this community right here. I'm glad y'all said that. Listen, ain't none of you niggas no damn scientists. So, like, if you can look at my genetic, if I pull up my DNA, I can do that in a few minutes, right? If I pull up my 23andMe, you can clearly look at the shit on there and be like, yeah, that's a nigga. Clear. Like, you don't, like, and then for us to sit up and say, well, we need to stop that.
But you know,
that kind of virtue signaling.
What I'm saying, Corey, is with this other.
Hold on 1 second. That kind of virtue signaling is what pisses me off, and that allows the flim flam bim bam to continue on in the community. That very bullshit right there. That very virtue signaling. Well, I don't say black
you think it's virtue
Corey,
signaling.
I agree with you. What he's trying to say is, in order to get a picture of your phenotype, he would have had to look at your skull. That looking at your genetic breakdown wouldn't have been enough for a person. Wouldn't have been enough for a person to say Corey's black. I'm saying when it comes to the ancient Egyptians, just looking at their skull isn't giving us the picture of also their genetic breakdown, which also gives you an idea of their phenotype.
Right.
That's all I was saying.
You gotta look at the totality.
It doesn't, though.
You gotta look at the whole picture.
No, it doesn't. Because this is why it doesn't. I'm gonna explain very clearly why it doesn't. because you have skulls in Egypt. And when you measure them, they are closest to skeletons in Australia, Aboriginal. They have a very robust morphology, wide nose, and the closest people today who look like that are people in Aboriginal Australians.
Only if you
Now,
don't have
does that
all the
mean
evidence. They do.
if you want to say race is genetic, then that would mean that those people in Egypt were genetically similar to people in Australia. We know that's wrong. You have skeletons
Evidence is
in the
never looked at
Americas.
in a vacuum. You know that, right? Evidence is
But
never looked at in a vacuum.
well, apparently people think DNA is race, so I got to debunk it. You have skeletons in the Americas. Oh, look at this skull. Africans came here. Look at the nose. Look at the teeth. Blah blah blah. They have DNA from those skeletons. They are not Africans. Debunked. How many times has
Craniology
they came
is
before
not race
Columbus?
either. It's both hand. Craniology and skull, looking at skulls, that's not enough to determine a person's race either.
But it tells you how they looked, and you can
And
put those
genetics
skulls.
can tell you how a person looked as
No,
well.
it does not. No,
I
it
said
does
it
not.
Oh man,
It can't.
Okay.
See, people have.
If I see somebody's DNA and it
you
say
looked at my
divided with
23andMe,
People, I'll
wouldn't
say
be
this last thing because I
surprised at
can't
my
like be here
picture.
forever. People
I'm
have
just gonna
talked
say
in
that.
abstract for so long, not knowing you can take skeletons and put them in a database of worldwide populations and see who they are closest to. We acting like we can't do that. You don't have to guess it. If you want to know how a population looks, you put that shit in there, you hit the button, and it's going to link with this group over there, which is a group that lives today somewhere in West Asia, Africa, Europe, wherever. The methods to answer the questions that you're trying to answer exist. So what are we doing?
Can I?
Hey, Aston, if
Can I
you don't
get
mind
back
me asking,
to?
and then Reggie,
Okay,
and then Reggie, you can have it. You can have it. Give me 1 second. Aston, what are your credentials to talk the way you do?
I don't have any formal credentials, but I started my genetic journey probably maybe 2004. I got tested in 2005, and I started, reading the studies and reading the books around that time. So I've been digging into genetics for probably 20 years. I've read
I'm just saying,
thousands, probably
formal,
over 10,000.
How'd you get the formal?
How did I what?
Like some of this seems like there's some kind of formal education or courses or something. You didn't take nothing. You pretty much taught yourself.
I correspond with the experts over 2 decades. I email the people and ask them about their work. I travel and go to genetic conferences around the globe.
Okay.
And so a lot of the arguments that people are making, I've heard them before because I had them, decades ago. People posting pictures, and we did that in 2005. And so I've heard all this stuff before. The only thing that's really new is the genetics angle.
Hey, Aston, can you hear me?
Yep.
And then we're gonna go to you, Reggie. Let him ask this question.
Oh, okay. Let me just say, it's not a question. I'm just asking. We've been going back and forth arguing about the ancient Egyptians.
We're not arguing.
No, I know. Sorry, but you said I remember you saying, couldn't nobody in the community deal with me except you, because everybody had the wrong arguments except you. And I forgot my goddamn point. I forgot my damn point. Y'all go ahead.
Well, I gotta give you your props. You held the community face to the fire, and they were not mentally equipped to answer the questions. And right now, what's going on with the Eurocentrics, what they've been doing for basically the past 10 years with the genetic studies and the DNA, our community is not equipped to answer the questions. It's just we
see, that's why I said, how can y'all jump over
right now in this group?
Y'all jumped over an important part. But go ahead, I'm gonna bring it up in a minute.
I had you sharpen your sword. That's what it was. We argued so much about it. Now you got your sword a little sharper.
Steel sharpen steel, buddy.
Go ahead, Courtney, you have something?
No. So I just wanna say, we jumped over my man when he said they were hiding something. So at some point we gotta understand who we talking to, right? So, like, what were you? Go back to that, my man's asking. What there? You said the geneticists or these scientists, when they find something, right? They can't deal with it. So something like they had to hide something. We were speaking about some Ethiopian skeletons or some shit like that. Like, go ahead. Do you remember that?
I'm talking about the scientific community basically playing us, right? They're playing
They're
us.
hiding, they're finding.
Well, I'll put it this way. There is a document right now that has 1,000 or more ancient DNA samples from stuff that's not published. And the people that have it, they can share anything on it, right? For those that know, that we know about the list. Oh, you want to know about this skull and this and all these Egyptian and Nubian samples, and ancient Ethiopians, and ancient.
I've been trying to stop y'all. Y'all just run right past
You should have
everything.
been stopped. He didn't court you up. You should have been stopped.
Well, if you in certain circles, you know about this stuff and you know about these leaks, and you've been in Twitter spaces where people are asking a person with the list.
Man.
I tell you,
you's a bad boy, Corey.
No, y'all don't
I-
listen.
I-
See,
I'll
this is
finish.
what I be mad at y'all about, Sheffrin. Y'all sit up here and y'all ask these people, and see, I'm respecting you, Aston. The rest of these guys who didn't say that, they don't respect you because I was listening to what you were saying, Aston. These guys, all the other guys, they're not listening to a fucking word you saying, bro. They just
they don't know
arguing
me.
with you.
So some of the people that know me, they like, oh, that's Bioku from 20 years ago. Oh, that's
listening
him.
to this shit. They're not listening
I
to.
know.
No, they not listening to you. I'm listening to you. Although I think you crazy as fuck, right? But at least I got respect enough to listen to you.
Okay, I'll give you one basic example how they getting played, how we get played. They'll do a genetic study
They playing
on
just black folk.
They playing everybody, but I'm concerned about me. You'll have a
Yeah,
study on, let's say, North Africa.
I guess you missed the part where I said an hour ago he's calling into question genetics. I said that like an hour ago. I already caught that.
Oh, okay, all right, my bad.
So
Okay,
this is how
that's
you
two
get
of
played.
us. It's only two of us listening to you.
I can give a distinct example. You'll have a study on North Africans, Y-DNA, and they'll say this North African sample, 3% of the lineages were sub-Saharan African. But for sub-Saharan African, they only mean E1B1A. They don't mean E1B1B. Or sometimes it'll say, it's only 5% African, and they'll exclude the indigenous North African and the East African. And by African, they only mean West African. So the language that they use makes you think a specific thing, and you're getting played.
Wait, could you show an example of where you saw a breakdown that said African and it only denoted West Africa?
I can pull up studies from the maybe mid 2000s where they do it a lot with DNA, right? Especially on the Y chromosome, because the vast majority of North African chromosomes are of ancient East African extraction, E1B1B. And so they have attempted over the years, for the past basically 20 years, to say E1B1B is West Asian. But all the evidence comes out, no, haplogroup E it's African, and E1B1B is all African. But they have been trying to grab that for so long. Oh, now, DE is Asian, and this is Asian, and they say a lot of things is Asian.
Yeah, but you said something about African only referring to West Africa, and
I can pull something up when I sit down and get some time.
Got you.
But there's a study, something you can Google now, from Luca Pagani, and he's talking about basal Eurasian, and they're talking about genetic variation that originates in Africa, but it's not really African because it's the ancestors of non-Africans.
Well, I mean, even if the ancestors of Africans, they're non-African, if the mutation happens due to the conditions of Africa, that would make it African.
Right, but why then would you go on to speak of that variation as non-African? especially when it's in an African population. You see how
What do you
things can
mean?
just get.
You just
That's what I
said
mean.
you just said the people.
Basal Eurasian. Basal Eurasian. Is Basal Eurasian African or non-African?
The Basal Eurasians.
Yep.
They come from people outside of Africa, but then they mutate and develop in the continent. Yeah.
Now, do you know how old Basal Eurasian is?
What, like 30,000 years ago?
No, they're saying it could be 80,000 years old. So 80,000 years ago, were there any non-Africans? Nope. So how can Basal Eurasian, if it originated 80,000 years ago?
Hold on. Humans supposedly.
Wait, hold on.
Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens are said to have left out of Africa at least 100,000 years ago. What do you mean?
But the people that exist today are not descendants of those early failed migrations.
How do you know that?
Non-Africans.
Wait, how do you
I know
that?
that? Because the Y-DNA and the mitochondrial lineages that exist are not ones that are 100,000 years old. Non-Africans are not lineages coming from B and like LO or L1 or L2.
Are you able to trace any lineage that are 100,000 years old? I'm sure they stopped well before that.
No,
like
what I'm saying is non-Africans descend from M and N, right? Coming from L3. And basically haplogroup F, right? And these are younger than the African ones. And so if you're going back that old, like the Nubian culture from 120,000 years ago, say that again?
I think Gullo was trying to talk. That was Gullo.
What I'm saying is...
No, I was agreeing with you. Them 100,000-year-old people that migrate out, they weren't accepting migration. A lot of them got the natives from Neanderthals and shit like that. That's why even when people migrated out 70,000 years ago, a lot of them Neanderthal groups already had modern human DNA from that original migration.
Right.
But non-Africans. Do you agree with him that none of the non-Africans today descend from the people that left out 100,000 years ago? You agree with that?
You said what now?
He said that none of the non-Africans today descend from the humans that left out of Africa 100,000 years ago.
No, they don't. They come from the people that left out 70,000 years ago. They're not from the 100,000 years ago.
So what happened to the Homo sapiens that left out 100,000 years ago?
Oh, they died out. I don't know. But the thing is,
some of them got mixed in when they Neanderthals a little bit. They died out. Motherfuckers probably died from disease, all that shit. They weren't successful.
What is the either archaeological what is the proof we have of that is what I'm asking.
Because modern Eurasians come from a late L3 and haplogroup F or CTM168.
So
right?
are you saying like East Asians and some of these other like let's not stick to Eurasians. Let's look at some of these other non-African.
All humans. All non-Africans.
All Eurasians.
All non-African.
Even those East Asians that have Denisovan and all these other.
All of them.
Eurasia. Eurasia is it's a landmass of Europe and all of Asia. It's Eurasia.
Yeah, but it's the western part of Asia. I'm talking.
No, all Asia, even to the Americas. Right?
Oh wow! What I'm saying is not controversial.
From a Eurasian population.
I'm not saying anything controversial. This is like the standard academic Orthodox view.
All the way to Japan is Eurasia, yo.
The standard Orthodox view says all non-Africans descend from a bottleneck group, some upper bound 65 to 55,000 years ago. I mean, study was just published within the last couple weeks.
I'm asking, like, what is okay? So, if that's the mainstream opinion, what is the proof that the ones that left out 100,000 years ago just all died out? What is the archaeological?
Their DNA didn't survive. Their DNA did not survive.
Evidence. Even what was the latest skeleton they got
from the 70,000
group? Or Zadie Kloon, or the one they got from Georgia or whatever, one of the oldest skeletons they have, the DNA is like, oh yeah, this is dead end. It's a dead end lineage. No one's related to it. And when you look at the modern Eurasians today, it ain't like they coming out with a Y chromosome that's Eurasian specific under haplogroup A or B, or they're coming out with mitochondria that is Eurasian specific, that's LO, LO4 or L13. No, that don't exist, because those stayed in Africa and L3 left out, and that's the story. But we trying to create all these mental gymnastics to not just say basal Eurasian could be African if it's 80,000 years old, because 80,000 years ago there were no people outside of Africa.
So it's talking about the people who was in Africa that left out, that became the Eurasians.
So 100,000 years ago, some humans left out. They all died, and then to the next 20,000 years, no more humans decided to migrate.
Well, I mean, there could have been sprinkles and this and that,
already a separate group that there was already a distinct group of Africans that left out. You feel me? So obviously the Eurasians, that left out, the Africans that left out, right, was already a distinct group of people. You get that part?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so we know that the Eurasians come from this group. So you can categorize that group as Eurasians before they even.
He's saying 80,000 years. What he said is 80,000 years ago there was no people living outside of Africa.
Okay, I'll take that back. I shouldn't speak in absolute.
That's what I'm pushing back against.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're absolutely right. We can always find fossils here and there. I think they just found a fossil that's maybe like 90,000 or 100,000 years ago in China. And yeah, there's always fossils, but by and large, the narrative is all non-Africans descend from a bottlenecked population. And that population is quite young on the evolutionary scale. And the date that keeps coming up is about 55,000 years ago.
Yeah,
and so basal Eurasian,
I got no problem with that.
Yeah, basal Eurasian being much older than that, it was used as a way to explain certain ancestry that, and I quote, was not involved in the initial peopling of Europe or Asia. That's when they found it, they said it was not involved in the initial peopling of Europe and Asia. So that's like a population that stayed back in Africa, and then Europe and Asia, they did their thing, and then later on, boom, maybe it left out 30 or 40,000 years ago, and that sort of explains what you see. But when we look at genetic studies today, they know it exists, but they don't really use basal Eurasian as like, they just like sweep it away. They don't really talk about it in the way they can talk about it. I think the highest population with the highest basal Eurasian so far was the that upper ancient Egyptian skeleton. More than Iranians.
Isn't basal
you have certain populations
Hey,
of
Reggie, if
basal
you're trying to
Eurasians say
talk, you're going to get in there, bro, 'cause I don't know when to stop. I don't know what they talk about.
all I was saying is you have certain basal Eurasian subgroups that stay isolated in Southern Arabia, you know what I'm saying, Persian Gulf, and certain parts of it became in the Kufians later on. You said you have certain parts of it isolated or lingering around. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of those didn't have, and a lot of those didn't have a lot of Neanderthal DNA and all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Is basal Eurasian hypothetical?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's a hypothetical algorithmic computer construct to explain missing ancestry where they haven't found a good representative for.
So that type of shit gotta be stated before we even go all the way down into that, though. You feel me?
Well, I mean, yeah, you're right. I thought most of the people on this stream, especially the people in the chat, I'm pretty sure they know about it. But
Yeah,
the more these studies you read, the more you sort of see.
It's something there. It's some type of ghost population in the genes, so it still has to be announced. You know what I'm saying? It might be hypothetical, but in the genes, there's something popping up for that. For that.
Yeah, think of the Neanderthal, right? Neanderthals were dumb and slow and stupid, and they wasn't smart enough to even exist, and they got wiped out by the superior Homo sapien. And Africans are dumb, and y'all got Neanderthal. And as soon as we got DNA from a Neanderthal, Neanderthals are smart and they're creative and they did art and they buried their dead and they wrote love songs. And like when we see the pivot, we know where you got to know you're getting played. And it's a lot of that where
Well,
if you
wait. Are
read the
you
studies,
are you denying? Are you denying they did those things? You saying all
no,
that's a
I'm talking
lie and
about
made up?
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the narrative of who Neanderthals were
Yeah, they
big,
didn't have
slow.
enough evidence, and when they got evidence, they updated the science.
No, when they got genetic evidence to show that Europeans had Neanderthal ancestry, they updated the narrative about who Neanderthals were to make them smarter, to make them
As
more
long as
artistic and bury their dead.
to be fair, I'm 29. As long as I've been alive, Neanderthals have always been associated with white cavemen.
Exactly. Dumb white cavemen. Dumb
Yeah.
white cavemen. Right.
Yeah, but all key word is white. Like I've never thought of a Neanderthal and thought of anything other than a white person. It didn't take till genetics coming out associating them with Europeans that now they're being associated with white people.
And not
I'm
only
pretty
that,
sure
they became
I remember
smarter.
in elementary school going to the Museum of Natural History, right, and seeing how they had a display. This is in the 80s when I went. This is like 1989 or some shit when we went. They had a display of all these different these archaic humans. They talked about Neanderthal. They had Homo erectus, and they was talking about the tool usage and all of these types of shit. The mourning of their loved ones. They were not saying, oh, now that's maybe some shit that you learned on a cartoon or on TV that Neanderthal was stupid. But in academia, when we went to the museum, that's not what they explained to us.
Oh, well, what trickled
And
down
they've
to the public
always been,
is going to
they've
be
always
different.
been white. They've never been black. They've never been
And they've
anything
always
else
been
but
white. They always been white.
Yeah. But now we know Neanderthals were probably more what we consider physical race were more diverse than humans. Physically, from fossil data, man, Neanderthals all over the place. Denisovans too, forget about it. They're all over the place.
Yeah, it depends on what geographical area they was at. You know what I'm saying? They could be light, real light, or fucking sand. You know what I'm saying? All of them wasn't, like the ones in Germany.
I hate when we do this because you might have learned something after you went to school, right? Or maybe like colloquially in your community, like things are looked at a certain way, or this is the way that TV commercials play things. I hate when we go and say, well, they taught us this, and they taught us that. They taught us that Egypt wasn't even in Africa. It's just like, no, they didn't do that. It's either, okay, fine, you didn't listen that day, or you was sick, you had the flu that day when they was teaching something, but it's not that they taught you that Egypt wasn't in Africa. It's not that they taught you that Homo erectus was stupid and dumb. It's maybe you just didn't listen. Like we do that with everything, like all of this conscious community bullshit. We go and say, well, they taught us in school. It's like, what?
They didn't teach me that in school because the information was updated by then. Information was updated by the 80s. But back in the day, like back in the 70s, 60s and shit, they did say Neanderthals was stupid and
I'm so tired of y'all. I'm so
but half of the guys
bro.
pushing these narratives in the community wasn't going to school in the 60s.
I
They
am
was going to
tired
school.
of you, nigga. This is what I swear to God, bro.
Like, it's the fucking truth. I ain't
Hey,
talking
real
about in
quick.
the
You niggas will find an excuse for any damn thing, bro.
Hey,
This is
real
why
quick.
this is why the snake oil salesman, if I was a goddamn snake oil salesman, it's no way I would even think about another community other than
There
niggas.
you go. Oh, we love
If
snake
I
oil.
was a goddamn snake oil salesman, why would I go to any motherfucking community other than niggas? Why?
We love snake
You
oil.
niggas
Makes our
will
teeth white.
apologize for any goddamn thing. Y'all got to stop this shit, bro. You niggas will find an apology for anything. All the
And they
fuckery.
don't fucking apology. Back in the fucking 70s and 60s, that's what they thought. I ain't talking about the fucking 80s. They did
Look,
think that
I
shit
don't
is
want to
real.
hear it.
Real
Listen,
shit.
I don't want to hear it because it was anthropology. The field of anthropology was going on in the 60s.
Yeah, and I went to school for the shit. I ain't just go to fucking elementary shit.
Listen, obviously you didn't.
They
You said they taught you. You said the school you went to. You told me the school that you went to taught you some bullshit. That's what you just got to trying to tell me. Now you went to school and
you ain't fucking listening. That's what I said. I said in the 80s, the shit was. I said in the 60s and all that.
It's either you went to fucked up schools or you didn't. Which one? Did they teach you right or did they not?
Man, get all that ignorant nigga shit on somewhere, bro. I ain't
The school you went to, did they teach you black ass right?
Hey, Reggie.
Yeah.
When you was in school in the 30s, did they teach you that Egypt was in Africa, or what they do?
When I wasn't.
Did y'all have a map in your class, Reggie?
I wasn't in the 30s.
I'm just fucking with you, bro.
We just bullshitting. But did you have a map in your class?
I'm trying to break the levity because
I would have made that mistake.
It's on 10, bro. I'm trying to bring it down to
I would have
like
made that mistake. Motherfucker would have done a video on that.
Oh man, he's gonna go somewhere else, bro. I want to know, Reggie, listen. Did you have a globe? Don't you remember in elementary school you had a globe in your classroom, didn't you?
Absolutely. I had to.
Okay. And the teacher taught y'all about that globe, didn't she?
That's correct.
All right. That's all I need to know.
Did she teach you that Africa was in New Jersey, or that Egypt was in New Jersey, or that it was in Africa?
I ain't even talking about these. I'm talking about the Neanderthal. I don't give a fuck about no Egypt.
When you was in school, right? Did they teach y'all about Neanderthal, Reggie? When you was in school?
Yes.
Did they say that Neanderthal? Did they teach you about? Hold on. You can ask me.
Gullah, we can't even make out Gullah.
Hold on. Let me say this to Reggie. Reggie, did they tell you about the tool making and all of that stuff that the Neanderthals did when y'all learned about it?
Yes.
Right? Did they tell you how they mourned and buried their loved ones and all that kind of stuff when you learned about it?
No.
They did. Okay. They might not have known that yet. Okay, so they showed you some of the fossil tools and they told you about the tools they used and how they was intelligent. Did they say they would? Did they? Now, I'm not done. I told you can have the floor. Just give me 2 seconds, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Now, Reggie, when they showed you the fossil tools and all of that, right? In the weapons and shit that they used or whatever, did they say that they was stupid?
No.
Okay. All right. Now you can have the floor, Gullah.
All I'm saying is man, back in the day they did think that one time. It might not have been when Reggie was in school. It might have been when you was fucking with in school. But there was a fucking period website. It's in the fucking book, bro. The book I read, they say that so they can think that, dog. I got fucking early human up there in the book. All that shit. They can think that in one book. I don't know what the fucking teacher was open, but it was a fucking thing on the table, right?
You see, me, Gullah, I might say things that you don't like, but nobody on here will come off of mute and say, bro, we didn't hear none of that bullshit you just said. But I'm going to tell you they didn't hear it.
I would like to volunteer and put on record that I heard the exact same misinformation as well too. In school from white people up here, I was told that
Egypt was in New Jersey.
I was told that I'm not told that Egypt was in Europe, but I was told that the Egyptians.
I didn't say Europe. I said New Jersey.
In the Middle East.
New Jersey. Yeah, in the Middle East. Yep. And
So you had a teacher. Hold on. You had a teacher that taught you that Egypt was in the Middle East. That's what she taught you.
Yes.
Yes.
She taught me.
Let me tell you, people get
She taught me that the Egyptians were white. I was in the 6th grade. And they also said that
Wait, hold on. I got you. Wait, so she told you Egypt was in the Middle East, right? What continent did she tell you Egypt was a part of?
That's where they get it.
Yeah. I can't remember. I'm talking about a 6th grade time.
So she didn't teach you guys continents?
Yeah,
No,
they did. They probably did say
in
Africa. But when they depicted the images and all the books that they had available for us, the Egyptians were white. And I do remember.
But when it came to talking about continents, when discussing the globe, what continent did they say Egypt landed on?
It was in Africa.
All right, there you go.
Hey, when y'all looked at the globe, did you realize that it
I don't believe this. I don't believe this.
Can I say something real quick? Because there's multiple things going on right here. There's multiple things going on. Look, simple. When you look at the globe, we could see that Africa, Egypt consists in Africa. That was a normal thing that you could visually see. Now, when they would break down in the chapters of the book, they would categorize Egypt in the Middle East, even though we could visibly see it's in Africa.
Even today.
But they would play that mind trick. Now, I understood.
Eastern studies.
Yeah, I understood what was going on, but that was the little mind game they would play. We could see visibly Egypt is in Africa, but they would categorize it and use the description in the literature. They would compartmentalize it under Middle East. That's what they would do, but you would have to look past that and understand what they was doing.
And they would put the degrees under Near Eastern Studies. Right? Egyptology was Near Eastern Studies.
I didn't appreciate it as much as I do
Baltimore
now.
has a horrible school system, and they ain't teach us no fucked up shit like that.
I did not appreciate the South Bend School Corporation as much as I do now, Sheffrin. I have a newfound respect. Thank the Lord for the South Bend Community School Corporation.
Ain't no black teacher never taught us no crazy.
I ain't never heard no shit, nothing like that. Now, the Middle East thing, like when we would do social, so we would have current events, right? And we would talk about Middle East political shit going on, right? Because this was when we were doing the Iraq War, right? We was in Desert Storm back when I was in elementary and shit. We used to do the current event.
Oh, so you older than everybody. You a little bit older than most people in this room, I think.
I was born in 1981. I'm 44 years old.
I was trying to help you.
My bad.
Like you're all young, right? I started school. I started school, I think, in New York in 1971, right? And
I was the class of 2000.
From 71 to 79, those are my formative years. We have some of the greatest museums in New York City, the Metropolitan Museum of Art and the New York Museum of Natural History.
It ain't better than the one in Chicago. Your Museum of Natural History is not better than my Museum of Natural History.
Corey, banging on museums.
Well, I don't know. I got the Oriental Institute. So
are y'all niggas somehow
you ready to bang like that, Reggie? Can you put the man up against the
museum that they don't
are y'all niggas museum banging right now?
Yeah, they claim museums.
Are y'all like tripping on museums right now?
Museum. We're in the middle of the street on museums.
Oh, hey, then I'm out the way. Go ahead.
So you think the Met can handle the Oriental Institute, Reggie?
In some regards, yes.
Nah.
We have more primaries.
Nah.
We have more primaries in the Oriental Institute of Chicago.
More primaries.
But it's called the Oriental Institute. You're already getting played. That's the point.
They
No, we know what they do. We talk about Asian. Huh? Go ahead.
They changed his name.
Yeah, they did change the name. They actually did change the name. Right, Reggie's correct with that.
Right.
There's a lot of crybabies, a lot. You know what I'm saying? It's woke. Where Fetty at? Where is my man Fetty at? These woke motherfuckers made him change the name, Fetty. Can you believe this shit, bro?
But so is there an assumption? I mean, from what I'm hearing from Chef and I'm hearing from my brother Corey, are y'all assuming that what happened in Baltimore and what happened in Gary was a generalized experience of what people got in their educational upbringing?
I did.
You assume okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Hey, Brass?
Yeah.
Where I was gonna go was going back to
Yeah, go ahead, brother. The floor is yours.
right. So where they went when they left, they talked a little bit about the civilization that we call Egypt, but they completely went to somewhere else. Do you agree? Right. So the issue is when I was talking, I watched the clip that I said, and this is just what clip people that want to clip stuff out and look for one term. I was talking about the peoples in the area and what they look like, generally opposed to the people, the modern people of the modern Egyptians, what they look like, and that I said that these groups of people would have been the pyramid builders, talking about what I believe that the peoples look like, right? So it wasn't enough to call me and to pull me out, but that's what the stupid motherfucker does. The next thing about it is the next major part of it is that we have to understand that a lot of the building materials from the pyramids came from the south. The materials, the granite. A lot of the granite was mined or cut in the south and brought up to the north, right? Then we have to look at before the perfect pyramids that you call Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure, and even them, the granite was cut in Aswan, right? And there were some local quarries, but largely a lot. Then we have to do a whole separate show on pyramid building. Well, it just turns out, of course, that there are pyramids in the south, particularly what they call the Yebu pyramid, right? The Sinistral pyramid is what we can say the oldest pyramid, right? We can actually say that is the oldest pyramid. I can't fight that. However, the Yebu pyramid is in Aswan. We will have to go back and look at the chronology of the different pyramids, but you find that a lot of the workers, right, or at least those people that at least cut the granite, right, and the fact that there is a pyramid in the south, you can relate that to southern people rather than northern people, and so it's not enough of him just clipping
Yeah,
out.
you have to be a part of the union though to be building. You know that, right? Like they wasn't just hiring motherfuckers to work on the pyramids. Like you had to be a part of a union and go through an apprenticeship program and everything.
Right.
And those are families which had been doing masonry and building for generations.
Right. So you can't. You just so it's family oriented. It's cultural oriented. It's high level, right? Because you can't, if you're cutting these blocks, out for being shipped. You have to be pretty not pretty smart, but you have to be trained. It has to be a craft. It's a craft.
Yeah, they skilled craftsmen. That's all skilled craftsmanship. Yep, absolutely.
And so a lot of this stuff began in the South. So to say, if I said that these people were pyramid builders, I would not be wrong, right? and I wouldn't be wrong. You could
You're
contextualize.
dead wrong.
Huh?
Dead wrong.
You stupid motherfucker. What do you
You
fucking
stupid
know
ass
about
up here lying.
Yeah. So I will tell you right now about the pyramid of Yebo. Did that motherfucker tell you about the
My
pyramid
granddad
of
and his
Yebo?
best friend used to do that
I have a
too.
question
He
for
didn't
Reggie.
tell you about the. He didn't tell you about the
I have a
pyramid of
question.
Nobody want
I
to hear
have a
your
question
lies
for
no
Reggie.
more. Nigga.
Right. No, you
Right.
know why? They want to hear what I have to say. Now they finding out that you is a liar.
No, they nobody believes you, Reggie.
Because
They
you know
heard it
what
for
you do?
themselves, Reggie.
You have a.
You can't. Nobody listen to that nonsense. We know you're a liar, and you talk.
Okay.
And you talk fake history.
No.
I have a question for Reggie.
Yes.
Right. If you're saying that they were, Nubians or look like Nubians or whatever,
Yes.
to prove this is where I want to see like data. I would want to see, skeletons from Egyptian pyramid builders and skeletons from the Nubians of that, what is that, pre-Kerma during that time, compared to all other skeletons in the region. And then we can just look at, say that again?
It's way before pre-Kerma.
Whatever period they're from, right? I would want to see their contemporary people, and we can compare them to contemporaries at Giza and West Asia and all around the area to see if that's a true statement or not. Because I'm not, where I come from, like,
where you come from?
We done with making claims.
Who are you?
Like I'm from
what books you published?
I'm Aston B.
Yeah,
right?
I know. Okay,
and
I know
the people,
who you
and
are,
the
but what
people.
did you publish? Let me see something that you wrote. You kept talking about we. You some secret organization.
I have a site where I publish stuff to my personal site, and
your personal site. Keep it there.
I will keep
Reggie
it there.
publishing all your shit. Your shit is still wrong. Published or not, nigga.
My point is this.
I hate these secret scrolls.
Yeah, the shit you published, Reggie, is wrong, and no one cited it.
Well, we don't know if he's wrong if he
You
hasn't
wasted
produced
your
data.
time, Reggie.
Question, because you know what? It's not coming from a good place.
Y'all some haters, man.
It's coming from a good place. It is not. Okay, what types of evidence? One evidence is skeletal and remains. What's the other evidence, Ashton, in this field?
If you're saying they look the same,
I didn't say that.
okay.
I didn't say that.
They don't look the same.
But I didn't
All
say
right.
that. So I would say,
Hey, Reggie,
evidence.
you can't keep coming amongst the commoners and flexing like some superior knowledge. It doesn't make sense. If you in the league, if you MJ, you need to go with the pros and play with them.
No, that's not it.
Hey, Reggie, that's bait.
not
You
it.
about to try to
What's
jump
going to
in,
happen
Reggie.
is somebody that
Hold on,
wants to
Ashton.
learn is going to say,
I'm not talking about
Hey,
that.
that's
Ashton.
bait.
I'm
They
talking
about to try
about
to
all
jump
this-
you, Reggie. What
if you
thunder at?
publish or not.
All right.
You gonna need thunder for this one.
Confident when you say, "Are you publish shit?"
Yeah, you gonna need thunder for this one. These niggas about to try to jump you, Reggie.
Hey, what I'm saying, Reggie, hold on, Reggie, because I ain't speak.
Let me talk.
I haven't spoken. Hold on, Reggie.
I was still talking.
What I'm saying is,
to have a good one.
yeah, no, I want to get this out real quick though. You feel what I'm saying? Like, you can't come in a conversation because it virtually nobody in here is published. So if the qualification to have the conversation is to be published, then it don't make sense to be in here speaking with any one of us. That's all I'm saying.
That's a red herring, bro. He didn't say you couldn't talk to Reggie. Reggie said you can't just talk to him any kind of way and tell him about this and that and this and that when Reggie's at the forefront writing this shit, bro. He read this shit before this nigga was talking. And you got the nerve to be challenging him? That's crazy.
I asked you in this discussion, you're gonna run into people that want to learn, and that's me. So if somebody's saying something, I want to see that information so I can know how you came up with that idea. So when I say it and somebody questions me, I can say, boom, here's the source.
Okay.
I have learned in my discussions not to say things that I can't source.
That's right. That
So
young
I
brother
just wanna
just
read
won't
it.
source.
No.
Source. He ain't taking that bullshit. He ain't taking everything for granted.
Let's not play. Let's not play.
That ain't what he did, bro.
Yeah,
He challenged
that's
Reggie.
exactly not what he did.
I didn't challenge him.
No. So you came in and I'm like, okay, so there's different types of data. So you can't ask me for just DNA and bone data. right? You just can't ask me that. I want you to tell me, I want you to tell us all of the type of data that you would need. You just can't table it to DNA and
You can just start by giving him the source he asked for, Reggie. You can just start by giving him the source he asked for.
I don't know if you were here
in
or not
regard-
here, but I had a long conversation about Egyptian and Nubian crania and how they were similar. And I talked about sources and samples and etc. So I'm trying to move the conversation and the community to a place where if somebody says something, they can say, here's the source, everybody can read it, and they won't just be, just be saying stuff. Otherwise, everybody's just talking and nobody is presenting no data.
Hey, Aston.
So I wanna see it.
But you're trying to move a community. You're trying to move a community that'll pay $30
He's
for a
the leader,
Sarnetta
though.
debate, bro. No. These niggas will pay $30 for a Sarnetta debate. And you trying to do what exactly?
That's
Here's
why
the
we
thing.
flailing.
If Reggie made a claim, right? He cleaned up the claim to say that he was basically saying that the modern day Nubians represent a good proxy for what the general phenotype would have been of the pyramid builders. That's his refined position, right? So the data that will be relevant to that claim has to be correct. It would be craniometrics, sort of, and morphology type of data, DNA, and potentially artwork. So I know what Reggie's getting at. He want to incorporate the linguistics and the blah, blah, blah. But if we're talking about the proximate phenotype of the people, Aston B is absolutely correct.
Okay, that's your
Opinion.
You have a right to your opinion, and I don't have it in that, and so that's fine, and we could qualify.
That's not an opinion, Reggie. If we're talking phenotype, then what other data would you be referencing in regards to assessing phenotype? If not those three that I mentioned.
Okay, so you would also the other ones that you would have to add is certainly what is the writing, what the Egyptians said.
Writing,
and that goes to writing. That's correct. The writing.
How would that? What would writing have to do with what a person looks like?
Writing has to do with not exactly where they look like, but
where they look like, what they look like.
Right, where the culture comes from. Writing tells you where the culture comes from, the iconography.
Fine, it still doesn't tell you what a person looks like, Reggie.
Right. So the groups of the groups of people who are currently in Northeast Africa are heavily admixed. More admixed than the groups of the people, more admixed with outsiders than the groups of people who were during the time of the of what you call the formation of Egypt. Right? So the modern day groups of people, right? They have Greek in them, they have Assyrian in them, they have Persian in them, they have English in them, right? British in them. They got everybody, right? So those groups of people, if you want to look at them, they have more a phenotypical admix than what they would have.
I agree. Reggie, you're off the rails here. I agree with everything that you just
but
said.
then I'm off the rails.
Yes, because that still isn't relevant to what Aston B asked. You made a claim that the modern day Nubian population is probably the closest proxy for what the people who built the pyramids looked like. And Aston is saying what would be relevant to that would be craniometric morphological type of information, DNA, and I'm going to throw in artwork as a third thing that would verify what a person looks like. You're talking about writing. That has nothing to do with what a person looks like. Why can't you just say you are correct, Aston B? And this is what I have to back up my claim.
A question. So how the fuck am I going to say he's right when he asks a question? Who you fooling?
All right, man, I'm done.
So what I would say,
no, that's the authority. That's the authority.
What I would say, right? Why don't you read the new UNESCO article by UNESCO number 9 Let's
You
start
know,
there. Why don't you
I didn't hear no
Does
niggas arguing with the
UNESCO number
authority.
9 have cranial data from the
Don't cut
pyramid
me off.
builders?
Because wait, hold up.
He just cussed his ass out.
I mean, they arguing with the authority. I put when Reggie started talking about Egypt, I just go on mute. Like, I don't know what you other niggas doing. Go ahead, though.
So watch this. So why don't so wait, let me see something. So Ashton, right? You read the UNESCO 9, right? You read Dr. Gardine?
He ain't read that shit.
I know.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you, bro.
Okay, get back to me. Did you read Shamaka Kite?
Yes.
His UNESCO number 9.
I don't. What's the name of the actual publication? The article, the specific article.
Of Africa, UNESCO number 9, right? Where where Dr. Gardine and Dr. Shamaka Kite.
Is that the DNA
Are
one?
you referencing? I think he's referencing the paper that they wrote together regarding the Armada.
No, I'm not referencing that.
UNESCO number 9. The
I'm not
comic book
referencing.
or fly
Okay,
ass
so why don't you do this instead of so I'm a layman in some of the things that you might want to require. So why don't you take your sophisticated self? Why don't you read Shamaka Kite's paper and because they and Dr. Gardine, and they both talk about the information that you need, right? Why don't you do that and then we'll come back.
Flash TV said Gardine explains how the DNA is biased. Is he correct, Reggie?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what.
How can DNA be biased though?
I'm just listen.
I don't think DNA can be biased. Interpretations of DNA can be biased.
The research. They don't have the data sets. Why don't you just read what I asked you to read, right? Because it's a general history of Africa. It deals with exactly these points. And why don't you look at the population calculator? Why don't you look at all of those things that's peer reviewed, right? Right, and published in for history in the general history of Africa. Why don't you do that?
Because I'm gonna tell you now.
That's a fair request.
Aston's the expert on anything Shamaka.
The expert on shit.
Okay, so I just asked that expert didn't read the general history of Africa. So that's not what's that? That's not blackology, yo. That's not blackology.
Take that blue bag to the food pantry and take that other bag to the church.
This nigga said take the blue bag to the food pantry.
All of this BS.
Oh fuck! I ain't.
All of this BS is that I said that I took a snapshot of populations in the South and opposed to the populations in the North, and almost all scholars right now talk about a Southern cultural movement, right, from the South, right? Iconography, innovation, writing, art, all of that from the South to the North. I'm not going to knock the North. But you're going to say that the lie is, the embedded lie in the BS is you're going to say that the people in the South look like what? Like what? As opposed to even in that time period, right? Some of the cultures from the Levant that have been in North Africa for 10,000 years, crossing over. I'm talking about the populations of the Rakit, those groups later called the Amu, right? The Meshwesh, all of those groups over there is in North Africa, right? And they are admixing largely with themselves, right? And then there is a stock of Africans that have been there since the Green Sahara, right? And they're there. Those populations are a little bit different than the populations from the Badarian, the Nakata 3, 2, and 1, right? So
I believe that.
What I'm saying is that all that we got here, all of this is because I didn't show it, because it's not a show channel, right? That pyramid building had how can I say, used innovation from the South, right? It used innovation from the South, but it wasn't necessarily. What you're finding out a way to do is exclude the South. The whole purpose of it is because of the Southern culture. Now, what does the Southern culture look like? Since you want all these skeletons and all this cranial bullshit, all of this, what did the Southern population look like?
The data is not bullshit, though.
I didn't say the data was bullshit. You said I
No,
didn't even
you
apply
just
the
said
data
you
was
just said you
bullshit.
want all this cranium, all this bullshit. The data is not
I'm talking
bullshit.
about
don't get.
bullshit.
Yeah,
I'm not
stop with the
talking about
point, man. Come
the
on, bro.
bullshit. I'm talking
He
about your
asked a
bullshit.
question.
Because
Answer the question.
you're asking to get away from the South. So Southern populations would connect more so
Answer
with
the question.
what question?
Come on, and shouldn't be.
Well, I mean, Southern Egyptians built the pyramids.
No.
What
I think they would look more like Southern
when
Egyptians.
No.
He asked you what they look like. Come on, Ashton B. Come on.
What did they look like? They look like Southern Egyptians.
What do Southern Egyptians look like?
I'm done. I'm done.
All of
this
this
is what I'm trying to say.
And
This
nigga
is
Reggie
what
got him.
I'm trying to say.
Reggie got him. Reggie got him.
Tell them they was
Reggie
white.
Reggie doesn't have me. I asked for information. No, all I asked for was a source. Because
what do the
otherwise just gonna be
Southern
claims and no source.
Egyptians look like? You said it looked like some Somalians out of all
They
fucking
did.
things.
Some of them did. Yeah, they
Tell me
fit
what they
within.
look like.
And one of Keita's papers says
Don't
that.
say nothing else. Reggie, don't say nothing else. Let's you got to get out of this. Come on, damn, somebody call you an
Okay,
expert.
Somebody
let me
gotta
see.
go.
I'm looking at a paper right now.
Somebody got
Come on, expert. Yeah, tell me what them niggas look like.
They looked at like Egyptian Cushitic speakers,
Looked only got one EP.
like Bija.
Oh no, look, you see how you said they doing it, Reggie? They trying to play you, bro. They trying to play.
Yeah.
Hey, Thunder. Hey, Thunder. You ever heard of this dude named Bundini Brown?
Nah.
You should look him up.
Who was that?
That nigga that used to stand behind Muhammad
Humble,
Ali
young man, rumble.
and say float like
Rumble,
a
young man,
butterfly,
rumble.
sting like a bee. That's what you doing right now.
I'm from Augusta, bro. So you can
Yeah, I
say
like
I'm
it,
like you can say I'm like Bobby Bird behind
Yeah, Bobby
behind
Bird.
James
Okay,
Brown.
hey, I like that even better. Bobby
go.
Bird.
Yeah.
Thunder go
Bobby
rep for
Bird.
Reggie. I
That
like
nigga
this
said,
combination.
Hey, he would say he saved Reggie from getting jumped. Reggie about to get jumped in this.
No, he did good. That's what I'm saying. Thunder know how to handle that.
Haskell tapped out because he was afraid,
yeah.
but he was about to
You
get jumped.
see, I think people are missing the point.
No.
If we're
We
having
want
a
to
discussion
get to the
and somebody
point.
makes
We
a
want to get to
claim,
the point.
hold on. If we have a discussion and somebody makes a claim, anybody should say, what's the source of the claim? And the answer shouldn't be, oh, well, you need to go find the source yourself. Like that shouldn't be how education works, especially if I'm speaking to a peer who is credentialed.
You doing the same?
I'm gonna read the UNESCO number 9, and I'm gonna look at the data that says that. I'm gonna go off and read it.
Hey, that guy in the chat. Hold on, that guy in the chat that y'all said was incorrect. He said Soy Kieta and Gene Gardnos both explained that how they narrowed the lane for Egypt to be African through DNA. Is that a better explanation?
I mean, but yeah, how they looked in genetic
I mean, he
relationship.
is in a
Those are two different
YouTube
things.
chat. He can't give you but so much, bro. He's in
Yeah,
a YouTube chat. He can't.
yeah, I've read it. I've read that study. I've been using the DNA tribes and the autosomal STR markers. Yep.
So next week
read
we're
the
gonna
work.
cover UNESCO number 9. We're gonna get to the bottom of this thing, bro. Cause you can't finna just challenge Reggie. Reggie just put you on. He just gave you a stance right there. What's wrong?
Reggie, hey Reggie, bro. I don't know.
Look at
I
that.
just the level of support that you got in this community, I would never leave this motherfucker. Ever. I would never ever leave this community because you are safe for this motherfucker.
No,
Trust me.
all I want to do
Lord.
is get rid of these random arguments that people have when there is studies that we can actually go to, right? All I do, what I try to express dealing with that stupid MFA, right? Is the fact of the matter is, you know who I'm talking about, right? Right? Is to talk about, well, pyramid construction in itself, right, had a lot to do from south to north, right? It's a cultural thing from south to north, right? And so with these people are dragging goddamn granite blocks all the way from Aswan all the way up to Saqqara, right? Like there's something important about these people's religious, cultural thinking about the South, right? That they are connected to, right? They may not like all of the peoples when they draw their border, but they respect their roots, right? And it just something. This Saqqara is more like a burial tomb, right? I'm talking about Zozers, right? The one in, for example, in Yabu is not a burial pyramid. It's not a burial pyramid, right? There's something about, and there's things that we're still learning. But then we get into this whole thing because I say it has a southern. Now we don't know what the southern populations look like. Like this is bananas, right?
It's not bananas. We know what they look like. My point is based on an argument that I brought forth earlier, saying we can't just say stuff. We have to put out the data and show people. Otherwise, everybody just talking. We can talk for hours on how population looks, and nobody gives one source.
Okay. What I think what Gardine says, right? Okay. Well, this is what they both say: a south-north Nile Valley climb from tropical Africa, Upper Nile, Saharan sources, populations in Upper Egypt and Nubia toward more mixed or Eurasian shifted profiles further north in the delta. Keita stresses that early Nile Valley populations are primarily indigenous Northeast Africans from a desiccating Sahara and more southerly regions. So what do the southerly regions look like, right? Intra-Africa climb. Links
when they say southerly regions, do they mean Kenya? Do they mean Ethiopia? Do they mean Uganda? What do they mean? That's why I have to see the source.
No,
okay. I'm sorry, but I like specifics, and some of the people watching, they like specifics. Some of the people listening, they like specifics, and
Okay, Intra-Africa climb. I'm
just literally reading it out loud.
Links between
you still don't want to hear the man.
Intra-African climb. Links between Upper Egyptians, Nubian, Sahelian, and Horn of Africans, right? Example, the Khoisan dental markers of Adama M1 and E1 lineage distributions, Sahelian horn linguistics and genetic treated as gradients of related Northeast and Eastern African populations rather than an isolated Negro versus Caucasoid blocks. An Africa-Eurasian climb. Egypt, yes, is part of a Northeastern African zone with varying degrees of Western Eurasian gene flow through time. Gardine argues that both ancient genomes, example, are modern STRs, mummy work, and modern patterns show overlapping African and European affinities, but not a clean replacement. So how they use clines, right? Okay, so Gardine in the volume 9, context extend by his critiquing studies that turn limited northern Egypt samples into claims about Egyptians as a whole, pointing instead to a more overlapping cline, Green Sahara, Lake Chad, Horn of Africa, back migration from Ava, operated over long scales. Akita explicitly argues that Nile Valley variation is best understood as continuous clinal variations, South-North Sahara Levant, plus local microdiffusion, and that typically that topological race labels distort this by forcing clients into discrete categories. So the better thing would be to do is just good brother. I think that Shamaka Keita and Kita and others, but they largely head up the genetics in UNESCO number 9, should be read in the context of all the new work that's come out, but specifically the work that deals with Egypt, like the Nui Wat, right? But when it comes to things like pyramid building, that is cultural. That's fucking not cranial. That's cultural. And if the cultural is going from south to north, there's an expectation of the peoples involved in this culture or going from south to north. How can I say? Because it's a southern culture. The Butu and all of that stuff. They were named. They may have sound, but they were named from the Southerners, right? So look, I don't want to be. But
hey Reggie, I got a quick question, Reggie.
Time for questions. Can I get a question when it's time for questions, Reggie?
Yeah, I want one too, Reggie.
Ashton, you know what? I gotta apologize to Ashton. I apologize, but I would professionally to you, right? Professionally, because these boards are not always professionally. Give us a synopsis of what Gordine and Shamaka Kita said in the latest study that the United Nations approves, right? And see if some of what you say kind of not changes, but because I don't think you have to really change. You just ask the question. But to that stupid MFer that comes on here who reads nothing, who's almost drunk all the time, like y'all continuously involve him into conversations when half the time to do this, he's a drunk, smoking, right? Drunk or smoking on camera.
Yeah, I just say no to drugs. Thank you, Reggie. I got to leave soon, but I sent you a DM, and I want you, when you have some time, to take a peek and give me your honest opinion of my work.
I don't do Facebook really like that. So
no, I sent it on this platform.
You got private messenger in here, Reggie. So go to your profile.
I also put it in the chat.
It'll be in there.
All right. So give me a little time to get to it because I'm just busy doing other stuff and I stopped because I like this show. I mean, I like this show because you're talking more on this show about what I want to talk about, except for when you bring the stupid MFer on the show who's got outdated information. And listen, and again, some of our brother channels like Smash Rockwell's channel and stuff like that, we've talked about that stuff there. I know that some of you don't go there, but we look at other, how can I say, other ways in which to look at the information, particularly from the writing itself, right? The writing itself. And then that leads to what the people may look like when we actually examine where the writing is from. And you say, oh, these people are, they're a little bit different looking than what people think they look like. They're much in the southern areas. They're just because of radiation and because of skin adaptations, these groups of people are usually much darker. But there's light-skinned Nubians as well as dark-skinned Nubians, light-skinned Egyptians as well as dark-skinned Egyptians, right? But when you got somebody like this stupid MFer, he's trying to get y'all to racialize. And all we really want to do is find out as much as we can about these cultures without
you.
So Reggie, can I ask real quick? Because y'all saying that I'm not arguing here. I'm only trying to be educated here. Because so y'all saying that this pyramid building it comes from the South. This is a Southern culture, and from my knowledge, and I could be wrong, and I don't understand everything about Egypt, right? But I don't see any pyramid building before they go up and build those pyramids in the Giza Plateau, I guess. Or or maybe those aren't the older ones, but it seems like the pyramids are built more towards the north. Is there any particular reason that is, or am I just totally misunderstanding that? What's going on there, Reggie?
Yeah, so no, it's okay. So we know of the pyramid building of Zoser, right? Which is the step pyramid. Prior to that is a whole period of mastabas.
No, that's
Mastabas.
in Nubia, or where's that at? Where's that located at?
A lot of this
Zoser.
actually, yeah. So a lot of this stuff comes into Egypt. It comes into what we call Egypt, right? More western, right? So it actually, the mastabas and the tumuli, you can look at Dr. Farage's work, right? It comes into this area. It's like some of the other things, like the pottery and stuff, pottery decorations, the wavy line and dotted wavy line. Pottery is born in the West and finds itself uh, later in Egypt as during different type of periods, right? So we see we actually see humans migrating. Cattle culture has a lot to do with this because of cattle need water, right? Right. Climate has a lot to do with this as people moving because they have to move because their livestock and their food supplies move. Uh, Climate has a lot to do with the Nile itself because the Nile was swampy and really uninhabited, disgusting with mosquitoes and wild animals until the climate kind of changed and the Nile normalized, right? And so there's a period where the Nile becomes the new one of the new hot places while everything else is drying up, right? Uh, Cultures always find themselves around river valleys. So now we have uh, one of the longest rivers in the world, right? That just like animals, humans will find themselves along the Nile from this long time period. Because you can traverse the Nile, there are groups of people who traverse the Nile who go from from south to north. And then as their technology gets better, they are able to go from north to south. And then they're able to go out to the Red Sea, right? And to other places, right? And then there's the land dwellers, the people who just follow livestock into areas just because they're chasing food and water, right? Because they don't have it. So what we try to do is we try to address all of this stuff, but we don't have to racialize it. We've got ourselves in a situation where we got to racialize everything, right? When we know that humans are diverse, our families are diverse today. Our own
Hey,
family.
hey, are you still standing by the notion that the modern day Nubians are the closest proxy to the ancient Egyptians that built the pyramids?
Well, I don't. What is Dr. Shamaka Keita saying? What is Dr. Keita saying? What is some of the other people
No,
saying?
I'm asking you about your position because Chief X called you out, you revised it, or at least you clarified it. And I'm asking you, are you still standing by the clarified position that you gave? Are you standing by that?
I'm standing by that. The cultural shift is south to north. What
So
the people doing in the south is hotter than what they're doing in the north.
So this is why people will call you a scammer agent, because you're being evasive. I asked a direct question. You
That
said
doesn't
that
mean
modern day.
You're calling me a scammer. What fucking money
I'm
am I
not
asking
calling
from
you
you?
a scammer. I didn't call you a scammer.
No,
I
but
said that.
don't worry about what other
Listen, you
people are
gotta
calling
calm
me.
down. You have
Just
to
worry
calm
about what you
down.
call me.
But you
Who
can't get
calls me out here a
emotional.
scammer? Only
Listen,
one
when you're not being
person. Who
calm
calls me
down
a
and have a
scammer?
civil. Would you calm down and have a civil conversation?
No, I don't want to have a
Who
civil
called him a
conversation when
scammer?
you call me a scammer.
Whoever
Who
called
calls
him
me a
No,
scammer?
I said that your evasiveness will lead people to give you those kind of titles.
No, you
You're not
said people called him a scammer because he
Hey,
I did
evaded
not
Haskell,
about
say
look.
that.
Hey, Haskell, look behind you, cause Thunder's standing right behind you.
You said that
Yeah,
people called him a scammer
I don't know why
because he
people so
evaded the
fanned
question.
out behind Reggie. It
So
makes
tell
no
me,
sense. But
so
can you
who,
answer?
so
I'm
who
gonna
is that?
attempt.
So
I'm gonna
who
attempt
are
to
these people you
ask the
talking about?
question. I'm talking to Reggie. I'm going to attempt to ask the question one more time.
Yeah,
Nigga,
you better
Previously,
you better
talking
revise
to
that.
Thunder, you just don't know it.
You better revise that, nigga.
You said you better
Ain't nobody
revise.
nobody ever called Reggie a scammer. Who said
Haskell,
that?
that nigga said you better revise.
You better revise that, nigga. The hell you talking about? Ain't nobody ever called that nigga a scammer.
Hey,
Nobody.
listen. Calm down, man. Like, what's wrong
No,
with you?
you need to apologize.
Listen, when you're being evasive, when you're attempting to evade simple questions, that will invite those type of accusations. That's what I said.
That's protecting Reggie, Thunder.
So I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to ask a question.
Wait, hold on. What'd you say, Chief? What'd you say?
Thunder been protecting Reggie all day.
Hey, I got
And
a
I'm
question.
going to say,
real
Reggie,
quick,
you
real
did
quick.
not even answer my question, bro.
Yeah,
that was kind of cold blooded.
Try to get back to Corey's question. But
I spent the better part of yesterday afternoon, quote unquote, defending you. Just so you know,
shit!
Which
Yes,
I
you
wasn't.
did.
That's what I was saying. I don't know how they going against the
authority. Yesterday, for clarity, Corey, I forgot all about this shit. Yesterday, bro. Yesterday, Reggie, you would be so proud of Haskell, bro. You might be a little upset with him right now. But yesterday,
I didn't curse at him.
no. Listen, bro. Listen, no, that's what it is. Yesterday, he said, Haskell, this was Haskell's argument. He said that you are more of an authority. What was it, Haskell? How did you word it?
I did not say that.
He's got more credibility. He said he got more credibility than Zahi Hawass.
No, I did not.
No, it wasn't credibility. It was material.
No, I didn't. I said that it is possible for Reggie to have more information regarding the material culture of the Egyptians than Zahi Hawass. That's what I said.
No, you said he did. You ain't say it was possible. You said he did.
Oh, hold on. Well, you know what? Yes, I did say that.
Exactly.
I said he did have. Okay. So I said he did have more, he's more informed about the material culture of the Egyptians, right? Now, you guys take that as a defense. It's not.
Do we sound like that now?
But yeah, but now you're saying he don't know shit.
No, I didn't. So why y'all so extremist with everything? I'm asking
you are.
Listen. Y'all got to understand nuance in conversation. I'm asking a direct question, and I expect a direct answer. And Reggie's not he's not being forthcoming. So when you're not being forthcoming in conversation, it will invite. Go ahead.
Let's start again. Right? Let's start again.
Go ahead. So
no, stop. Everybody get out the way. Haskell, what is your direct question?
Right. So originally, Chief X clipped up something where you said that the Nubians were the pyramid builders. You clarified that position in saying that you were simply using the modern day Nubians as a proxy for what those people would have predominantly looked like, or for what would have been the typical phenotype of the pyramid builders. Just before I move on, will you agree that did I characterize your position correctly?
Basically, yes, correct.
All right, beautiful. With that said, I'm asking you, are you still standing by that position?
I mentioned it about 20 minutes before, so I think I'm going to.
Right. So let me conclude with saying this. If you're saying that, then you're racializing it without racializing. That's the point that I wanted to make.
Oh no, see, here's the thing, right? Oh, I'm talking about Klein's. I'm not racializing it. Right? I'm talking about related cultures, right? From a southern group. That's not racializing it. That's Klein. I'm talking about Klein's and phenotypes, right? That's not racial. Racial is when you take one group and you make them better than another group for intelligence and all those type of things. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. There's no racial. This is the populations in the Nile Valley. There's no real reason to call them a race.
Talk to him, Ray. Talk to him, Reggie. Talk to him.
Right.
Oh,
say
you mean
one thing?
racializing? You mean racializing in that sense, like racism?
No, right. I'm not
Okay.
doing racism or racializing.
Yeah. But listen to where I'm coming from and with it at, Reggie. If you're making a delineation by saying these Nubians and that approximate phenotype
Yeah.
is representative of what the ancient Egyptians at the pyramid building phase would have typically looked like, and you're saying that the Zahi Hawass type, because you did allude to that the Zahi Hawass phenotype are essentially newcomers, that would fall within a quasi-racial. Let me say it that way then. That is quasi-racial categorization, not necessarily racializing it or making it about racism. Is that fair?
No, well, let me put a caveat on it. I spoke to Dr. Zahi Hawass, one of the few people who have a different point of view, and I told him, Dr. Zahi Hawass, the problems that we have is that when you go into these phenotypes, like the big nose and the lips and all of that, right, modern Egyptians have more of that than the ancient Egyptians. I said that to him to his face, right? Meaning that modern Egyptians are
said that conversation lasted 30 seconds. You that's what Thunder said. He said it wasn't a long conversation.
Right. But it was still it was still an answerable. He took so much time to talk real nasty about the Kashyyyk people or the Nubian people. He took 6-7 minutes to do that, and I didn't even ask him about that. So once he spit on the Nubians, then I just says, wait, hello. Syrian report says that you groups, you have more of that in you. So whether or not he wanted to, yes, how much time do you think you have with these people?
Right. Can I say one thing for the people watching? I'm going back and forth with someone in the thread, and I made the statement that, the Northeast Africans, they show a lot of continuity with each other to the exclusions of Levantines and even Maghrebi. And so ancient Egyptians physically, not genetically, but physically, they're going to be more similar to like Horners than Northwest Africans. He said, no, and I'm like, okay, give me a source. He's saying, oh, look at this video. I said, no, not the video. Just give me the source. He keeps pointing me to a video that someone else did. I'm like, if you give me the source and tell me what page, I'll know that you understand the source, not you just telling me somebody else's video to watch. So I finally pull up the source, and the populations that he's asking about are not even in the study, right? And so a lot of what we saying, all this back and forth and this and that, I'm from a newer group of people that will be like, you know what, here's the PDF, go to page 4, look at figure 1A, what do you see? And then try to talk around, no, where are Nubians there and where are Southern Egyptians and where are Levantines?
Ashton B.
And
Reggie
you
just
hold them
read
to it.
aloud for everybody to hear the shit you asked him for.
No,
And
it
then
didn't go into the
you got the
specifics.
nerve
It
to
did,
bring
no,
your
it
ass
was
back on.
vague. It was vague,
And
and
you
it didn't go into the specifics. Nah, you see,
personal shit
it
you
was
got stuff like
vague.
that in the chat.
It was vague, and it didn't go into the specifics. It was vague, and it didn't go into the specifics.
Personal damn escapades. About that shit.
See, but there's a group of people that actually want to see data, and they not like you. They don't just want the surface answer. They want to see the actual. They want to see the actual measurements. They don't want a vague. Southern group.
How many times you think you said this same shit over and over? How many times you think you said it? About 4 or 5?
Yeah, until somebody start posting data, then I'm gonna keep on saying it, because putting somebody's face in data is like putting a dog's face in his shit. They have no other place to go.
Why are you ignoring the fact that Reggie read some of that damn UNESCO number 9? Why are you just totally
Because it
disregarding
wasn't
that?
specific. It wasn't specific, and it didn't give the answer.
Okay. Well, okay.
Hey, Reggie, how
Right.
much are you paying?
And Reggie,
No,
this is not
on.
anything to Reggie.
How
What I'm
much
saying is,
are you paying Thunder? God damn, he doing a good job.
Thunder's doing,
man.
you know what? He's
It can't be
being
one on
neutral.
10. I don't like bullies, nigga. I don't like bullies, bro. I don't like that. I don't like
this
people
is a
getting
message
bullied.
to Reggie.
Thunder puts his 14 inches feet on my neck if I mess up.
No, you didn't. You didn't mess up. It's just I'm trying to have a different conversation, and when you go to my PM and you
You finna
click
say this
on it
shit
and
for the
you
sixth
read,
time.
you understand what I mean. You know what I
God
mean
damn.
about specifics and specificity and data, and
Right, but
you'll be like, okay, I see what you mean.
in a conversation, what you're doing is you're saying, okay, Reggie, read this.
Talking, bro.
Right?
This ain't no goddamn science class.
It needs to be. It needs to be.
You
When
need
are
to
we
start
gonna
a
step
YouTube
our game
channel.
up? But
You need to
when are we gonna
start a YouTube channel in which y'all can just share your screen and just read sources. I think that'll be so valuable.
Nah, but that's not how it works. You can't just read sources.
But I think what Ashton is saying though, he ain't
Talking
talking
shit
about.
on the app,
Hold on.
Well, if
He's saying, hey, hold on, Thunder. What he's saying is he ain't really talking about, because he's saying the words what we should be doing, but what he really saying is, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Ashton. He's not saying, he's saying like he's thinking of a better, he's trying to create a better environment. And if his goal is he's trying to, I know he already said it, but I'm saying you can't knock the man for saying,
I'm not.
You know,
I'm telling him, I'm giving some
let's
advice.
change this up a
Be
little
the
bit.
change, be the change in the world that you want to see.
Now that I
If
agree
you
with,
want
but
to see shit,
he is though. He
bring
don't tell
them
he
sources, bring the sources in which you're talking about, where a bunch of goddamn Somalians look like Egyptians. Bring that shit, and then let's sit down like Reggie did. When Reggie pulled that source and he read that shit word for word, what these people said. That's what you wanted. You got it, and you done came back on this damn shit. Bitch, you're gonna go playing it again. God damn, bro.
Someone in the chat said, here's the point.
I wanted to ask Reggie a question real quick before I wanted to ask you for a while.
Hold on, hey, Howard, before you ask this question, did y'all I just trying to go backwards real quick because I wasn't even here. Did y'all answer
Corey had a question.
Did y'all answer Corey's question
So
first?
Corey, he answered Corey's question, I think.
Okay, I wasn't here. I couldn't moderate. Corey
said he didn't answer. I thought he did. Go ahead, Corey.
Corey, did you get your question answered? Then we're gonna go to Howard. I just want to give him the
Howard can ask his question. I don't think Reggie he gave an answer, but I don't think he was speaking to my question.
Okay,
no, he didn't speak to my question at all.
Ask your question.
On Carnivorous podcast, we got to give Chef and Corey something to do. Definitely.
No, y'all, because I'm busy, but I'm just I can hear you. I'm listening to y'all, but
Corey, please ask your question.
So yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. What I'm saying is, Reggie, I asked about the pyramids being built in the South, right? Yeah. Why am I not seeing pyramid building? In Nubia or whatever the case may be.
That was where my question was going, sort of that too.
Okay, cool. Then we do a 2 for 1. We got a 2 for 1.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to ask him. In addition to that, can we do an addition?
Yeah, pause. I gotta say pause.
Okay.
We got a part 2
I was
to
going to
it. Go
say
ahead.
the pyramids that they did build in Nubia, which is what country is it now, Reggie? How are those pyramids built? I know they built some after the Great Pyramids, and how were those pyramids built? Meaning the materials and all that type of stuff. And I
don't necessarily want to go into how. Let's not get into how, right? Let's just get into the fact that they built. Now we got some pyramids that are built that are later than the pyramids in the Delta area, right? In somewhere below Egypt, right? So let's start there, Reggie. Go ahead.
Okay, good one. Yeah.
Right. So we do know about the Senufru, the Zoser pyramid. So we do know about that, and that's because of that king. That's what he pretty much wanted to from Zoser. It was a mastaba.
Now, where is this pyramid located? The Zoser pyramid. Where is this located?
Oh, that's located in Saqqara. So So Saqqara is more. I would say is more north.
Is that in Sudan? Is that in Sudan? Where is that
Oh,
at?
that's northern. That's in Egypt, right?
Oh, okay.
That's northern. That's northern. So then, from the Saqqara pyramid, you have you then remember. So that's just kind of like an exercise. Then you have a number of different pyramids, right? So then you have a pyramid that pops up in the Fayum, right? And I think that's the Siali pyramid, right? Then you have pyramids popping up almost all over Egypt, right? So I have to map all the different places.
You've been naming all northern sites, though.
No, they're not all northern sites.
Saqqara and all of that.
Right, but they're not. Those are the ones. So you are the type of person that you stop cutting hair, and then all of a sudden you jump on and you say northern sites, and they're not all northern sites. I want to go back to cutting hair.
Get them, Reggie.
Right. So then come back because I was trying to list them. Right. There is the Nakada pyramid. Right. The Nakada pyramid. That's in where they call it ancient Nukt or Ombos. Right. And okay, so that's north of that's a little north of Luxor. That's south. There's okay, so then there's Hycopolis, right? That's near Edfu, right? So what I'm saying is we have and then there is the Elephantine papyrus, pyramid, which is in Aswan.
Reggie, I don't want to cut you, but like
Yeah.
Luxor is like Central Egypt. Like I don't really want to be a stickler. I fine if you want to say South, but I'm just saying like the way I look at it is seemingly even when you cut it off to like we're back in ancient times because Egypt wasn't that big back in ancient times as it is in modern times, right? Even when you cut it off, like Luxor would still be like Central.
Right, what about Edfu?
Egypt, but fine. I ain't mad at you.
What about okay? That's fine. What about the Elephantine pyramid?
Yeah,
Where's that?
Luxor like the most northern, kind of like the most northern part. That's south.
Right. So what I'm saying because well, we're talking
all
about
right.
Egypt now.
No, I'm agreeing. No, I'm agreeing with you, Corey. I'm agreeing with you, Corey. I'm just saying it's like it's still, it's still in that northern, like it's it's Upper Egypt, but it's like the most northern region of the south.
Mm-hmm. And this is where they saying Namur came from.
They're saying Normal came from where? No, Abju.
Around that Thinis area.
Thinis, Luxor, modern day Luxor. Modern day
Luxor.
this area. Now it doesn't
yeah.
have to be the exact location, right?
It was in that
this
region.
area. Yes, modern
it was
day
in
Luxor.
It was in the region like the Midwest, like Chicago, Indiana, and St. Louis in the Midwest.
In the Midwest type shit.
Hey, but see, hey, Corey, that's why you can't get your question answered. Answer the question, Reggie.
Okay, so pyramids are popping up throughout the civilization because for a number of different reasons. One is they keep the peace with the various populations, so it's not centric. Centric causes problems. That's why a king would have multiple names, right? He would have his family name, maybe he would have his another cultural name, right? The pyramid text involves all of Egypt because why? It's a state now, right? And so they're not dividing up the place the way that Egyptologists would want it to be, right? But one of the things that we do know is that most of the materials from the pyramids come directly from the south, granite, right? That is one thing that's coming. So there's a whole structure of experts, craftsmen, who are building these casings and stuff, and this stuff is being transported from the south, right? And I'm going to say downriver to the north for these buildings to be made. If we just want to talk about pyramid construction, right? They're getting these. They're trying to float these materials. However, they're trying to barge it, float it, drag it, right? All different type of ways in which they're trying to figure it out. To use the Nile as a conduit because they can't transport these what they deem as sacred or venerated materials from a particular place, from these southern places, to the to wherever, the north, the central, wherever. Okay, so that part is, and I thought that I talked about that, about and I thought that when I said it, you was talking about the craftsmen, so I know that you heard it, right? So pyramid building is again structures of kings and or largely structures of kings or how they want, and they're putting it in specific places. Okay. So but it is a south-north type of endeavor for the most part. For the most part, there are
So the Nubians built. So the Nubians built all those pyramids you named. That's what.
No, well, what I was trying to say is that the populations would be closer to those groups of people in the south rather than the north, right?
Okay.
So this is okay. Now I got a follow-up question, Reggie, for it, because this is the part I don't understand. Is we're saying, and one either way, it doesn't matter to me, Reggie. Just know that it doesn't matter to me either way. But we're saying that this is a Southern culture. The culture of pyramid building comes from the South, but there's no pyramid building in the South. It baffles me.
No, it don't have to baffle you because I just talked.
Well, let me help you out, Corey, real quick. Somebody else can speak now. Somebody else can interject and say something. Hold on. Be real quick. I'm going to be real quick, Corey.
No, you ain't gonna be.
Let Reggie go for let him get 30 more seconds, Chief. Let him get 30 more seconds. Go ahead.
After you know what? After I finish, I'm going to turn off. I do not want to have any conversation. If you want to listen to this person, that's fine.
Okay, so Reggie don't want to go.
Well, we got to be fair, Reggie. Everybody's on the panel.
I do want to say, Corey, is
go
that
ahead.
yes, there's pyramid buildings in the South. I talked about Aswan. Where's Aswan? Right? I on Elephantine Island. Yeah, boo. Where's that?
Let me look at Aswan. I'm finna look at it.
Look at the
Aswan is in Egypt, by the way. Aswan is in Egypt.
Yeah, it's just below Luxor here. I mean, fine, that's southern. I will.
Below Luxor, it's the southernmost most part. It's one of the southernmost part until another period where you have Wuhan.
Well, you got Abu Simbel down there, and I don't think Abu Simbel was a part of ancient Egypt, was it?
It was. Can I say something about the pyramid?
Okay.
Hold on. Let me interject real quick. I'm gonna be real quick. Hold on.
Hold on. Hey, Chief, 2 seconds. Are you done, Reggie, with the Aswan? Look at.
I'm never really done with Corey. I'm just trying to figure out how I can explain things to him when he throws in a little monkey wrench, a little banana every now and then.
That was a little. I'm just saying because I never was clear on that.
I'm gonna get you in the conversation, Chief. Just give it a second.
Because when you guys say South, you know everybody's thinking Nubia, right? You know everybody's thinking. I mean, rather not Nubia, but Sudan, right? You know, they're thinking, we're down between Sudan and Egypt, right? When y'all saying South, you know what I mean? This is what they thinking. They're not thinking, I mean, and then y'all say Aswan, right? But I mean, Aswan is well within Egypt. Well within
Aswan is the southernmost border. There's Abu Simbel, there's Aswan.
No, I'm looking at Abu Simbel. Abu Simbel is the southern.
Right. It's been a minute now. Let me just add to this real quick. I'm gonna be real quick. Okay, real quick, Corey. Just to answer your question, okay? Reg is not telling the full story. Okay, they got granite to help build the pyramids from quarries in Aswan, which is in Egypt. People need to just say Southern Egypt and stop saying from the South. Just say Southern Egypt and make it clear to people. Also,
I
okay.
never disputed whether they got the stone from there. But what I'm
All right,
saying,
no, let me finish. No, I got you, Corey. I got you. Just let me finish.
Go ahead.
Now, they
Corey,
also got granted.
Relax, Corey.
They
I
also
just
got.
want to be clear. That's all.
Oh my God, y'all! Let me just finish. I'm gonna be done. Also, they got granite from the Sinai Peninsula. You can look this up, which is in West Asia. Okay. Also, all the wood they got for building and stuff come from West Asia. So they got granite from quarries in Aswan, Egypt, and they got it from the Sinai Peninsula in West Asia. West Sinai Peninsula is Egypt, but it happens to be in West Asia. That's the full story.
Absolutely. Okay, now it's okay now.
I had something to
Was that
say.
correct?
That wasn't
pushback
the
on that?
part I wanted clarity on. Reggie, is you still there with me? Because
Yeah,
you gonna have to
first I
walk.
wanna tell
Y'all
you-
finna walk with me. Y'all not finna
No, I want to
float
walk
over
with you.
this
But let me
question.
just tell you this. Granted,
Y'all
using
trying
Egyptian
to float by me here.
No,
Y'all
no, I
floating
just
by
want
me.
to add. No, I don't want. I'm gonna come right back to you. Granite use in Egyptian pyramids is not documented as coming from the Sinai Peninsula. We're talking about pyramids. It's overwhelmingly from Aswan, Upper Egypt, where Sinai was exploited mainly for copper and some buildings. So the stupid mother effer is a liar, right?
No,
Let's not, man. Come on, y'all.
I
Come
didn't say
on.
half and half. I said they got some granite came
go back to
You gotta pin him down, Corey. You gotta pin him down, Corey. You're going in the right direction,
Y'all
Corey.
skip it. Y'all trying to run away. Y'all trying to run off.
You're going in the right direction, Corey.
Came from Aswan.
Corey, go ahead, Corey. I'm so
They
sorry.
running off on me. Now, again, you saying what pyramid is built in Aswan again?
The Yebu Pyramid. The Yebu Pyramid.
Yebu. Okay.
Yeah, both.
This is wild.
I need to pull that up. Sheffrin, where you at, Sheffrin?
Cutting it, doing them Jewish. You giving out Jewish.
Is that now with that pyramid?
Can I say something real quick about the
Because
pyramids?
I need to know how old that pyramid is, right?
Yeah. I would say
Not
Abu
only
Simbel
that,
ain't that deep down either. Abu Simbel right on the West Bank of Aswan. I'm looking it up. It's like in that same region.
Yeah.
I'll be brief. Two things about the pyramids. I'll be real brief. I gotta go.
It's that Edfu, ain't it?
Pyramid, right?
Let Ashton go. He said he's gonna be underway.
Neferu will build the basically the pyramid models that will go to Khufu, to his heirs, Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaure. So Seneferu is fourth dynasty pyramid, fourth dynasty, and so Seneferu is building at 2670. So the pyramid of Siali, because remember they're trying to figure out what the best technology is, because they got the bent pyramid, they got the red pyramid, they got the black pyramid. They got pyramids that are not perfect. So they get to this period where they are trying to figure out the best materials to use, right, and the best mathematics for the pyramid. So so in this particular time period, you have the Elephantine papyrus. Pyramid, right, which is called the Yebu pyramid in Aswan. And
and that's earlier than the Giza Plateau.
No. It's wait. It's sorry. It's earlier than the Giza Plateau, right? But it's not. It's in the time period of roughly the Saqqara, right? The Saqqara period.
So the Giza Plateau in the Delta, that is not the oldest of the pyramids in the Delta, right?
No.
It's Saqqara. And
the oldest pyramid in the Delta region is what, Saqqara?
Well, you're using the Delta, and I don't know.
No, I'm just asking because I'm trying to make a comparison here. I'm trying to gather some data here.
Right. So in this area of Egypt, which is around Cairo, right? Around Cairo, that's where you find more of the what you call the Giza pyramids.
Yeah. So I understand that the Giza pyramid was in Cairo, right? The Giza plateau is in Cairo.
Yeah.
What I'm saying are there older pyramids in the Delta region, like or Cairo region?
So there's the Zoser. Okay, so the Zoser. Well, you would say that's Memphis, right? So let's say that's kind of middle. But then you have the Nakata pyramid, which is probably it's Nukt or Ombos is north of Luxor, right? And
Okay.
it depends on how you want to.
Memphis. So Memphis would have been where they built the earliest pyramids. Is that what you're telling me?
Zoser is a step pyramid.
Right. Okay. So all right. So now they went up there. You telling me they went up there to the Delta. Now the pyramid building.
You keep saying Delta, so that's why you want me to slip on a banana peel.
Or no, I'm just getting a general area. It doesn't have to be a specific.
But Memphis is different than the Delta. They don't.
Okay, you're talking about down in the Fayum region, closer to the Fayum.
There's another pyramid in the Fayum region. There's another pyramid in the Fayum, and then there's a pyramid in.
Roughly, where would Memphis be at today in modern day? Roughly, is that that's not a modern day spot?
Compared to what?
Memphis. I'm saying, like, where would it be compared to Luxor? Where would it be to Luxor?
Ain't Memphis and modern day Memphis is where is modern day? Is it Heracleopolis? I'm mistaken.
Oh, is that Heracleopolis? Yeah, that's in the Delta region.
Yes, no, Memphis is in Upper Egypt.
Okay, oh, it's in Upper Egypt. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, not Memphis is not Memphis. I'm confusing that.
Y'all doing me wrong, bro. Y'all doing me so wrong.
My bad.
Yeah, you see how the expert, y'all hear how the expert fucking up over there?
Huh?
You know who I'm talking to? Ashton B fucking up.
Yeah, I make mistakes, but one thing to consider about the pyramids is some Egyptologists argue that they was built as like symbols of power to incoming people from the north. In the same way, what's the temple in the south? Abu Simbel was built to like intimidate the Nubians. That's number one. Number two, some Egyptologists believe that all these temples were built in specific locations because of alignments with the stars and stuff and the sun and blah, blah, blah. So some of the temples, especially the ones in the Giza Plateau, couldn't be built anywhere else if you believe about the solar alignment and that, star connections. When you look through the shafts and stuff, and the shaft has to point to a specific star, it had to be built in that location for that to happen.
Listen. I'm finna make my question more front porch because I don't think y'all want. I think this is being more difficult than it has to be, right? So we're gonna get front porch.
Cut to the chase.
All right. Now, if pyramid building it's a Chicago thing. Pyramid building come from Chicago. Only Chicago niggas build pyramids. Don't know niggas build pyramids like Chicago niggas. But the only pyramids I see built is in California. Now, I want to know, why did these Chicago niggas not build pyramids in Chicago? And y'all telling me pyramid building is a Chicago thing. But when I look, most of the pyramid building, at least where it's the earlier pyramids and the bigger pyramids are all built in Chicago. As a matter of fact, all of the iconography, because y'all said the culture, the kingship, and all of this shit came from the South. But everything that I see to identify this culture is all in California. Every time I go down to Chicago, I don't see that same shit.
Can I answer that, Corey?
That's a bad example.
Corey, can I answer
it's more
that?
like New York and Philly.
Austin, give me a second. Let me answer that. The Mormon Church. If we should look at it today, where was the Mormon Church formed? In Utah? Utah is a Mormon state now. But where was the Mormon Church started?
I don't know. You tell me. It
It
was
wasn't
started in Chicago.
It wasn't started in Utah, but they traveled hundreds of miles. But if you go to Utah
New
now,
York.
you believe that these people pop up to the earth in Utah, because all of
New
the temples, everything for them is in Utah. So that argument is that people don't displace and move somewhere else.
That's different because you're
Find somewhere more
you're
favorable.
talking about a belief, right? So beliefs is different than pyramid building, bro.
Yeah, but
Mormon is
pyramid building.
The pyramids, though.
You gotta start building pyramid. If pyramid building is a Chicago thing,
no, it's
like
an
we
Egyptian
have
thing.
to at least have a pyramid there, bro.
No,
but it's an Egyptian thing, and they built the pyramids.
It's an Egyptian thing, and them choose where
I
them build
know.
them pyramid.
In this analogy, in my analogy, pyramid building is a Chicago thing.
Good, that's a poor analogy.
That's a poor analogy.
I don't know why that's a poor analogy.
Because it's not a city thing. It's they built it in the state of Egypt, right?
So Corey,
North, south, east, west. They built it where they built it.
Wait.
I can't.
No. What he's saying is they removed the city. What he's saying is that if shit is built in, if it's Illinois, since this is the state feels better.
Thank you.
If it's Illinois,
me?
That's what we mean.
Are
by
y'all kidding me?
Yeah, that's the menu. Y'all getting bogged down on the I can even understand.
Hold on. Egyptians built the pyramid.
I can't with you, nigga, bro.
The entire chat understands what Corey's saying. He's not being literal. Y'all trying to bog him down with the city. So okay, it's the state of Illinois. What he's saying is how does California get involved? How does the state of Illinois not involved?
California don't got pyramids. Only the neighboring state got pyramids.
Yeah, I just
That's
asked.
a poor example.
I can't. You don't do it. Don't, right? Because you're gonna lose your mind. You're gonna lose it and cuss everybody out. Don't do it.
I'm not saying it's a Nubian thing or like that, but the pyramids was built in Giza because normal made motherfucking Memphis the capital, so they built the motherfuckers near the damn capital.
There you go.
Right.
Okay. Well,
They built it in their country.
Well, how the hell is it a southern?
Wait, can I ask?
You know what? I quit.
Corey, maybe another explanation.
I ain't sure it's a Nubian thing, but Norma is from that Aswan in this region you just talking about. He made the capital.
Remember,
in Memphis.
Egyptian culture is a southern Egyptian thing.
Your capital in Memphis after he made his empire or the two fucking kingdoms tonight. They built.
That's Central Egypt. It's not the South though.
Right, but
I ain't saying in Nubia. I'm just saying
from the South if he's from Luxor.
Corey,
what?
Corey, he emerges from the South. When a king, watch this. When the king goes to Memphis, right? When he goes to this area, it's for the protection of his. It's the protection from the north and from the south. So he's going to go into a place where he doesn't want to get overthrown, right? So they go to a simple strategic place where they want, and then they start building from there so that they can protect.
So pyramids start building where pyramids is where they was built at.
And Luxor is in southern Egypt. It's not in lower Egypt. Southern Egypt. It might not be as deep. It might not be as deep south as Nubia or some shit.
I never said. I'm looking at the. I'm talking about the way these niggas. Come on, man. I can't do this because everybody is got some kind of angle. I don't know what angle y'all niggas got.
I'm just telling you what the fuck it is.
Everybody got some kind of angle.
Y'all niggas got too many anxiety. Y'all got too many anxiety problems or some shit.
No, because it's so much full of shit going on, bro. Like you can't even get a clear answer on nothing.
I'm just telling how it is. That's the
like these niggas is trying to say about the Nubians and this is a southern thing and blah, 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 and you acting like you don't know what these niggas saying. Like, come on, man.
I'm saying what the fuck I'm saying.
I'm not talking about what you saying, then, Gullah. I'm not talking about what you saying. Obviously,
you're talking about me.
I'm talking about the whole conscious community. What they've been saying for goddamn 40 years now. Now everybody fucking stupid and don't know what the hell's been going on here.
Sorry, this is the first time we start talking about pyramids. We haven't
Yeah,
had
no, I'm just saying, what I'm saying is no, but every time people start asking y'all about this shit, y'all act like y'all don't know what the fucking elders been saying.
Yeah, that's why I avoid the circus, bro. I don't fuck with that circus.
No, see, this the thing. If I'm asking a specific question, Gullah, you should be answering me about that question, not about how you feel about the shit. Because I wasn't asking about how you feel about it.
No, I'm just saying why you asked why the shit was built in fucking Giza. I said because Norma made his capital in Memphis. So they
I understand that. I'm saying, but my point is, they said this was a Southern thing. The pyramid building is a Southern culture. It comes out the South. Pyramid building.
No, I wouldn't say it. I wouldn't
but
say
this
that.
is what they've been saying, though. This is what they've been saying. No,
I wouldn't say it's a totally Southern thing, but it just fucking when they built them motherfuckers, it was whatever the thing was they created right there. Shit, when they put that shit together.
Make it plain, Corey. Make it plain for him, Corey.
I'm so tired of you niggas, bro. I'm so tired of you niggas, bro.
Here's the thing: is you have a chance to put me.
I don't want to beat you up, Reggie. I just wanted a fucking answer to my goddamn question.
Okay.
I don't want to fight no damn war. I don't give a damn why the goddamn pyramids was built.
Explain the different goddamn pyramids where they were. And there's
that's not what I asked you, though. That's not what I asked you.
Right? There's Saqqara, right? And then there's
I understand you know all of these things, Reggie, but I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn about all of that. I don't. I didn't ask you about Saqqara. I didn't ask you. I asked you, why in the hell is you niggas? I asked you, Reggie, why in the hell is you niggas for 40 years been saying pyramid building is a Southern thing? It comes out of the South.
The culture.
The culture of pyramid building. But it ain't no pyramid buildings down there.
The culture. There's more than pyramids, right? There's
man, I can't. I'm so tired of y'all. I'm so tired.
You know about
it's not I wouldn't say the entire culture. The entire culture comes from a piece of the culture comes from not the entire culture.
Right?
You see why they never like me in this community, Brad. You see why they say, well, he drunk and he pour concrete. Because the shit that I be asking, they fuck around on it. It's a bunch of fuckery. It's a goddamn bunch of goddamn fuckery. Is what it is, Reggie.
You're trying to talk over me.
No, I'm not, because you've been talking for 40 years. You done said what you had to say for 40 years. Now it's time to hear me say that shit that you've been talking, the shit that you've been talking, been a bunch of goddamn fuckery for 40 years. And I'm sick of it. I am had it up to here. I have had it up to here with you and the rest of y'all fucking around my community.
Corey, you don't get presentations. So
I don't give a damn. I don't give present. You know what? As a matter of fact, I do give presentations. As a matter of fact, I do give presentations, right? And when I'm done with my presentation, you gonna have information to go out and build and make a career out of what I do, what I present to your motherfucking ass. You can raise a family off of the presentation that I give your ass. So yeah, I do give presentations, but they ain't on Egypt.
On these boards with this. We're not
it's not on Egypt, and that's precisely what I'm talking about. I've been fucking around. Listen, Reggie,
I'm not doing any of that.
You've been fucking my people around. You and everybody else, all you other niggas, been fucking around my people. Right? Being vague, and all of this old bullshit. Knowing that y'all leading, knowing that you guys are leading my people.
Your people
leading.
So you decided these motherfuckers and your family, your daddy decided, and your granddaddy decided for you to say your people?
Yeah,
absolutely.
I
My
want to know
people.
what your
My
family.
people.
I want to know
New
now
York
what your
niggas
family has
ain't
done
New
for
York
black
niggas
people.
ain't my people, though. You can claim it.
But clean
Bro,
your family
listen.
done for black
No,
people.
listen.
You said
I
the
don't want to
wildest
get in.
thing.
I don't want to get into that. I don't want
No,
to get
you
into
said
that.
something really wild.
I don't want to get into that.
No, I know you don't, because I want to say, who's the most famous person in your family?
Yeah, them Harlem
I don't
niggas
got
ain't my
no
people, yo.
famous.
So it ain't
I
your
don't need
people.
my people don't need no be famous.
Corey,
My people matter. My people matter to my goddamn community.
Corey,
Every one of my family members are important in my community. They don't
Niggas
get.
in
I don't
Harlem been
get
on the
fame.
goddamn.
I don't need to know nothing about no fucking fame. Who the hell do you
The New
think you
York
talking
niggas
to?
been blowing on a goddamn a horn and talking shit in Harlem forever. Bullshit.
I'm gonna
Corey's
tell you right now.
This nigga been on a bullhorn talking about they
You
putting in
guys
work.
have been selling my people a bunch of fucking malarkey for 40 years. And it's time to stop that shit, Reggie. I'm sick of it.
All right, well,
I am sick of it. I've had it up to here. I asked you about the fucking pyramids. I asked you about why they don't got no fucking pyramids in Arkansas, but all the pyramids is built in fucking Indiana. And you telling me that the fucking pyramid building is an Arkansas thing.
Okay. Corey.
Hey, Corey.
I don't understand why. Now, a bunch of Arkansas niggas never built a fucking pyramid in Arkansas, but they decided to take their black asses up to Indiana and start building pyramids. And I'm asking you to explain that to me.
I just try to explain it.
Hold on, Reggie. Hold
What
on,
you
Reggie.
wanna
Hold
do.
on. Right, Reggie, hold on one second.
Yes, Brass.
Real quick. Is this going somewhere though? I mean, like, because right now y'all not, this ain't really like an informational thing. Can y'all speak? Because I still feel like y'all ain't answered this question. And even I know that, not even following the conversation. Is there a plain answer? Hold on. Is there a plain, simple answer that explains his analogy of Illinois and California? Or do y'all have a better analogy? But speak to his question.
I'm sorry, I got to interrupt you because you don't understand that if he actually answers the point is, Brad, what I'm pointing out here is if he actually answers the question, all that bullshit that they've been talking for 40 years, it go right down the fucking toilet. Because they've been telling everybody pyramid building is a goddamn Southern thing. There ain't no goddamn pyramids down there.
Okay, can I talk?
So that's why he don't want to answer. That's why he flim-flamming and bim-bamming and all of this rest of this shit, Brass. Because if he keep it 100, Brass, the fucking jig is up.
Can I talk?
Yes, you can, but
Go ahead and keep on. Because the thing is, Brass, he been talking for 40 years.
Now it's personal to me.
And I should be able to go. I shouldn't even have to ask the question. You know what? If he been talking for 40 years, I should just be able to go to a fucking Reggie Mabry video on YouTube and answer my goddamn question.
Okay.
But it ain't no goddamn answers to my question. That's why we've been going on for an hour now, Brass.
Can I talk?
They tried to pass over it, right? But you was diligent. You kept your spray paint can, Brad. And you said, well, is y'all going, because I gave up. And I walked away, but then I heard you say, well, is y'all going to answer Corey's question or what?
Okay,
and then they tried to walk over you again. They tried to walk past you again.
You're not learning. Nobody's learning.
But you stayed diligent, Brass, and you asked him again.
Corey,
and now you're realizing, now you've made it plain, Brass.
You don't want an explanation.
Thanks to you, Brass.
Corey,
you've
you don't
made
want an
it plain
explanation.
to me and the audience. You've made it plain, Brass. Thanks to you. To me and the audience, that these niggas been on bullshit for 40 years. And I appreciate you, and I'm going to land my plane right there. Thank you.
And then I appreciate you too, my brother. After just a simple explanation, Reggie, an answer to the question, or change the analogy if it don't fit. But somebody got to answer the question, because now it's going to get personal. And I don't want it to do that.
I'm not going to. There's only one person that I figured out is the root of this bullshit, right? Everybody else is they Corey can say what he wanted to say. The Kings decided in this particular area of Memphis, right? This particular, that's where they thought that they had the most protection. So
most of the pyramids are built in that area, right? But Giza, Abusur, Memphis. Then there's Dashur, right? And then there's List, and then there's Lahone, right? Ilahone, right? So there is a number of pyramids around this corridor. It's where the kings felt that this is the best place to set up their empire, so they could be protected from some of the southern populations that was always at their back. So that's where the pyramid building actually happened. However, there are pyramids in other places, not in that line of a pyramid building. What I did show is, which I don't know where it went, is I gave them the name of the Yebu Elephantine Pyramid, right, in Abu Simbel around Aswan, right? But and that's so far from Memphis, right? Then I also said that they took the energy to get the components down from that area and drag it down north to the areas, right? And it's all started out basically by saying, look at me looking at a population. Yeah. Me looking at a population. So not only do we have pyramids, but we have temples using the same material from the south all over from southern to north. It didn't go from north to south, it went from southern to north. I don't want to, so it's just not the pyramids, but the pyramids.
Reggie,
yes.
When the Nubian took over, what dynasty was that? 25th dynasty or something? Where did they build those pyramids, brother?
Okay, so no, they took over Egypt. They didn't really start building their pyramids, right? They had other structures.
Reggie, where did they build? Where did they build those pyramids?
Yeah.
They built when they took it over.
It wasn't no southern idea. Like, I mean, it was just an Egyptian idea. Like when they built them, came up with their pyramids, they came up with
Can he answer the question though, Gullah? Where when they took over Egypt?
He ain't really answering no questions. I don't know.
Yeah, but no, because maybe
it starts with an S and ends with an N. I'll give you a hint, Reggie.
Yeah, Sudan. But
okay.
But there's different
Thank
parts.
you, Reggie.
There's different parts.
So they took over Egypt and built pyramids in Sudan.
But they had what you call the double kingdom.
You, Reggie.
The double kingdom.
Thank you, Reggie. Thank you, Reggie.
If that's the answer, Reggie, land your plane so I can get somebody.
No, I just don't. But no, I want to get back at the bullshit Gullah just said. So there's not. So
no, I ain't finished. I ain't finished what I said. Ain't nobody finished. What is this, a lecture? What is this shit?
I'm out of listen.
Yeah, go ahead,
I had enough for the day. Because you know what? It's like this. You lined you don't have a big concept, right? You don't have a big concept of what's going on, and so you look for little things to kind of slip a person up who's trying to give you data. I've given you the most data. Asher is giving you a lot of data too, but I've given you the most data on this particular subject. Mm-hmm. Now, the people without the data, they got a lot of shit to say. Chicago and it's that ain't got nothing to do with what we're talking about. That's just some analogy or some respect to you, Corey, but that ain't got no place in nowhere, right? So I gave you a rationale of why they built the pyramids there for protection of their kingship, but there's temples and other and the simple fact that you have an early pyramid in Aswan should have you, but you want to discard that. But I've given you the information of that. I told you what the pyramid was. I tried to tell you some of the early pyramids right before the Giza pyramids, but you don't want to hear that. But I thought we were talking about pyramid building and the construction, and we were talking about the materials, and that this is a cultural thing. Mm-hmm. This is a cultural thing because the fact of the matter is the pyramids is a construct of something that you see in the West, because the western side of the Nile is where people buy, but then you have the deity Ha. You have the Western Desert. The Western Desert is largely the burial place, right? On the western side of the Nile, right? And so, but
I mean, goddamn, how long this cat gonna talk?
Your mother.
All right. I'm trying to stop it from getting there, bro.
I'm out of here. I'm out of here because I at least
We're sick of hearing you talk, man.
Hey, Reggie, I appreciate it. Hey, Reggie, I
tried
appreciate
to
it.
answer the questions. I
Beat
tried
it.
to
Hit
get
the road.
information, right? Because these other people don't want to at least try to let the people know what the information is, right? Now, if you agree with my information, right? If you disagree with my information, then please give me a rationale as to what you want it to be. They have not done that.
No. Hey, Reggie, I ain't spoke to you yet. But I think they was asking that you were alluding to those people in the South coming up with the concept of the pyramids and building the first pyramids. So from me listening, I was waiting for you to give the rationale for that.
Okay. The concept of,
He said for protection, Chef. He said they could protect
No,
you.
he did not. No, he did not. He said the people built in the God damn.
Okay, so
Go ahead, hey Chef. Go ahead, Chef. It's just
Reggie was talking. Howard just said he said it was in the north for protection. He wasn't listening. Reggie said they built the pyramids in the north or in that area because they felt as though they could protect themselves in that area. He did not say that's so that's not what Reggie said.
What I did say, Sheffrin, is that the concept of tumuli to mastaba comes really into this area from the west and then to the south, and then it comes into Egypt, right? But it doesn't come from the Egypt from the north. From the Levant. It comes from the west with tumuli. And I told you, Dr. Salim Faraji has a great article on that. Also,
the west. What is the west?
From Chad to Mali.
Okay.
Right.
Mali.
Yeah. Tumuli, the burial practices, because what we're dealing with is burial practices. And then it comes.
So Sheffrin, what do you be doing, Chef? So pyramid building comes from Chad now?
No, that's not what I said.
What are y'all saying here? Because this is what
that's what you
we
want.
gotta get other.
I swear to God, you niggas is crazy.
No. I don't
Go
want to
ahead, explain that.
Hey, Corey, I said funerary practices. I said the funerary practices come from the tumuli to the mastabas, and they come into Egypt.
Okay, this is an evolution of pyramid building.
A burial practice. I said funerary practices.
Right.
Okay, I gotta go.
All right, brother. Go ahead. If you don't now, Chief, before you start talking, do you agree or you disagree or you just hate Reggie at this point? But make it somewhat emotional.
I don't be emotional about scholarship, right?
Okay.
Corey is right. These cats should just simply say, hey, in northern Egypt, this is where they was building pyramids. The Sphinx, the Pyramid of Giza, the other one, they're all in the north in the Mediterranean. Mediterranean people built them pyramids. This is what he don't want to say. The delta flows out into the Mediterranean. Everything in a delta flows into the Mediterranean.
Let's have a little more friendly. See, that's what I be trying to do, though, Chief. I be trying to have friendlier language than the Mediterranean language, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, because I really be wanting to answer. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really trying to beef. And then the thing is, like, the fact of the matter, like, this is my thing, y'all. The simple fact that we got to go around the fucking bush like that, like it has to get there, like that don't tell y'all something right there alone, just that alone. Like it's just, certain things is way more simple than me. to me.
Yeah, when the niggas
And
start
this is
talking
why
about
I always get cussed out first
Yeah, you're right,
because
Corey.
I don't
You're
make
right,
it
Corey.
I don't make it difficult. Like it's
I'm
not a
mad at
difficult thing, and I don't come up with excuses to figure out something that I know. But like you in outside, you niggas wouldn't come up with excuses for shit like that outside.
I'm
If
mad
you
at Chef
did,
right now.
you wouldn't make it in life. If a nigga asks you something, right, and you hemming and hawing for an hour, bro, if you ain't shot this nigga right in real life, bro, like you done been quit listening to him a long time ago.
I got a bone to pick with Chef Ray.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead, Chief.
See, I'm just playing with Chef Ray, but y'all let Reggie off the hook. He clearly said 3 times that Nubians built the pyramids. Y'all let him off the hook with that shit.
Oh yeah, he wild.
I thought he cleaned that up. He said Nubian like, because I asked him, I said, are you saying that Nubians built? He said, no, Nubian like people or something like
No,
that.
it's a simple damn answer, yo. Like the burial, look, the burial practices is different in the pyramids itself. He conflating those together. Now you do got like particular burial practices, come from sacral kingship. That's just a tradition that was just in the region. Now that tradition came from Nilo-Saharans, but it don't mean the motherfuckers that did it in Giza was Nilo-Saharan people. It's just the type of tradition passed on in different cultures.
But
Now
Gullah,
hold on, don't cut me off, bro. You gotta let me explain it. You gotta let me finish. Now the pyramid idea is a third damn dynasty idea, period. It ain't no motherfucking southern idea, none of that shit. They came up with this shit when Doja was the king. And the only reason they built this shit in Memphis is because the seat of power was right there. So you gonna build
this is what I want to know. The pyramids were built within a dynasty, right? Am I correct with that?
Yeah, the third dynasty. Yeah.
All right. Like what? Why do we play these games then, Gullah? See, these niggas is faking, Gullah. These niggas is faking us out, Gullah, and they all been faking us out for years. There's no, I don't understand. What are we talking about? Where Namr came from? Who gives a fuck where he came from? When they start building pyramids, Egypt was a fucking dynasty, bro.
Yeah,
and the capital was built.
He didn't come from Sudan.
Like the sheer mad. I'm so sick of these niggas, bro. Because every time I actually dig into this shit, see, this is.
Go ahead, Corey. Finish. And then whoever said, "Can I say something?"
Are you there?
I want to let Chief X get
This and Gozy. I wanted to just respond right quick.
Okay,
let him finish.
Let him finish his statement. Then you and then Gozy could talk. You and Chief X talk. Corey, you done? Or you were saying something?
His phone went out, I think.
Okay, go ahead and Gozy.
So the Tumuli that was built in the Sahara had nothing to do with Chad. The population groups was related to a population called Etwans, which were highly Eurasian, that back migrated. See, people get caught up in the Sahara thing to make Sahara fit them in as black people. They don't understand before the pre-Proto Neolithic, groups was crossing through the Sahara, through the Sinai, and settling there and intermingling with indigenous populations who were already admixed. The people that was in the Sahara were already admixed unless you go further south of the Sahara before you touch the border of the Sahel. So the Tumulais, which gave rise to the Mastaba, which means bench, was still North African Levantine type people as shifted, regardless of them having brown skin on cave art. Now, I'm not talking about Sicily cave art or pheasant cave art. We're talking about the tumuli that was built that you see in certain parts of the western and eastern Sahara, going east really. And we see the Mastaba, which means bench, which was the predecessor of what gave rise to the pyramids. So people are trying to put this West thing in there to make it as to assimilate it with West Africans. Chad is going towards Central Africa. No, those dudes in the Sahara was also highly Eurasian, North African Levantine, Mediterranean shifted. So that's it.
And I'm so tired of these niggas in Gozy. They lie to
glad.
the third power. They lying to the third power. It goes like saying that they lying is a compliment. Because these niggas is lying on top of line, on top of line, on top of line. And then they look you right in the face and say, you don't read, you stupid. You a stupid nigga. And all of this shit is 5th grade shit, y'all. This is 5th grader shit. Y'all sitting up reading all of these articles in the what's this new article in the Schuleman report, man.
Yeah, they don't even know if they read. They don't understand proxies, none of that
Is
shit.
reading the Schuleman report in Gozi.
Yeah, that's not
Going
good.
on
And they
here?
don't read it.
Say something. See, y'all. This is what makes me mad because I gotta say something. I gotta be the crazy drunk nigga all the time. I got to be the one that don't read and is as stupid as fuck and his mama and all. If some of you niggas will stand up and say, bro, if you niggas don't stand up and tell these niggas to shut the fuck up with this shit sometimes, it pisses me off that they can sit up here for 40 years and spew this bullshit over and over and over again, and we lend it credence as if it has a.
Can I ask Ngozi a question, please? For my own benefit. Ngozi, real quick.
I'm sick of this shit,
real
bro.
quick.
And
How
then
many years between the
apologist.
formation
Go and
and the
apologize
Third
for this
Dynasty?
shit.
You say who?
How many years between the formation of Egypt and the Third Dynasty in Ngozi? About 1,000 years?
How many years what? I'm sorry.
Between Nama and the Third Dynasty.
That's probably about 3,000 years, 2,000, because Narmer comes in 3,100 BC. That's 5,300 years ago. Third Dynasty starts between
It's like 20, yeah, like 20, yeah, it's like
2,100
20,
years.
yeah, it's like
2,000 years.
2,400. Yeah, that's like
Yeah.
1,000 years. Shit.
So then the people of the Delta Valley then, if you can't argue for Nama after 3,000 years. No.
Yeah, but
no,
see, I'm
we
gonna
can't
give
argue the
you an
pyramids.
example. I'm gonna give you an example of a proxy. White people haven't been in America for not even 1,000 years yet, and we see that they're the dominant here. So if people try to talk about this element that was highly indigenous, you can study America and see it ain't even been 1,000 years yet. You know, America I think is 240. The United States is 246 years old. The population that was here 1,000 years ago was totally different genetically than the population that dominates now, right? So what we're saying is, if you look at 1,000-year gap with Narma, them niggas was not steady and consistent in a marginal line. When you look at the fractals of genetics, they wouldn't have had a stable pattern with population groups. A lot of shifts occurred within 300 to 500 years. You can see that with examples with nations today. So what I'm saying is that even with Narma, he wasn't even a Sudanese dude. He was from Thinis, which is Upper Egypt. That's not Sudan. And people believe that Upper Egypt.
Thinis is Luxor, right? Thinis is Luxor, right?
No. Luxor is further south from Thinis. Thinis is right a little bit south of Cairo. It's not that far. It's south, but it's still deeply north. It's not even. Luxor is a little south, and then you get Aswan further south, and Aswan touches the tip of North Sudan. These dudes think Upper Egypt is Nubia or Sudan. No, it's not. And them dudes were all highly mixed. They've been mixed for 23,000 years, bro.
Yeah, you don't really get.
I'm glad
Yeah, you don't really get.
Hold up, real quick. Let me just say this. I'm glad Ngozi came on and clipped this Tumalai thing, because Reggie came here and Reggie deceived us, and then he bounced. That's all he's been doing is deceiving. Thanks for clearing that up, Ngozi.
Yeah, Tumalai don't mean nothing.
40 years.
Yeah. Yeah. My bad. I would say even like you don't even really get like up Egyptian kings until like motherfucking in the 12th dynasty and shit. And them niggas just mixed with C group. You know, they just mixed with C group Cushitic niggas. But they still, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You know, watered down. You know what I'm saying?
They just mix. And it's been like that.
That shit, look, Egypt look like fucking Caracas, fucking Venezuela, yo. That's the fucking
It look like it look today. Like it don't look no different. Like they don't like I don't know what they what are they trying to fool y'all with?
And I'm gonna tell you another trick. I'm gonna tell you another trick. I'm gonna tell you another trick. I'm gonna tell you another trick though. I'm gonna tell you another trick that they try to do.
Hold on,
Everybody needs to go over this
community of skeptics who say this shit.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say something to you, Ngozi, and don't take this personal. I'm not talking about you. When y'all talk about Egypt, y'all really do make a motherfucker say fuck Egypt. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, y'all. I done heard in the past 2 days. This is I'm not even a layman because I don't care about the conversation. I know nothing about it, but listening to y'all talk, and that's why I say don't take this personal. Listening to
It's
y'all,
okay,
talk
brother.
about
It's okay.
Listening to y'all talk about this, I almost think everybody don't know what the fuck they talking about. And now that I know that people is taking money and cash apps and Zelles and all kind of shit behind this, it seemed like a grift because it seems like a made up argument because nobody can agree. And Ngozi, for the past 2 days, I'm venting to you and Ngozi, and we don't even know each other. In the past 2 days, 2 days ago, I heard that Reggie was the authority on Egypt. Yesterday, I heard that this guy knows more about Egyptology than Zahi Hawass does. And today, I just sat here on a panel and listened to 9 people disagree. He's talking. Soon as he leave, you came in and cleaned this shit up in 2 seconds. So my thing is, I don't think y'all want the answer to the question. Because to try to get somebody to answer a simple fucking question.
What you know what, brother?
It's like we gotta go all around the mulberry bush.
He's running around the table.
I ain't even speaking specifically about him. I'm saying that in Ngozi, there are people in the community that think he is the authority on it. This ain't nothing personal about him.
Well, I would say this. There is no authority. I'm not even an authority. We're just people that research. We're autodidacts. So nobody's there is no absolutes in talking about this. There is no absolutes. Like for me, me personally, and I agree with you, brother. I never got a dime for the conscious community. I always was the person that just like to run his mouth and study, and mimic. Because I like talking about this stuff. It's amazing to me. I love archaeology. I love history. I love science. But I'm an autodidact. So nobody's an authority in this field. This is an underground thing, right? This is all this is. But you got to understand, like a lot of people make money off this Egypt shit, and people need to keep up the confusion to get, the extra money in different amounts. People are here to, and one thing I got to respect, Chief X was one of the first to go against it publicly to say it's all bullshit. And then Corey and Chef came and they turned around and started saying it was bullshit. And then other people started. And then with Team Osiris, we've been saying it, but we still kind of entertaining the community. But when I met Gullah Geechee was never an Egyptomaniac. He never was an Egyptomaniac. When we called ourselves Osiris, that was an acronym because Egypt is catchy. It meant our solution is revealed in science. But nobody was running around here saying that they was Egyptians. But here's the thing. The conscious community is a misinformed community. Everything that came before us was false and fucking wrong. And it was reactionary out of white supremacy at the time of what we thought was white supremacy. We barely really fully understand the United States and what's going on politically right now. So it's like it's a placement holder for people that's not really doing anything progressively. So they substitute it by romanticizing and bullshit. And then the leaders that romanticize and the bullshit can capitalize off of it. And the people that work jobs, because you got policemen that's into this shit, you got fireman that's into this conscious shit, they get paid off people that really work jobs. While he's a motherfucker that's a straight loser. You know what I'm saying? So
That's what I'm saying.
Arguing about Egypt and it's like arguing whether it's motherfucking Venezuela or Colombia, black or white or not. It's like you got all type of motherfuckers. When you go to fucking Medellin or fucking Bogota, it's like you in a fucking Delta. You still got mixes. You might have a couple of motherfucking black people here and there, but you got mostly mixed. You go check your ass motherfucking Pacific Coast, your ass in fucking Nubia. You gonna see all type of niggas.
This is only thing y'all proving outside of the information. The only thing y'all proving is that Corey is 100% right. That this is some snake oil that's been. It's like a business concept. Where everybody, the argument, if this was like a free conversation, then you could complain about the time that this is wasting. But it's like, it's no clarity. For me not knowing none of it, Corey made a simple analogy and a motherfucker came in and said, well, it ain't really like Chicago because it ain't a city. It's a state. It's like, man, you are you doing this shit on purpose? This don't make no sense.
Hey,
So,
listen,
and this
brother.
is, oh
That
my God.
Egypt sales,
That's why
man,
I
and
be
a lot of
like,
people,
that's
a
why
lot
I
of
Yeah,
always say, well, what about the Polynesians?
look, they didn't come up with the pyramid until motherfucking Doja Imhotep told Doja told Imhotep, build me build me some shit. You know what I'm saying? That's when they came with the fucking idea of the pyramid in that third dynasty.
and to be honest with everybody, Egypt didn't give a fuck about the rest of Africa. Egypt had more cultural ties with scraping shit from the Levant and probably northern Sudan because they made Jebel Barka like a religious center at a specific time when they expanded the borders. But they can give two shits about the rest of the continent. You know, they didn't care about. They didn't even see it like that. So when
Yeah.
Egyptians say that Egyptians are Egyptians, they really mean that, and there's no disrespect. Some of us will come off like when Zahi Hawass said it when I was on Unc Show. I said, well, he's kind of wrong because Egypt is still Africans. They're North Africans. When he was trying, but he was trying. It came off like he was trying to say that the people south was only African. But when I spoke to Chef had a good point. What he wanted to say, but he didn't say it publicly, is that the niggas south is Negroids, even though those terminologies is outdated, and the ones north is different than populations phenotypically south. So light-skinned northern Egyptians and southern Egyptians or northern, they're all Africans, but Africa has diversity. But the Egyptians as a whole didn't care about the rest of their continent. They wasn't saying, I'm gonna go to West Africa and none of that shit.
But
I got a
that's
question.
all
Even till today, it's like to get an Egyptian today to say he's African, like pulling goddamn today.
But if y'all all agree that y'all not them,
no,
if
we're
y'all
not them.
all
Hell
agree
no.
that y'all not them, then why? Okay, and goes in a simple answer in a place or a region or something. If y'all not the Egyptians, why the fuck is the Black Egypt conversation even taking place?
Because the spell has been hit with us since the 60s and after the 60s, the 70s, and it's bad. But this is
Then those guys from the 60s and 70s was arbiters of chaos, not educators.
So I'll say this: the Black movement that was going on in the inception of people trying to find out America within itself is lowly educated in the field of teaching because everything here is either based off black and white, right? So you had real academia because most of the white people were right in academia stand. Like for example, Flinders Petrie narrative of what he said at Egypt about a pharaonic invasion. He corrected that later and said it wasn't that. The people were just from that land. But his overall understanding of the population morphologically and the distinction was on point, right? So he corrected his slight errors, but his standard of what he said was still kind of like stands out. The people are who they are. Modern Egyptians are the Egyptians. It wasn't a pharaonic invasion thing. The people have been going back and forth from the Levant for thousands of years, since the Epipaleolithic. So it's been consistent phenotypically. So they developed indigenously right there. They developed right there in all phases of their time and all phases of what they came and became to be before you even have a civilization, a dynastic period, right? But the thing is that a lot of people in the underground who wasn't educated, the only person that we had that was in the field, if we talking about the Afrocentric movement, was Dr. Anti-Joke. And Dr. Anti-Joke, he got debunked. He was right about certain things, but UNESCO also debunked a lot of his stuff and it was thrown out, right? But the thing that he was right about is that they was Africans. But what he was wrong about is Egyptian language is not connected to no damn Wolof. He was wrong about that. Egypt wasn't a predominant black population or Negro thing. It wasn't that. And then Dr. Ben come out with this black man of the Nile. He used scientific terminology, but if you look at the background, people didn't know his education. So the blueprint of this is Dr. Anti-Jope and other people prior before when you study the inception of us. And most of it was created out of reaction to what they felt what was going on in America or mainstream academia from what they were delivering, right? But
I got a
all this
question,
stuff
Ghost.
involved.
I got a question for Ghost.
Yes, sir.
Now, me and you may disagree on this. I've never asked you this. I've never heard you speak on it. But they asked me this question today when I came into the Discord. So the thing is, I made a video saying that they came from the north, right? And I'm joking around, but it's some elements of what I'm saying that is very true. But other people say, and I agree with it too, that the culture of the people came from southern Egypt. Now, to me, two things can be true, but everybody only wants to say the South. Now, don't say it for me. If you whatever you feel, just say it like it is.
No.
Would you say it came from the north and south, or just south?
No, I'm gonna say it came from both
Yeah,
because
both. That's what I say.
because it came from both because when the Phi A group come in, they're related to the pre-Proto Neolithic groups, and they're bringing different methods of farming. Even when you study the Cab culture that's related to the Calderwell culture, they're crossing through Gibraltar, Southern Europe, and going into North Africa on the other side of the Mediterranean, and then they're drifting into the Sahara, and then they're going deeper into the Sahara, bringing methods. So and then when you go deeper into the Sahara, a lot of those people are highly mixed. For example, when you look at Takahari sample that was found in Libya, even though she was 93% ancestral North African, she still was 7% Natufian. The Natufians crossed in through the Sinai, which means that it was lingering from north to south. So a north to south exchange been going on for a very long time. But here's the banner though, here's the edge though, not sub-Saharan Africa or below the south of the Sahara. It's mainly North Africa from further north in the Mediterranean and south of North Africa that's been going through cultural exchanges for thousands of years. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. So what? So we basically agree then. Basically.
Yeah. It's north and south. It's both.
Can I say something?
It's both.
What people confusing is, you know, everybody came from, but when they be saying,
Fix your phone, Bella. We can't hear you good.
My bad. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little better.
Yeah. When they be saying they came from the south, saying they come from the south, they be trying to play it as if, you know what I'm saying? The only thing they really, you know what I'm saying, that come from the south for is the culture. Pharaonic is the Pharaonic, you know what I'm saying, king of Britannia. It's just the bureaucracy. It's not the whole culture, but it's just the bureaucracy. You know what I'm saying, coming out there of the Sackle kingship shit. They kind of conflate as if the whole culture.
Right, because when you start studying like the Nakata, who come from the Tajans, they also had a northern element that mixed into them. Even the Mahdi groups that was in the north prior before, the Badarian and the Nakata were still highly mixed with populations that drifted from north. So even before you have further north, I meant to say. So even before you have this dynastic period, when people talk about this Nakata, these are still highly Eurasian people. They're highly Eurasian. So there's been a north to south gradient going on, and not south of the Sahara. I'm talking about within North Africa, from the Mediterranean coast all the way before you get to the edge next to the Sahel. Genetic consistency and cultural backwards and forth been going on for a long time. So, and I also have to add the Levant. So I say North African Levantine. That shit has a flow going on for 23,000 years in different phases of time. It wasn't just 23,000 years. That's the earliest phase. You got another phase coming in 12,000.
So what I'm saying, Ngozi, like people been migrating and back migrating and back migrating, going up and down the Nile River, up and down the Nile River for thousands of years.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I say they came from both.
Yeah, they came from both. They'll go north, mix with a few population that was indigenous who was already mixed, then go back from south and then go back north, exchange customs, then go back north, go back south. And it's been going backwards and forth for a long time. So that's what I'm saying. When you touch the Sahel is when you start finding elements of sub-Saharan populations. Because in the Sahel is where they meet. And the Sahel is where the ancestral North Africans meet with the sub-Saharan African population. That's the middle. That's the Sahel belt. That's why when you go further south into Egypt, near Aswan, the Nilotic element slightly increases, but it's still not the majority. It just increases autosomally. See what I'm saying?
You still mostly got Cushitic people right there up in there, and they got that Eurasian.
They all admixed.
They different Afroasiatic.
When you get to Afroasiatic, you're talking about admixtures. You're talking about something that's shared between that circle between the Red Sea, the Horn, and all them niggas is admixed niggas. But the further north you go, they're more highly Eurasian. Right?
I got one more question.
Mm-hmm.
This is the last question I'm gonna ask, and y'all can continue on because I gotta go and do something. Check this out. So I did a video on the origins of Afro-Asiatic language before. Now I'm far from an expert on this. I don't really know much about it, but it seemed that the scholars seemed to say about 70% of them say it came out of Northeast Africa, but it's another 30% saying
the
West
Levant.
Asia and in the Levant and stuff like that. So what this is just my personal feeling, right? Yemen, you can backstroke from Yemen to what's that, Ethiopia or that's Somalia?
Eritrea.
You can Eritrea and Djibouti
and
is right there.
Somalia.
Yeah, you can backstroke
Somalia
from
is
Yemen to there. And in my opinion, I think it came from them Saudi Arabians in Yemen and Saudi Arabia, and the language entered through Ethiopia that way to get to Northeast Africa. Am I off? Is that a possibility?
That's disgusting. That's disgusting, Chief.
So the language went through various different evolutions, but the remnants of the original language, or they even mix of heavily based Eurasian groups, is the Amadic language. So the language couldn't, come, from Arabia and all that, because you still got that like Amadic is like the oldest branch that branched off, from Afro-Asiatic. The other groups,
Wherever you find the most diversity at is probably where a thing originated at.
Yep.
That's the standard now. Now, Chief X, you gotta ask how many Afro-Asiatic languages is in Asia and how many Afro-Asiatic languages is in Africa.
So that's
wherever you find the most diversity, that is probably the origin of a thing.
So that's why most scholars believe it. That's why, like he said, 70% believe it's in Africa or Northeast Africa. 30% of the scholars believe it's in the Levant area, which is still part of the greater range of Greater Africa in the sense of expansion. So either way, it's not a problem. But I'll say this, based off what it looks like, Egypt has its own independent branch of Afro-Asiatic, just like Brother Gullah said with Omatic languages, but they go back and forth on Omatic. They don't know if Omatic is
which one is older. They don't know which branch is older.
So the thing about Omatic is, when you look it up, they don't know if it's a sister group that's related to Proto-Afro-Asiatic or if it's Afro-Asiatic. They're going back and forth on that. And to me, it could be Afro-Asiatic, but from my research, from what I could be completely wrong. I don't know. I'm not saying I'm a scholar, but from my research, following the different trances and the different phases of Afro-Asiatic, I believe that Afro-Asiatic started near Upper Egypt, east near the Red Sea and North Sudan, and it was from different language isolates that went extinct, and it went into different directions, and it deeply had a Eurasian layer of language isolates that merged with indigenous population that were there, and they created a set spectrum linguistically within that Red Sea area, and then they go into different directions. And this happened before they were farmers. This happened before they were pastoralists. This happened probably 16,000 years ago. That's what it's looking
when you
like.
say Red Sea runs along Saudi Arabia and Yemen.
Yeah, right. So they had a cultural exchange going on amongst those people for a very long time, and they created a zigzag language, like a creolized thing. And then it started to spread. And most of them, because it was at the edge of Northeast Africa, near the coast of not the coast, but east, it started to spread and diverge in different phases of Africa. So remember, the pastoralist groups of Cushitic are mixed with something that came from the north. Those Cushitic people did not come from Ethiopia or the Horn. They came from some shit that merged in North Sudan. And the things in North Sudan picked up some traits from Upper Egypt. And the Upper Egypt picked up a lot of traits from the Levant. So a lot of this stuff is heading back to the Levant, going into different directions. So Afro-Asiatic, them epipaleolithic Libertines and Neolithic Libertine people, they needed refugium for whatever was going on over there. And Africa was a safe haven. And they kept going over there, mingling with populations and creating these diverse settings at a specific time.
Even a Amadic language, even the proto Amadic language wasn't always in Ethiopia. It shifted.
Yeah.
Migrated more stuff and mixed with indigenous Ethiopian.
Yep.
They became
hybrids. They hybrids. Yeah. So yeah. So between Levant,
do you consider mulatto a disrespectful word?
Well, if we want to play the entertainment game from American standards, you have a bunch of ancient mulattoes from American standard. So in that sense, but some people may find it disrespectful. But if we want to make it for layman's, to make it flat out, niggas was triracial, mulattoes, quadroons, whatever you want to call them. That's what the fuck they was. So like a Eritrean, it's 50-50, but because they mix with
it ain't defensive.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. So the reason why America fucked us up so bad. When we see dark skin, we think it's black, right? Eritrean can be darker than Nipsey Hussle, but 50% of his DNA is still connected to people from the Levant. So from a layman perspective, when niggas see them people, we know that there's something different about them. That's a fact. But the people that's far on the left field is considered Anglos or white people. They may say that they're black people because white people are so far off in genetic drift phenotypically. Because when they see brown, they just see spots, and everything that's a spot is black. But when we get amongst them, we know it's a difference between a Somali and a Eritrean compared to niggas that we descend from. So, but the truth of it is, the reason why they look like that is because they mix with a brown-skinned Eurasian population. And those brown-skinned Eurasian people are still closer to Europeans who are also West Eurasians more than what they would be to black population. So they mix with an earlier layer of Eurasians that were brown-skinned. So Somalis and Eritreans are mulattoes from a layman perspective.
So let me read. I want to read this for Chief X. Hey, Chief X.
Yes, sir. Yes,
I'm
sir.
gonna say one thing. I would say even at the African level, the people ain't even nuts deeper than it just being. You know what I'm saying too? Because even the African indigenous component is diverged.
Yep. Fall diverge. Yep.
So
What you gonna read, Chef?
All right. Wikipedia. Mainstream scholarship have situated the ethnicity and the origins of pre-dynastic southern Egypt as a foundational community, primarily in Northeast Africa, which included the Sudan, tropical Africa, and the Sahara, whilst recognizing the population variability that became characteristic of the Pharaonic period. Pharaonic Egypt featured a physical graduation across the regional populations, with Upper Egyptians having shared more biological affinities with Sudanese and Southernly African populations, whereas Lower Egyptians had closer genetic links with Levantine and Mediterranean populations. Now, that's the view of modern scholarship, right? So when you make the claim they came from the north, like how can you still have that? You know what I mean? No matter what those people look like, right? Not getting into the look, but if the modern scholars is making that statement, what do you say about that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like, this is why I say I agree with both. I'm not really saying that they didn't, because I understand that it formed right there, but it's just no way I can discredit the North. So that's why I just say both. Because
The northern population is a admixed population, meaning if they say that the people came out of the Green Sahara, right, the foundational population. So what you see in the north, you see them mixing with people from the Levant.
Okay.
Get
So
that?
I'm gonna table my belief and do some more research on it tonight.
Okay. Yeah, so that's I think Reggie didn't know how to say he fucked up on that. I don't even think he remembered saying it actually. That the Nubians built pyramids.
Can I say something, Chef?
Go ahead.
So you got to be careful with that because the study said, because even though the South had a more element that leans more closer to Southern Africans, that wasn't their overall DNA composition. They still, it's a gradient between North and South. So the further north you go, the more Levantine it is. The further south you go, you're going to find a higher increase of indigenous Saharic population layered within that. But that's not the South overall DNA composition. That's why I said earlier, the Nakata, who was in the South, if you look at the area, they were admixed, but they still were Levantine admixed shifted. But the further north, they will be more Levantine shifted. They were all mingled and mixed. So even though, so when we talk about North Sudan, they're not talking about no Dinka or Noor. We got to be careful with that. They talking about niggas in North Sudan who are admixed already. Like, so you'll find admixed populations further south with a higher indigenous Saharic layer compared to the ones in the north who are highly Levantine Mediterranean like because it was already shifted. So they're going backwards and forth. This is not Nilotics. This is not Dinka. This is not Noors in that sense. So we got to be. It's saying it shares. It's not the overall composition. So if you reread it, you can get what I'm saying.
No, I'm reading what Unc said.
You dig what I'm saying? Like
Even them,
this is his stance.
yeah. Even the most Aryan in Southern Chad, like a T-boy. You know what I'm saying? When you see the motherfucking when you see them motherfucking Nubians and shit, got them other fellas in their head captured. Them like totally different Nilo-Saharan, like the Dinka niggas that they fucking, you know what I'm saying, capturing and shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is this is what Unc is pulling from now the 2025 UNESCO multidisciplinary review. So this is his new battleground. You dig what I'm saying? So whatever that's saying, if that's saying something, you know what I mean, he's posing that's debunking everybody right there. So that's where we at. Reggie was wrong. Reggie should have just said, yo, I don't even remember saying that crazy shit. You know what I mean? That would have been, you know what I mean? But he tried to defend that shit. But for the most part, I think Unc is the problem. You dig what I'm saying? Like, I think everybody is arguing because his argument is so convoluted. And I think that's why everybody is arguing. You dig what I'm saying? I think that's where the miscommunication is coming in. From him saying he never said certain things and he never had that belief in, you know what I mean? So I think he's causing more of the issue because everybody looking like, bro, ain't nobody stupid, bro. We know what you in the Arm & Raw squad was pushing. Whatever you saying now, fine and dandy. You dig what I'm saying? But we remember Kemet on trial and everything else. You push Dr. Ben and shake Auntie Diop, but you not saying what they saying. Like, I mean, so I think that's the biggest thing right there. I think Chief X is an agitator, right? And he say shit to piss people off, and he know that half of his statements, you know what I mean, can be taken as, you know what I mean, like even when he do that shit on purpose. You dig what I'm saying? So even sometimes I gotta push back on Chief X because some of his shit just the same way I gotta push back on Uncle on certain shit.
What
You know what I mean?
what you need to push back on me? Which one? What I say that's wrong?
No, it ain't about what you say is wrong, and it ain't about what Unc say is wrong. But y'all will kindly make the data kind of say what y'all wanted to say. You dig what I'm saying? And even if most of the data is pointing in a certain direction, you'll go with the lesser if it's leaning outside of Africa more. You just did it with the Afro-Asiatic shit. You dig what I'm saying? It's like deliberately trying to do that. And Unc does the same thing by overplaying the South. You dig what I'm saying? Unc will read something that says something about the South, and he will overplay it and make everybody take up arms, and you'll do the same thing with the way you do shit. You dig what I'm saying? So
real quick,
y'all got this personal thing going on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Can you hear me? Okay. So here's the thing with me about the Afro-Asiatic thing you just brought up. See, I'm probably the only one that's most honest about it. Most people just say Northeast Africa and leave it at that. I said 70% say Northeast and 30% say this. I'm trying to be
and then
fair.
where you say you lane at?
No, but no. Listen what I'm saying. So I said I'm trying to be fair and say what the scholars are saying. So when I made the 70-30, I'm just giving you in general what the scholars are saying. I told you I don't know. This ain't my subject. I don't really know about it.
Then I said,
but then you said, go ahead.
That's what I'm going to break it down. Yeah. Then I said, I'm thorough, Chef. I got you. Then I said, I have an opinion for what I think it came from. I don't know. I'm just saying this is just an opinion. Then he goes and gave his opinion. And I said, I think the opinion to me, it may have came through Yemen to Ethiopia, and therefore it was in Northeast Africa. But I don't know what I'm saying, so I'm not making any definitive thing about it.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, where did that opinion come from?
This guy, I have a whole video on the origin of Afro-Asiatic language, and I was just putting down what the scholars said. They actually have a timeline on how it flowed through Africa and or West Asia.
So is there any Afro-Asiatic language that's in Asia that's older than the branches that's in Africa?
Oh, I don't know. That's not my subject. I have no idea.
Yeah, the only one that's in Asia is Semitic. Only one in Asia.
Right. So how did you form your opinion that the shit can't? You see what I'm saying?
No, I hear what you're saying. I explained it already.
Yeah. So that's
I don't know the origins of it. I'm just But I'm just trying to let you know that I'll be fair. I'm a little different than I'm a little way more fair.
No, you just proved that you very similar.
I didn't. I'm trying to tell you what I just said. I know you want to nail me down, Chef, but I'm
not trying to nail you down. You know,
okay, what I'm saying, I explained what the scholarship says, and they're confused about the Afro-Asiatic origins. Of course, I'm going to be confused if the scholars are confused.
Yeah, so
it's not my subject. Basically, I'm saying it's not my subject. I don't know that.
Right, but people listen to you. You dig what I'm saying?
And when I hope they listen to me. I hope they listen to me when I tell them it's not my lane.
But when you say, in my opinion, right? After you give a 3-hour lecture about the definitive of ancient Egypt, right? So now you are some type of authority on it, right? People are listening to your information.
Well, I hope they listen to me say I don't know.
I know, but okay, but how people work. When you come off as knowledgeable and schooling people on something, you're more knowledgeable of the people that be listening to you. So your opinion is going to have more weight. You dig what I'm saying? Than their shit, because they already listening to you. So when you say, you know what I mean, I'm, you know what I mean, the one teaching you this, that, and the third, and I'm Chief X, and I'm correcting it, you know what I mean? And then when it comes to certain shit, I grant it, you give a disclaimer, but your opinion will have more weight on the burn of the situation to people than, you know what I mean? Like, so your opinion does matter. You know what I mean? Cool. And you know that. You know that.
Cool. I didn't say it didn't.
You know, and
we really don't have no disagreement here.
Yeah, and Unc does, you know what I mean, a similar thing with his shit. You know what I mean? That's why y'all keep this debate.
Unc is intentionally deceitful. I'm not. I can be wrong about something and I'll admit it. Just like I said, hey, remember a few minutes ago, I said, hey, I'll table the thing about the North to South thing and do more research tonight. That's just an honest reply. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, you can read the 2025 UNESCO Multidisciplinary Review.
Okay, I'll do it. Shoot it to me. I'll grab it off the chair. Okay. Okay, cool.
Send it to you. Because this is what, when I went on his channel, this is what he used on Thunder. He made Thunder read this. And Thunder ain't have no
the
way
chat
to
got a lot of blackologists. They got a lot of blackologists in your chat. Sure.
Listen, I got a black audience, right? So all of us was taught that Egypt was black.
Yeah,
you know
Tony
what I mean?
Lightwork mad at me. Tony Lightwork. See these cats in the chat. He's delusional. I don't think nobody on this little panel right here is delusional. We may get a thing wrong or two, but just to say people are delusional,
You're just saying that for people to disregard me and act like anything I say don't make no sense. No, Egyptians wasn't black, Tony. Get over it. Black alchemy, they wasn't black. Get over it.
Dang.
Y'all lost. The DNA has hit the scene.
But see, that's the thing. Uncle them is saying they not black too, so you know it's a game being played. But there go. See, this is what's crazy. If you say they not black, they over here and they fussing with you. Uncle say they not black, they not over there fussing with them. So obviously, Unc is saying however Unc is couching that they not black lends more to what they're saying than what you're saying, Chief X.
Yeah, they love to hear what I'm saying when he said.
So why is that?
I have no idea, because half these people were blackologists.
Unc could tell them niggas, look, Unc could tell them flat out, the Egyptians ain't black. You feel me? They wasn't black. You know what I mean? He can.
They weren't black or what?
They ain't gonna listen to him. They hear Unc saying, "Yeah, that's because the racial construct ain't true, right?" But it don't mean that the people wink wasn't black. Like, it's crazy. You know what I mean? And I think he know this. He got to know this is what's going on. Yeah. I don't know. Great conversation though.
Yeah, this guy in the chat said Chief X scary ass sit on the panel, but he runs whenever he does presentations. He runs before he answers the questions on Signetter. I made up my mind. If I ever do a presentation on Signetters again, I'm not gonna be doing answering no bunch of questions about a bunch of idiots that come out.
No, don't do that. Make your presentation and get out of there.
That's exactly what I'm gonna do from now on. I'm making my presentation and I'm bouncing. I ain't got time for the peanut gallery and all that stupidity they be spewing.
Man, listen, I felt so good making my show the other night and not letting nobody on.
Right.
I ain't had to argue with nobody. I ain't had to, you feel me?
Yeah, and then sometimes it mess up your presentation when you got all these idiots coming on after it.
Can I choose war, chefs?
Go ahead.
I'm in a bad mood, chef, so I'm not gonna be the best moderator. It's probably best you moderate. Chief X, can I curse at you without taking it personal?
No.
Why don't you just try to be bigger than fucking Signetter?
He said be
why
bigger than
Why
Signetter?
the fuck do you gotta go to Signetter to like hold on. You say that you presenting scholarship. That is not a fucking place for scholarship.
Yes, well.
No, I know. No, stop. I don't want to compromise you. That's your friend. I'm just giving you an alternate option. If you actually saying that you're presenting something that's right and exact, put more work into building your shit than trying to you're whether you let the peanuts on the channel or not, you presenting to the peanut gallery. Those motherfuckers, whether they tell you or not, think you are a fucking crackhead drunk. So no matter what you say, it's gonna have a layer of crack and drink and alcohol, bro. So at some point, just focus on building your shit and get to the point. So at least on your panel, and I don't want you to take no side because that's and I don't want you to defend or whatever. That's your guy. I'm not trying to compromise you. But if you actually trying to present some actual information, make the effort to do it in a place, at least on your channel, where people agree or don't agree or whatever with this conversation. Present your shit where you got the ears. Like DMX used to say, I always been nice. I just ain't had the ears.
Well, I got my own channel. I do most of my stuff on. I'll go on Signetter rarely.
No, I know. I don't want to put you in a bad. I just realized what I was doing. I ain't trying to put you in a bad place. But it's just weird to hear people say, I'm trying to get real scholarship and real education, and then present to high priests of Harlem and all kind of wild ass shit. That shit just today. I'm gonna tell you something. Corey did something for me today. I truly believe this is a grift. that the argument part of this is made up, the answer is kind of, this conversation is like cancer. I'm a conspiracy theorist, Chief X, that believes that there's more money in the research of cancer than the cure for cancer. So even if they had the cure for cancer, they wouldn't stop because there's more money in the research for the fucking cancer and the dinners and the telethons and the flim flam and the grifting and the snake oil and the Lance Armstrong. At some point, even if you can create another conversation, but conversations in academia and conversations in real life, they end. They end at some point. If everybody is competent, I ain't saying educated, just competent, or if everybody at least has a level of respect for each other, the conversation ends, and it moves when the data or the information changes. This shit moves based on personal shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not moving off of information. It's moving off of something personal or name calling and all this other shit. But that's just I'm not the right person for this, Chef. You probably need to you're gonna have to finish this one. Cause I can't even hear this. I can't even listen to this shit no more. Cause now I know it's personal, bro. I know it. I thought it before, but I know there'll be a response show to this. It'll be a whole bunch of personal shit. Niggas drinking and drunk scholarship, and this one don't know what the fuck he talking about, but this one over here, he know what he talking about, but this motherfucker, he don't know. It's just, if y'all, I know y'all see it. I don't think y'all can see the forest for the trees in this. And I land my plane because I just keep ranting, and I'm just here so I don't get fined.
No, you're right. It's a mess.
Phone went out for a minute. I had to come back home.
Yeah, it's a mess, and we gotta find our way through it. Like that's our task. You know what I'm saying? We definitely gotta find our way through it. So I mean, we had several great conversations before we even went live today. So I mean, I'm mad that people miss those conversations. You feel me?
But let's be honest, Sheffrey. Haskell would do a better job with answering that question than Reggie. What Reggie did caused something that to lose respect for him, because he was asked a simple question, and then he's going into material practice, and to say that the funeral and the practice geographically in the north is similar to the funeral and the practice in the Sudan. The next thing they're going to tell you, what I questioned the other day, was when somebody brought it up about the DNA of the man who was found in the jar burial. And I said, but jar burial wasn't native to Egypt in the time of Nehemiah. Jar burial was something coming from Eurasia. It's a Eurasian concept. So when you find that man buried in the jar, and he was buried like a Eurasian who was burying people in jar at that time, Egyptian wasn't burying people in jar before they found the jar man. You could say, well, was he culturally Egyptian, or was he genetically Egyptian because he was buried in a jar? But what happened with Reggie, I all know it, is that he cannot put one and one together and make it sound sensible. So he's always dancing. Because I would say to Corey, it's the third dynasty is 3,000 years later. They could have developed that up in the Delta. They could have developed that up in the Delta, but they still carry the funerary practice from down south, geographical south. So although it is a new concept, it's like it was tombstones. But then the part where they would normally put the body, they got those stones from the Sudan to show how respectful of them origin. Because you bury your dead, and the sarcophagus, where you're going to put the sarcophagus or whatever, the S word, it is encased in stone that is found in Nubia, or that was found in Nubia. Use that. Let somebody think about it and say, yes, they've developed things up in the Delta, but they never forget the roots. Because why, although you build the pyramid in Delta, that part of the pyramid that you're going to put the body, the holiest of holy in, is encased in stone that come from the Sudan. And nobody in this panel can deny that that part of the pyramid that the body is going into is encased in stone from the Sudan. From most of the pyramids. Use that kind of argument. Sow some doubt. But Richie cannot argue, you all know that. I will get mad easily. We get mad easily. And when somebody bring up, but genetically, you say, who which genetics? All the genetics you have is a man. When did Egyptians start burying people in jars? Right? Use that argument, show some doubt. But Richie too weak, and we know that.
Yeah.
Know that.
Yeah, we shouldn't have to walk on eggshells.
Yeah.
I don't know. Because he got some type of self-esteem problem or something.
Right. Because him can't beat up anybody in here. Logically, him cannot beat up anybody in here. So when him coming here now, him coming to get beat up every day. And there's only limited amount to a fist fight and shoot the whole place up. Right? Him don't have a win in here yet. You think him don't know that? That him don't have a win? Right? And even when they give him the floor and he talks for 50, he's not saying anything. He's not saying anything. The pyramids were built 3,000 years after that question. That's why I asked Gullah that question. And Gullah said like 3,000 years, the third dynasty. A lot of things could happen. You know how much intermarrying happened? You know how much Diana Ross effect happened? You know how much Quincy Jones happened? How much Meghan Markle happened? So even if the Sudanese went up there originally, after 3,000 years, no Sudanese don't leave. We see it in our own and real time. It takes 4 generations for you to be totally white. You just have one great grandmother that is black. Everybody is white and you're completely gone. When you go into the South American culture and you ask them about them Negro about, everybody have a Negro. Up to the whitest of white. But after 3-4 generations, grandma gone. Grandma look blonde hair and blue eye. So even if Neymar went down south and he formed a coalition with some darker skin looking people and some darker mixed people, and he went up north and he conquered and joined the land with dark people and light people and brown people. If the dark people up in the Delta for 1,000 years, them not existing anymore. You have to have a constant rejuvenation of people coming in. If black Americans were allowed to meet white people from the end of slavery, when there was only 3 million black Americans in America, you wouldn't have any black Americans now. Am I lying? You wouldn't have any now. Because you weren't allowed. And even after the marriage law, misgenerate that M-word laws, you're still walking around with 25% white genes. Imagine 300 years ago, the internet. Everybody be walking around looking like Lionel Richie's daughter. You see Lionel Richie's daughter? So people would look like her or lighter. Because the smaller population would have been totally absorbed by the larger population. But we're not using that argument to say, yes, Nubians took part in the formation of Egypt. If we even said that, Gullah couldn't deny that. So I don't want to neglect that when he went down north, he formed a darker looking people. Gullah couldn't deny that. Because he did went down geographic south and then he went up back north. He formed a coalition. Dark skinned people helped him. And we can argue that the genetics said dark skinned people in them genes. But Richie can't argue. And everybody in there beating up on a retarded. Trying to stop beating up on Reggie. Even Chief X supposed to stop beating. Oh, often he can beat a retarded. Until he realize that it's not fun anymore.